Chapter 21. The bridge of the Super Star Destroyer Reaper was quiet. The only sounds were the rustle of movement, as officers changed their station or used their equipment, and the sounds of that equipment whirring and beeping as it was used. It had been like that ever since the announcement of Grand Moff Kaine's death. Reaper was Kaine's command ship, and had been Kaine's command ship ever since it had left Kuat. This was Kaine's crew, handpicked in many cases by Kaine himself. Shinas Delis kept his head down and did his work. Kaine had not been known for fraternizing with members of the Starfleet, but he had semi-frequently attended official Starfleet functions, like Delis on last meal. No one admired him the way Pelion was admired by the officer corps and the rank and file, but Kaine had been respected. For the first few hours after the announcement of his death, the response among Reaper's crew had been simple denial. But for Delis, the report had always had a ring of truth. It had been the expression of Admiral Deschorn after he'd seen the report, a look of dull, dismayed grief, completely absent of any surprise, that had confirmed for Delis that Kaine was, in fact, dead. There was the louder clank of footsteps along Reaper's long bridge walk, above him. They approached from behind, coming close. Then they passed by Delis' station, continuing towards the forward bridge window where Admiral Deschorn stood, looking out through the reinforced transparent steel at the armada of ships that defended the Corrida system. Delis allowed himself a quick glance up from his position in the crew pit and saw, as expected, now Colonel Welko walking past, wearing his brand-new cream-colored ISB colonel's uniform. "Admiral Deschorn," Welko said. The exchange was not so very far past Delis' station, so it was easy enough for him to overhear it, but he kept his head tucked down in the hopes that he would not draw Welko's attention. "Colonel Welko," replied Horn. The Admiral looked like he'd aged a decade in the last week. To Delis' eyes, it seemed the Admiral's hair had gone even more white than it had already been, and the frown lines etched into his face had entrenched themselves deeper. He also looked tired, Delis thought, like he had not slept a night since the news of Kaine's death. "Congratulations on your promotion." "I wish it were under different circumstances," Welko said. The ISB man leaned in, lowering his voice. Delis had to strain to hear. "We have yet to hear from Colonel Kurios, and assume that he was captured by the rebellion along with the Grand Moff. I've been promoted in his stead." Deschorn's expression was dead, filled with neither horror nor despair, respect nor disgust. He just looked at Welko, void of expression, droid-like. "I see." Welko's back was still turned to Delis, so the young lieutenant couldn't see the man's face. But there was something menacing in the man's tone, quiet and threatening. "I am told that negotiations over succession to the position of Grand Moff are continuing. High Inquisitor Hamir, representatives of the ISB, and the Council of Moffs are discussing precisely how the matter of succession ought to be decided." "Grand Moff Kaine left rules for his succession in place," Deschorn said, as if reading from an encyclopedia entry. His tone was mechanical, matching the dull expression he continued to wear. He did not want things to be as chaotic as they were after Endor if he should die unexpectedly. "I am under the impression that Moff Pharaohs of Kandora's sector was his choice." "ISB has some lingering questions about Moff Pharaohs' loyalties," Welko said calmly, but despite his apparent calm, the edge of menace never left his voice. "And he lacks the necessary seniority for such a post." Grand Moff Kaine did not share those concerns. "Grand Moff Kaine is dead," Welko said firmly. The colonel's voice dropped to a growl. "Dead at the hands of the rebellion. He died a martyr to our cause, and will be remembered as a hero to the Empire." The statement was made with finality. It was an instruction, not a statement of fact, Delis realized. Deschorn turned away such that Delis could no longer see his face. "The Starfleet does not involve itself in politics," Deschorn said stiffly. "We serve the Empire, its Emperor, and his legitimate heirs." Delis couldn't be sure, but he thought there had been just a hint of emphasis on the word legitimate. From the way Welko was staring daggers at the Admiral, he had heard it too. Welko took a quick glance around the bridge. Delis ducked his head casually back down into the crew pit, putting him out of sight, and he couldn't hear the words exchanged. He could hear, half a minute later, The heavy clank of Welko's footsteps as he stormed back the way he'd come, across the long walk of Reaper's Bridge. Delis didn't look up again until the footsteps had faded, followed by the loud sounds of the bridge lift doors closing. He relaxed, though the pounding of his heart refused to fade. What did it mean? He didn't hear Admiral Deshorn's much quieter footsteps until the Admiral was peering down at him from the bridge walk. "Anything to report, Lieutenant?" The older man's voice was calm and precise, with the clipped Coruscanti accent so common in the Starfleet. The vacant look in his eyes was gone, replaced with the typical officer's attentiveness. "Status normal, sir," he replied. "Excellent." Deshorn's gaze narrowed. "You will inform me if that should change." The words were not an inquiry, but an instruction, and Delis was suddenly all too aware that he had been the only other member of the Starfleet present when Kaine departed Reaper on his doomed, final mission, and that he had already shared that information with Admiral Pelion. He was now wondering if he should not have done that. "Yes, sir." "Very good. Carry on, Lieutenant." DeHorn offered him an officer's nod, and then strode off down the walk, looking completely in command of Reaper, of the situation, of himself. Delis took a deep breath and did his best to emulate his commanding officer. Asterisk. Reaper's officer's mess was quiet at this hour. Delis had a habit of eating late. He preferred to get his afternoon workout and shower in before he sat down for supper, a product of his father's odd work schedule while he'd been growing up, and most officers had already eaten. The only people there were a handful of members of the evening shift, getting in their breakfast in the remaining minutes before it started, or, more accurately, pounding down their second cup of caf, since there was no time left for food. He ate slowly, savoring the flavorful meal. It was nothing special, but it was still better than anything his parents had been able to afford, and significantly better still than anything he'd been served at the academy, outside of dinners he'd earned with his good performances. After his long shift in his workout, he was starved, but he did his best not to eat as ravenously as his stomach would prefer. "May I join you?" Delis looked up in surprise, both at the question and at the fact that he hadn't heard anyone approach. The man he saw was wearing the commander stripes, and he was vaguely familiar. The man's identity hit him all at once. "Commander Dreef," he said in surprise. "Sir?" "Of course." Dreef offered him a perfect, toothy smile, then did as he was invited. "Lieutenant Delis, I hope your assignment to Reaper has been treating you well so far." "It has been a most educational experience." "Sir?" "I would hope so. It is intended to be." Dreef fished a small object out of his jacket pocket, then carefully placed it down on the table in front of him. Delis watched with a frown as Dreef activated the device. "It's a jammer," Dreef told him. "It will make sure we are not being eavesdropped on." "Does that mean you don't wish to be overheard?" "Sir?" Dreef offered him another toothy smile and didn't answer his question. He probably assumed he didn't need to, and he was right. Delis frowned even more. "What can I do for you, Commander?" "I'm not sure," Dreef said, leaning back in his chair, but not so much that the jamming device moved far from his chest. "I'm hoping you might be able to help me answer a few lingering questions." About what Grand Moff Kaine was doing on Coruscant and who was responsible for his death. Delis took a covert glance around the mess. No one was paying them any mind, so he turned his attention back to Dreef, leaning in and lowering his voice. "I already told Admiral Pelion all I know." "I know you did, Lieutenant," Dreef agreed. "But that doesn't mean you can't help me." The intelligence officer leaned in himself, one hand on the table, the other hidden away underneath it. "The Grand Moff is dead. Someone is responsible. We accuse the rebels of complicity, and they accuse us. We both have a different story about why the Grand Moff was meeting with the rebels. It seems to me the best way to start getting to the bottom of it is to find out what he was really doing there. Wouldn't you agree?" Delis glared at him, not caring that Dreef was a superior officer. "It's a logical conclusion," he growled angrily. "Who on this ship would know more about Kaine's intentions?" Dreef asked, lifting both eyebrows. "If you had to guess." Despite himself, Dallas thought back to Kaine's departure from Reaper. It took him only a few moments to reduce the likely names to two: Admiral Deshorn and Colonel Welko. Reaper Senior Officer and ISB Senior Representative aboard Reaper. Dreef nodded. Anyone else? No. No one else was aware of Kaine's departure, Dallas said, his voice gravelly with annoyance. I am not sure Welko knew, but he thought back to both the departure and the confrontation between Deshorn and Welko. But you think he must know something. He was Colonel Correa's direct subordinate. Sir? Dreef smiled. With a subtle movement, he pressed the button on the jamming device and then tucked it back into his jacket. Thank you, Lieutenant, he said. Please, enjoy your dinner. Dallas watched him go, then cleared his tray. He wasn't hungry anymore. Chimera's bridge hummed with the quiet activity typical of patrol duty. In the middle of Carita's defense fleet, there was little reason for it to have even that much, but Pellaeon believed in constant vigilance and drilled his crew mercilessly. Admiral, there's a comm for you. Lieutenant Shell had approached, his boots clicking on the deck, and stood at Pellaeon's side with his now typical silent grace. The young officer handed Pellaeon a datapad that indicated the incoming signal. Is Moff Disra, sir? He's live now. Pellaeon grunted and nodded. Very well. He glanced at the datapad, quickly absorbing where the signal originated. He stiffened some, pulling his uniform down to work out the wrinkles. Put them off through. The familiar face of Willem Disra appeared as a holo on Pellaeon's bridge. Moff Willem Disra was not on the list of Pellaeon's most favored people. Pellaeon knew that Admiral Rogris had found Disra insufferable, although he did not fully know why. But Moffs were Moffs. He frowned as another figure appeared in the background behind Disra, one it took him a second to recognize. Is that Grand Inquisitor Hamir? Why is he on this call? Admiral Pellaeon, Moff Disra greeted him graciously. Before we begin, I wish to offer my congratulations on your promotion. It has been long deserved. Thank you, sir, Pellaeon replied stiffly. May I return the compliment? I am told you have been named Moff of the Braxton sector. Disra's smile was positively corpse-like. Pellaeon tried not to let his eyes wander obviously, but his gaze was drawn again to the man in the background. Taller than Disra, he had visible black eyebrows beneath a black hood attached to a flowing black cloak that disappeared around his feet. The cloak was overlaid with a heavy armored vest that added a calculated touch of brutality to the silken refinement of the ensemble. The look was all Pellaeon needed to confirm his suspicion. That was indeed Grand Inquisitor Hamir. I have that honor and responsibility. Yes, Disra spoke, interrupting his thoughts. The Council of Moffs is still in consultation to determine all the restructuring that will be done in the wake of the rebellion's cowardly assassination of the Grand Moff. I can assure you that the final arrangement will be the optimal one for returning the Empire to power. With men like you making those decisions, the only thing that will be optimal is your own income? Despite the thought, Pellaeon's gaze flicked to Hamir once more. Although with him I'm not so sure. The Imperial Inquisitorius did not have the same reputation that ISB did in the Imperial Starfleet. ISB was widely recognized as a pain in the ass among the officer corps, more concerned with purity than victory. The Inquisitorius had a much smaller profile, and was less well known, and Pellaeon thought they did not have a history of planting their officers on Imperial vessels to watch commanders for disloyalty. But what is he doing here now? Pellaeon wondered. What possible reason does he have to be on this call? I have additional good news, Admiral, Disra continued. The Council of Moffs has managed to secure you an additional Star Destroyer. Captain Brandet and his Judicator have been dispatched to reinforce your fleet. Between you and Admiral Dalla, your formation now has 8 Star Destroyers. That is good news, Pellaeon replied, wondering why that required a live HoloNet communication. It could have been communicated via text, as such assignments usually were. Again his eyes were drawn to Hamir, but he quickly jerked his gaze away. The man was staring at him. He swallowed hard. Please extend my thanks to the Moffs. Yes, of course. Disra bowed his head in acknowledgement. He held the bow long enough that Pellaeon felt it became awkward, but just as he was about to speak, Disra looked up at him again. Tell me, Admiral, while you served under Admiral Roger's command, did you ever see any sign of disloyalty to the Empire? Pellaeon stared at the man in astonishment. Excuse me? You see, the Imperial Security Bureau has recently brought it to the attention of the Council of Moffs that Admiral Rogers did not fight as hard as he might have in defense of the Yukio and lineary systems during your last campaign, Disra said. Pellaeon felt a fury building in his gut. He didn't fight as hard as he could have because you ordered us to abandon lineary, you gutless coward. He hid the snarl thought behind a mask of indifference. No, sir, he said firmly. Admiral Rogers followed every one of your directives to the letter and fought as hard as he could. That isn't what the report I have here says, Disra countered coolly. ISB indicates that they believe he had the option of fighting the rebellion even after they took down Yukio's planetary shield. He retreated with 6 Star Destroyers, while the New Republic had only 5 capital ships of their own. With all due respect, sir, the rebellion starfighters and smaller ships had us outnumbered 3-1. Pellaeon had to fight to keep his voice from growing in anger. That would not help Roger's legacy, and it certainly would not help Pellaeon's own ISB file. Their fighter strength is something we're still searching for a counter to. Had we continued the fight, the New Republic would have torn us apart. The way Disra's lips firmed together told Pellaeon that his answer had not been the one Disra had been hoping for. He also ordered a planetary withdrawal by our garrison force, rather than carry through with the planned guerrilla resistance campaign. General Bell Iblis offered us the option of retreating with the fleet intact if we withdrew. We saved 6 Star Destroyers. Disra held up his hand and Pellaeon stopped speaking instantly. Admiral, did you know that Admiral Rogers' 2 children are both currently absent from their posts without proper authorization? Pellaeon blinked. Sir, I did not know that. ISB has reason to believe the man and his children were traitors to the Empire, Disra said, as if the words were etched in transparent steel. Will you allow an ISB inspection team aboard Imera in order to investigate these accusations? There was only one right answer to that. Yes, sir. Of course, Sir, Pellaeon agreed, dread and indignation warring for control of his gut. Very good, Admiral. That will be all, and we will be in touch. The holo abruptly ended, leaving Pellaeon sagging. Are you all right, sir? The concerned voice came from behind him. Pellaeon straightened in surprise and offered Lieutenant Maidov a reassuring nod. Of course, Lieutenant. Please tell Lieutenant Shell he may announce that Judicator will be joining the fleet. He turned away as Maidov departed, opening his fleet formations to adjust them for the addition of a 4th capital ship. It only occurred to him later that Hamir had observed the entire call and not said a single word. Asterisk. Through Chimera's starboard bridge window, Pellaeon watched as the Imperial 2-class Star Destroyer Judicators slid neatly into formation, with the kind of precision that Pellaeon expected from the best Imperial officers. The holoprojector flicked to life, revealing the familiar face of Judicator's captain. Admiral, Captain Branday offered a respectful nod. Congratulations on your promotion. It's nice to be working with you again. Good to see you too, Captain. Welcome to the fleet. Judicator will be part of the fleet's 1st division with Chimera. All of the fleet's formations and battle strategies will be dispatched to Judicator's computer in the next few minutes. He frowned. I'm afraid I am not anticipating time for comprehensive drill. Are you also expecting a rebel assault? I am. Branday's scowl carried the sour note of old hatred. That would make sense. They are probably hoping their assassination of Grand Moff Kaine will leave our fleet hierarchy in chaos. His scowl deepened. We will show them the error of their ways. Defending against their attack will no doubt require every ship we have, Pellaeon agreed. Silently he wondered if Branday believed the obvious propaganda about Kaine's death, or if he, like Pellaeon, was simply unwilling to express skepticism where ISB's monitors were likely to overhear. Judicator stands ready and eager, Admiral. Branday saluted, and Pellaeon returned it. Judicator out. The blue-tinged hologram faded, leaving Pellaeon looking out over his formation. It was an impressive fleet, but it also had a ramshackle feel to it. Each of the ships was sprouched from places where the Empire could make sacrifices, and they had not yet had near enough drill time for Pellaeon to feel fully confident in his commanders. But Judicator would serve as a strong right arm for the fleet, and Brande could step in as a new executive officer if Dala proved incapable in battle. He frowned and looked at her 4 ships. They maintained the traditional 4-cornered box formation with the precision that he demanded of his ships. Dala had seemed capable enough, and he was glad to have her and her ships in the fleet, but he knew he wouldn't trust her in combat until they actually saw some together. It had been too long since she fought anything more dangerous than a pirate. He was more worried about her being too aggressive than he was about her lack in fighting spirit. In every conversation they'd had together, there'd been something almost feral about her. She carried barely restrained ferocity leashed by training and hierarchy. She had the talent and the skill, he had no doubt of that, but the years of exile had clearly taken their toll. Admiral. For the second time in the afternoon, Pellaeon found himself surprised, jumping a bit at Commander Dreef's quiet voice. He turned towards his intelligence officer, smoothing out his uniform as he did. "Welcome back, Commander." Dreef smiled. The dark-complexioned man had grown in confidence since he had been assigned to Chimera, and with that confidence came a more relaxed, almost cheeky disposition that was all too rare among the Imperial officer corps. "Back, sir. I wasn't aware that I'd gone anywhere." Pellaeon huffed affectionately and favored him with an expression of belabored annoyance, one that lasted until they reached a secluded corner of the bridge and Dreef had drawn out his jammer. "Out with it, Commander. What have you learned?" "Nothing yet, sir," Dreef said apologetically. "At least, nothing confirmatory. But I have established a handful of ongoing intelligence-gathering operations that should bring answers to your questions sooner or later." "Nothing treasonous, I hope?" Dreef's expression cooled. "Given the accusations I've heard leveled against Admiral Rogris, sir, it would seem that treason is increasingly in the eye of the beholder." Pellaeon could not hide a scowl, even if he had tried to. Both of Terran's children are missing without authorization, with defection or desertion implied. He asked. "That was what Moff Disra told me when he commented earlier." "Without authorization?" Dreef shook his head slowly. "On the contrary, sir, my record checks show they both received legitimate transfer orders, and neither order came from Agonizer or anyone that Admiral Rogers knew. When last I looked, their records said only that their current assignments were classified. When I asked Captain Neidl, he told me that when the order came in to reassign Commander Rogers from his XO slot, she was blindsided by it, nearly irate, as he told it." "That means you haven't managed to track them down." "I'm afraid not, sir." "Keep looking." "I won't stop until I know where they are, sir." He handed Pellaeon a second datapad. "Turning our attention to other issues, I've received the latest update on the New Republic Defense Forces. There are rumblings all over the galaxy of new orders. Ships aren't appearing on previously reliable patrols, although," he scowled a bit, "with the Riadu going over to the enemy, we've lost most of our eyes in the galactic south." He brought up the map on the holodisplay, highlighting the various known New Republic fleet formations. "As you can see, our sources on Botho have reported that elements of the New Republic 4th Fleet have departed the system. It would appear the fleet is dispersing." Both Dreef and Pellaeon looked up as the ship's combat alarm began to wail. Pellaeon heard before he saw Lieutenant Shell, his feet slapping against the desk as he sprinted down the bridge's long walk, skidding to stop in front of the 2 more senior officers. He threw a hasty salute, then handed Pellaeon a fresh datapad. "Sir, the Chaswell picket reports a rebel incursion." "So it begins," Pellaeon muttered, examining the report. "The preliminary report from the picket indicates 3 rebel capital ships, 2 Star Destroyers, and a Mon Calamari Star Cruiser." Pellaeon frowned. "Is that all?" "Chaswa is a strategically vital system," Dreef murmured. "You would think if they were serious about hitting it, they would do so with a more powerful force." "If we lose Chaswa, we won't be able to resupply Karita," Pellaeon grunted. The system fell along the Perlemian trade route, and while control of that hyperlane was contested, it remained the most reliable trade route between the Empire's main holdings in the galactic north and Karita. All ships, prepare for hyperspace. He turned back to Shell as the hum of Chimera's bridge grew, officers and crew shuffling as they prepared for the jump. Tell Admiral Deshorn that we will be on our way in a few minutes to engage the rebels at Chazwa. Yes, sir. Shell took a step back, his hand going to his ear. Reaper, priority message for Admiral Deshorn from Chimera. Pelion frowned at Dreef, lowering his voice so that the conversation would not carry. Do you think General Antilles is making a mistake? Dreef watched the plot. It occurs to me, Admiral, that none of the 3 ships reported as a Super Star Destroyer. Hardly something a picket would mistake, Pelion agreed. So where? The plot suddenly changed. New red dots gleamed as hollow net messages were received and input into the computer, and the pre-combat murmur on the bridge took on a sudden hush, followed by an even more scrambled, increasingly frantic pitch. 2, 4, 8. The instant hollow net reports of invading rebel forces were suddenly everywhere. Arinda was a gleaming red, and so was Durron and Bestine. Sir? Dreef pointed at the map, drawing Pelion's attention to the other side of the galaxy. There she is. At the blue dot that was the Imperial base at Bespin, there was suddenly a dagger shape pointing directly at the system. The massive indicator of a Super Star Destroyer, which alone would dwarf Cloud City's defenses. The garrison did not have a chance, and Lusankya had at least 1 Mon Calamari star cruiser in his company. Antilles was going after their Tabana supply. Logistics, thought Pelion. Always logistics and in direct attacks with Antilles. Always the fighter pilot. But Cloud City was too distant for him to do anything about it. It would take Chimera days to arrive, and by then the fight would be long over. We don't have anything near enough to intervene, Dreef said flatly. The Eriadu fleets all took damage during the system's revolt. At last report, they were on their way to Corellia for refit and repair. They'll probably be redeployed to defend Bestine, Pelion said. The Corellia fleets can't worry about it. He pointed at the map. We need to get ships to Durron and Chazwa. Inform Admiral Dalla that she's being sent to Durron. We'll take the main formation to Chazwa, including Magistrate. Chazwa is the more vital system. Even as he watched, more red dots indicating attacks appeared on the map. 10, 15, 20. Gilad Pelion swallowed hard. This wasn't just any attack. Ambitious of them, he muttered, and then he started ordering his response. Lieutenant Haserch Null bounced on his toes with excitement, holding his gleaming TIE pilot's helmet under one arm as the text finished arming his defender. It was a beautiful fighter, an angular death dealer, and all he'd ever dreamed of at the academy. The Admiral had even given the order for a full weapons load. Each concussion missile cost more than his yearly salary, and he was going to get to fire them all. He was nervous too. He was about to go into combat. But at least he wasn't a defender. TIE interceptors were good fighters, but defenders had shields and could take more of a punishment and didn't sacrifice much in the way of maneuverability for it. When he thought about how much his defender cost, that made him nervous. He didn't want to bring the fighter back in all banged up or anything. Not that he would. No, I know exactly how good I am, he thought proudly. And after today, so will everyone else. Ready to go, Hack? One of his flight mates called as he climbed up towards the defender's top hatch. He wasn't sure which one, but that wasn't unusual. Half the squadron's pilots were clones of the legendary Turfinair. Am I ever, sir? He called back with a grin. Good man. The other pilot flashed Hack a victory sign, then vanished into the cockpit. All set, sir, the maintenance tech announced, sealing the missile bay with a definitive hiss thunk, and then moving his hoverlift of ordnance towards the next tie in line. Make them count. Hack scrambled up the ladder before the third syllable was out of the tech's mouth. He flashed his flight mates a victory sign of his own, then dropped down, pulling his helmet over his head and booting up his HUD. On the helmet's internal screen, he saw a set of diagnostics for his fighter. His readouts were in the green, but he double-checked everything again just to be safe. Engines, shields, lasers, ions, missile launcher, comms, inertial compensators, those he dialed back just a touch, He preferred to feel his fighter move instead of having the simulator-like experience of full compensation. It all looked good. "Here's the deal, gentlemen," his commanding officer's prim, confident Coruscanti accent spoke into his ear over the comm, his helmet automatically modulating the volume to make the words easy to hear. "The rebels decided to be ambitious today. We've reports of at least a half dozen attacks on Imperial worlds all over the galaxy, but our worry is just this one. We're heading to Chazwa to reinforce the local garrison. The new updated report says 1 Imp Star, 1 Fishhead cruiser, and it turns out the last one isn't another Imp Star but one of their new Endurance-class carriers. Our job is to keep their B-Wings from doing to any of our ships what they did to Death's Head at Yukio while our big guns eat them up." There was a chorus of acknowledgments over the comm, and Hack hastily grappled with his comm pickup to offer his own a bit belatedly. "I know we're a new unit and I wish we'd had more shakedown time," his seal went on. "But believe me when I say, you're all ready. You've got the training, you've got the skills, and you've got the hardware. Let's go save the Empire. When this is all over, the first round at the landing strip is on me." Magistrate dropped out of hyperspace, and the man's voice vanished, replaced by the ship's flight ops officer. 212th Imperial Flight Wing launch. One of the best things about the old Venators was that vast hatches along their center lines peeled back to offer plenty of space for a launch. The warning light flashed green, and Hack didn't hesitate, his heart pounding with excitement as he kicked the throttle to full and his TIE Defender screamed out and up into open space. Chapter 22. Hacknall emerged into the middle of a firefight. His lattice-type cockpit flashed with the orange of a robust explosion, and as he and his wingman brought their defenders around to race out after the rebellion snub fighters, he saw what it was that had exploded. A Star Destroyer, edged in rebel red and with the absurd name Rebel Dream emblazoned in huge letters on his bow, was pummeling the wrecked hull of an Imperial Nebulan B escort frigate. The smaller ship's crew, what was left of them, were already launching their escape pods, which erupted in every direction as the ship's slender neck snapped like a dry twig. The larger forward hull started to spin end over end off into infinity, while the rear drive section erupted with a second, much larger explosion. Thankfully, the polarized material of his helmet protected his vision from the glare. "Eyes up, too," his wingman snapped in his ear, and Hack tore his vision away from the dying frigate to sweep his sensor board. The battle was in full bloom even before Pelian's relief force had arrived, but with their arrival a small battle had suddenly become a large one. Rebel Dream filled space above him, its enormous turbolaser battery spitting flashes of light at the closing gauntlet. The 2 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, one true to the New Order and one who had betrayed it for the service of insurgents, fired upon one another with enough energy fire to liquefy his defender. So Null twisted his controls and twirled his fighter down and away from the 2, on me. Hack followed his wingman, his HUD flashing as rebel fighters appeared before them. Instincts took over, instincts that had been drilled again and again by hours of training and simulations, and Hack had always been fast. He clenched his hand on the stick, and his defender spat green and blue fire, lasers and ion cannons leaping out to intersect with the X-Wing that had appeared in his sights. Ion cannons destabilized the rebel shields. Laser cannons ripped through the fighter's engines and fuselage, and it exploded. "Good shot." His wingman congratulated him. "Stay with me, kid. There are a whole lot more of them." There were a whole lot more of them. The rebels had launched at least 10 squadrons of fighters, and his HUD illuminated with the proliferation of red icons. "It's just another sim," he told himself, and to his surprise he found part of him actually believed it. "Let's do it." Hack and his wingman boxed in and vaped alone, a wing setting up on one of their bombers, and his career kill count rose from 1 to 2. Asterisk. Chimera and Judicator came out of hyperspace together, followed seconds later by Gonfalon and Exogen. The battle had been raging before their arrival, with the New Republic forces sending the ships of the understrength Imperial picket scattering if they had been lucky. Most of them had not been. Exogen, Gonfalon. Target the enemy Star Destroyer. Pelian snapped as he took in the sight of the ongoing battle. Chimera and Judicator will engage the Star Cruiser and the fleet carrier. 2-on-1 ought to force Rebel Dream to retreat, he thought fiercely, and keep the New Republic from getting deep enough into Chazwa's orbit to target any of the shipping infrastructure. That was the true target Pellaeon knew. On his combat display there were hundreds of freighters that used Chazwa as a key shipping lane to supply Karita. If the New Republic took Chazwa, it would cut off yet another supply route, and there weren't that many of those left. Logistics. He shook his head. Antilles was predictable. Always the fighter pilot, aware of his need for fuel and torpedoes to be effective. His crew followed his orders with the instant obedience that he and Thrawn had spent long years instilling. Chimera advanced on Rising Tide and Endurance, green turbolaser fire spitting at the well-shielded form of the Mon Calamari Star Cruiser. Dreef hadn't left his side since the rebel incursion had begun. They're jamming the hollow net so the connection can be spotty, Dreef scowled, dropping his hand from his ear and shaking his head. But there are at least 20 different incursions ongoing as we speak. Arinda is under attack, and it sounds like they're even hitting our holdings out near Mon Calamari. This is a full push on every front. Pellaeon nodded out at the battle unfolding. Starfighters clashed beyond Chimera's bridge window, an enormous melee punctuated by occasional explosions. We need to punch a signal back to Karita. Antilles may have spread his forces too thin, he growled. They should have brought Lusankya here instead of sending her to Bespin. Yes, sir, Dreef said, but his tone was not convinced. They may have ships in reserve. We have ships in reserve too. Pellaeon snapped. Helm, alter course 5 degrees to starboard. Comms, tell Captain Brandy that we're duplicating the maneuver we pulled at Ord Mantell. All hands, prepare for full port broadside. He watched as his crew obeyed. Thankfully, Brandy's memory was as good as should be expected from an Imperial captain, and Judicator surged to box in Rising Tides between her and Chimera. The 2 Star Destroyers both came in close, one on the Star Cruiser's right and the other on his left, and sheets of green energy tore into Rising Tide. The Star Cruiser rolled as they bore in, shifting the impact points to spare her shields, and fired a spread of red bolts back, partially spoiled by the ship's motion. The Mon Calamari build tough ships, Pellaeon thought grudgingly, and we're in trouble if Endurance's fighters can bring in extra firepower. He pointed at Shell. Lieutenant, remind Magistrate to rededicate her fighters to combat the enemy bombers. They must keep those B-wings off us while we handle Rising Tide. Yes, sir. We do have more ships in reserve at Karita, sir, Dreef finally conceded. Admiral Deshoran has Reaper there, but some of his ships have been deployed to counter this offensive. The rebels aren't the only ones being spread thin. Pellaeon gazed out at the outnumbered rebel force. They may be trying something clever, he relented after a moment. But they haven't had a lot of time to plan this. Space flashed before him with the familiar green and red blasts of heavy laser fire. Bel Iblis is dead. Mon Mothma and Organa Solo may be, as well. They're angry, and they're fighting with their heart more than with their head. He shook his head. That's always been one of the Republic's biggest flaws. Asterisk. Had caught the first B-wing, and his wingmate attempting to line up Judicator for a torpedo run. The oddly designed fighter was one of the more difficult targets, and in his first few simulator runs he'd found them deceptively difficult targets. Remember, he heard the voice of one of his combat instructors in his head. The B-wing's center of mass isn't where his wings cross with his body. The B-wing's center of mass is his cockpit, wherever the rest of the ship is at the moment. His HUD tracked over the B-wing, flashing green, and he pulled the trigger. The burst of fire didn't kill the B-wing. His shields were too strong for that. But it clearly reconsidered the wisdom of making a torpedo run, and when evasive, jerking to port and weaving. Hack's Defender was more maneuverable, and he throttled back and jammed the stick to pursue, his fighter screaming as inertia pressed him awkwardly against his pilot's couch. The maneuver paid off, and the B-wing stayed locked in Hack's sights. His second and third blasts of fire punctured the fighter's already weakened aft shields, and Hack put 3 blasts of green energy clearly through the fighter's cockpit. The cross shape that was left behind spun off aimlessly, But Hack knew better than to admire his kill. That was something else had been drilled ceaselessly into him during basic training and spun his fighter off in a new direction. That spin saved his life. A trio of red lasers ripped through space where he had just been, and then two of the rebellion's new, streamlined ones rocketed past him, already splitting apart to come back around. A rookie mistake, one they'll pay for. Got a pair of the new ones over here, he said into his comm, shocked at how calm his voice sounded. Coming to? He saw a few proton torpedoes launch and slam into Judicator, but only a few. Nothing like the enormous, mass salvos that had doomed Death's Head at the Battle of Yukio. And every second Judicator and Chimera went untouched by the rebel fighters was another second they made Rising Tide pay for his part in that defeat. He tightened up on the stick and found himself looking forward to dueling with the Ewings. Our best fighter versus your best, he thought eagerly at them. But I'm better than you are. I've been trained by the best the Empire has to offer, and that makes all the difference. The bridge of a Super Star Destroyer was always a busy place, but seeing as Delis found he had very little to do. None of Reaper's fighter squadrons had been dispatched with the ships sent to meet the rebels at each system currently under assault. Instead, Delis found himself collecting all the communications that had come and from around the Empire, cataloging attacks and reports, trying to understand the scope of the current offensive. It was massive. There was practically no corner of the Empire that had reported that things were all clear. In the heart of the Oversector there were rebellion raiding teams striking supply lines and mining facilities, and there was even a tentative report of a raid on the shipyards at Gemus, which wasn't all that far from Delis' native Sardinian. Luckily, so far it appeared his homeworld had avoided any rebel attacks, but his homeworld was also about as far from rebel-held territory as it was possible to be. The reports were chaotic at best. With massive jamming as the battles unfolded, it was difficult to punch messages through, and what made it came out garbled. What he did know was that yesterday the Empire had been off balance, still reeling from the unexpected death of Grand Moff Kaine, and clinging to every scrap of rumor about what the Council of Moffs intended to do in response. The rumored political reorganization remained just a rumor, but the appointment of several new Moffs to govern sectors which had previously been part of Kaine's personal oversector fiefdom suggested that they didn't want to just select a replacement. Today the rebellion was trying to deliver a punch to the gut of its off-balance opponent, and the Empire was finding its footing. The Starfleet was responding, countering threats, and meeting its foes. All through the Empire, Imperials were battling rebels, fighting and dying to keep the Empire intact. They were fighting for the men they'd been trained by, and the men and women they'd been trained alongside. His board beeped, suddenly flooding with the spasm of new messages, and he felt his heartbeat quicken as that pride vanished under a wave of disbelief, and his resistance to fear wavered. Status change. Someone else on the bridge called. He looked up to the bridge's long walk. A cluster of officers was gathered around Admiral Deshorn, including Colonel Welko. Their energetic conversation gained volume as the insistence of the officers participating grew. 6 new systems have just reported rebel attacks, each system with at least one Star Destroyer or Star Cruiser present, exclaimed one of the officers. It was difficult for Delis to see Deshorn, but the man stood calmly, holding a datapad in one hand and keeping his other hand behind his back. The only ships we have left are here in our squadron, the officer continued insistently. We need to dispatch more of the Corrida picket. Deshorn's voice was the calm, precisely accented voice of a well-trained veteran Imperial officer, one who had been in the service for longer than Delis had been alive. Unlike his subordinates, there was no tension in it, no passion, merely an articulation of facts. With all these reports, he said, it's clear the rebellion has mounted a full offensive. They can't have very many of their own ships in reserve either. He frowned. Our best response may be to go on offense. Sir, we're within striking distance of dozens of high-value targets, Deshorn explained. We could hit Coruscant, Annexes, or Brental in a matter of hours. If their defenses have been reduced in order to make this push, they may be vulnerable, and an attack on any one of them would force the rebellion to recall ships for their defense. We have 6 systems already under attack. The officer rebutted. We'll lose all 6 if we don't. None of those 6 is as high value as Brental, which is our closest potential target by travel time, Deshawn countered firmly. Your officer is correct, Admiral, interrupted the deep voice of Colonel Welko. And if you were to attack Brental, you'd be leaving Karita vulnerable. We cannot afford to lose this system. The Academy and repair yards are vital to the long-term health of the Empire. Not as vulnerable as you think, Deshawn countered stiffly, his voice going cold as ice. If we have the forces to meet the rebellion at each of their points of advance, we also have the forces to hit Brental. 6 Star Destroyers would force the rebellion to either leave Coruscant vulnerable or break off their offensive to protect the system. We could even send ships to attack Kuat. I speak for the Council of Moffs, Welko interrupted him. The defense of Karita is our prime objective. The air that Delis breathes seemed to go cold and stale. He speaks for the Council of Moffs. He's just a colonel. Delis was not the only man thinking those words. Looking up at the conversation, he saw Deshawn staring at the colonel with an expression far from befitting an Imperial admiral. Yawa speak for the Council of Moffs. Welko smiled thinly. From Delis' vantage point he seemed gaunt, with hollow cheeks, but his eyes gleamed with an inner fire that made the young man shiver. There are many changes afoot, Admiral. We cannot afford to lose Karita. Protect this system at all costs. But Admiral Deshawn was not willing to just let it pass. Reaper's commander handed his datapad to his aide and then folded both his arms behind his back, giving Delis a view only of the Admiral's shoulders. He had to strain to hear, especially over the bridge's combat chatter. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, Colonel. You'll have your chance to attack, Welko replied in a smooth Igmarian drawl. Soon enough, Admiral. For now, protect this system. With that, the ISB man turned his back, his heels clicking as he strode down the long walk. Who is he to give you? Deshawn's lifted hand cut off his aide's outrage. Send 1 Star Destroyer to each system the rebels are currently invading that have not yet been reinforced, he ordered. Tell them their orders are to defend the systems if possible, but to keep themselves in one piece. We cannot afford to lose them or their fighters. Send 1 Enforcer cruiser with each Star Destroyer as an escort and prepare our Katana dreadnoughts for rapid response and further reinforcement. Remind each commander that flexibility is required because their orders may change. His orders given, he turned back to his aide. Draft me a letter of protest to the Council of Moffs and a letter of resignation. Sir, I don't plan to use it, Deshawn assured his aide. Not if I have any other option. But I may need it as leverage. I will not have an ISB magpie standing on my shoulder second-guessing my orders. Either I command this fleet or he does, and I intend to know which. Yes, sir, replied his aide, sounding subdued. Now, we have some battles to win. The Admiral's gaze cast over the crew pit, and for the briefest of moments his eyes met Delis. Delis jerked, breaking the contact instantly, staring intently at his panel, and the rows and rows of pristine starfighters that currently lay waiting in Reaper's belly. Asterisk. Commodore Atral Taban sat in her command chair on the bridge of the brand-new Marshal-class escort carrier Rendili Vigil, tried not to glance down at the brand-new rank insignia on her day uniform, and hoped that Wedge knew what he was doing. She trusted him implicitly. He'd more than demonstrated himself capable of leading sentience into battle, but still, this entire operation was so incredibly risky, and even if it went well, a whole lot of people they knew very well were still going to die. But then, she joined the Imperial Starfleet knowing she might get killed trying to help protect people. She defected to the rebellion when it became clear that doing right in the Starfleet was the next best thing to impossible, and if her prime concern had been her own survival, she certainly would not have done either of those things. Still, Vigil was a brand new ship, a new design of sleek curves and deadly lines that cut through space like a vibraknife. She even had that new ship smell, sharp and astringent. It would be a shame to lose her, especially after all the time and effort Atral had put into getting her bridge and personal quarters arranged just the way she liked them. Is the squadron ready? She asked. Her Bothan communications officer, a business-like survivor of her old bridge crew, nodded. Ready? How far out are we? We're well outside the hyperlimit, Commodore. About 3 light minutes. She nodded, bringing the estimated distance up on her combat display. The fancy new holographic projector was definitely better than what she'd had to work with on Eshin Strike, but she wasn't sure if they were worth the extra expense. At least none of the cost of Rendili Vigil and her growing Solo sisters came out of her own pocket. That didn't mean, though, that she wasn't intimately familiar with what they did cost. She'd been present at the Rendili Hyperworks when ISB had staged its cowardly terrorist attack. She still had nightmares of watching 3 massive construction platforms simply fall apart in silent puffs of explosions, a dozen or so of her ships going from half-built to debris in a matter of minutes. She'd lost hundreds of people, and the construction crews she'd grown close to, worked hand-in-hand with, had lost thousands more. The marshals had not yet seen combat, unless the ones that had been dispatched to Bespin had unexpectedly found themselves in a fight. But that didn't mean they didn't already carry a grudge. The distance to the hyperlimit ticked down from 3 light minutes to less than 1. She watched it fall, eager anticipation gnawing at her. 1 minute outside the hyperlimit, Commodore. We've reached the engagement point. Well, Atril smiled confidently, as any good CO should. Let's bamboozle the bastards. Send the go-ahead to Captain Ailer and spool up our signal enhancers. Execute Mirage. Asterisk. Status change. The sudden dread in the officer's voice was all too obvious, and from the way every officer around him turned towards the call, Dellis could tell that he wasn't the only one who noticed. Silence was a rarity on a warship's bridge. An impossibility, really. The equipment never stopped making noise. But the beeps of the combat updates, the reports of engagements all around the galaxy, all faded into the background noise as, with bated breath, Reaper's massive bridge crew waited to find out what fresh havoc had been unleashed. Report 1 is Executor-class Super Star Destroyer at extreme sensor range, the voice rasped out. If the silence had been deep before, it was now positively thunderous. It faded as officers recovered, adrenaline keeping their bodies in motion as their minds struggled to catch up. Confirm that sensor reading, Admiral Deshorn's calm voice called in response. The rebellion only has 1 executor, and has already been reported at Bespin. Lusankya can't be in both places at once. Is the ship alone? Only the 1 contact so far. It's a bit fuzzy because of the range, but it does appear to be closing on our position. They're about 40 minutes outside of Carita's gravity well at their current speed and trajectory. Admiral. 1 executor against the fleet we have assembled here. Deshorn asked, his voice almost contemptuous. Everyone knows our crews are better than theirs. Lusankya wouldn't stand a chance in a straight-up fight against Reaper alone, and we're not alone. Dellis looked up at the Admiral, whose arms were folded confidently across his chest. They're bluffing, they're stupid, or they're planning something. Inform the fleet to be prepared for further rebellion arrivals. Tell Carita Command to prepare to launch snub fighters, but hold the launch under further orders. We don't want to waste fuel. Yes, Admiral. Are you not going out to fight them? Came a new, familiar voice, paired with the sound of boots clicking audibly against Reaper's command walk. No reason to. They need to come to us, Deshorn told Colonel Welko without looking at him, his tone dismissive. If we exit Carita's gravity well, they could drop additional ships on top of us without warning. Within the will we control the battleground. He finally turned towards Welko, gesturing out through Reaper's forward bridge window at the starscape beyond. If they're not bluffing, they're trying to lure us out to ambush us away from the Golan platforms. There was something about the tightness in Welko's expression, Dellis thought. A nervous anticipation, interrupted by surprise. The ISB man was used to being in control of the situation, and he didn't feel fully in control of this one. But whether that was because he was facing down Admiral Deshorn on Deshorn's own bridge, or because of the rebellion's aggressive action, Dellis had no idea. What he could tell was that Welko had absolutely no patience for Deshorn's tone. We should make a show of strength, Welko said, with the kind of certainty that could only come from ignorance. Rally the fleet. Lusankya is here, and is vulnerable, and if we destroy it, we will crush the rebellion spirit. We should not miss the chance. I thought my job was to protect Carida at all costs, Deshawn replied lightly. Clearly he had no patience for Welko at all, and was increasingly bad at hiding it. Your job, Welko said, his voice cutting through Reaper's bridge like a well-honed and fully powered vibroblade, is to serve the Empire when it calls upon you to do so. I am serving the Empire, DeHorn replied, and now the light tone was gone, replaced by a glacial coldness tinged with mounting anger. And I serve it best when I use my best judgment, not when I subjugate my experience, training, and wisdom to the whims of a neophyte. This is still my ship, Colonel Welko, and until you are promoted to Admiral, and I am ordered to turn my command over to you, I will give the orders to this fleet. He turned towards Reaper's comms officer. Commander, order the fleet to hold position and formation. We stand as we are until we know more. Delis tried to avert his gaze, but he couldn't help sneaking a peek at the ISB man. Welko's expression had gone deathly still, and his glare was casting ire worthy of a Death Star's super laser. Very well, Admiral, Welko said, but if the words were a concession, nothing else about his posture was. We will try it your way. For now. The Admiral ignored Welko pointedly, turning to face forward, and put Welko fully at his back. He folded his hands behind his back, and stared out in the direction of Lusankya, still much too distant to see with the naked eye. Stand ready to engage the enemy, assuming that is the mount there, the Admiral said. Any updates on the ongoing engagements? We have an update from Admiral Dalla, sir. She reports the destruction of. Delis did his best to put the ongoing conversation out of his mind. He had TIE fighters to manage and prepare, sending orders for squadron readiness and handling Kyp assignments. But out of the corner of his eye he watched the combat plot as the tiny blip marked Lusankya came steadily closer. Pelion grunted as Dreef updated him. Admiral Deshawn reports that a sensor signal matching a Super Star Destroyer has appeared 1 light minute outside of Carida's gravity well. Dreef's voice was clear and calm, but his expression was as drawn as Pelion could remember. Lusankya can't be in 2 places at once, Pelion said grudgingly. Which one is the real one? Maybe neither, sir. If Antilles is trying to keep us uncertain about which way we should jump, it's working, Pelion growled. We assumed Lusankya was on the other side of the galaxy. If that's not the case, he thought quickly, in the battlefield. Judicator and Chimera were battering Rising Tide while Endurance kept its distance, retreating deeper and deeper into Chazwell's gravity well. We need to end this quickly so we have the flexibility to respond to new threats. Bring us to point-blank range with Rising Tide. Order Judicator to do the same. Asterisk. There was absolutely nothing like the adrenaline rush of flight. Hasujnal has spent 3 years at the Carradine Academy, and he'd known a lot of people in those years, a lot of young men in their late teens and early 20s who were finding themselves at the academy. Not all of them made it. His first roommate, a fellow conscript from Capsa, had been conscripted despite a spice addiction, and never kicked it. Hack would come back to the small bunk room they shared and find him in a dazed stupor, talking nonsense about being able to see into people's minds and knowing the future. If Hack had to be addicted to something, better flight than Glitterstum. It was during the intake physical that he'd first been marked for flight school. His reflexes tested off the charts, so they put him through a battery of other physical and mental examinations and discovered that his spatial awareness was close to the highest mark they'd ever seen. There'd been only one higher mark on record, and they'd been keeping track going back to the Clone Wars. Then they started giving him work and discovered, to their delight, that what the son of Capsa farmers lacked in formal education he made up for in work ethic. Graduating first in his class, not just from the flight school, but from the whole Imperial Academy, had not been Hack's goal, not like it had been C's or Felix. He just wanted to fly, and the higher he scored, the more they let him. It's just another sim. Hack glanced over his threat and status boards, his wingman staying in close to protect him. Take the lead too. Yes, sir, Hack replied, grinning. He rotated the flight yoke 30 degrees and pushed it down, sending his defender into a spiraling downward spin. The X-Wing, which had been tracking him, couldn't keep up and cut velocity while Hack skimmed his fighter over the hull of the star cruiser Rising Tide, pumping some largely ineffectual laser and ion cannon fire into the big ship, leaving scarred paint in his wake. He flicked his HUD over to concussion missiles and fired one off. It slammed into a turbolaser cluster but failed to knock it out of commission. Concussion missiles really aren't meant for hard targets, he thought with disgust, wishing his defender was properly armed. But there was no reason for him to try to take out Rising Tide himself. He spun away from the rebel capital ship, clearing out his Judicator closed in. The two big ships splashed turbolaser fire against one another, some blasts breaching protective shields and doing far more damage than Hack had with his one tiny missile. All fighters get out of Judicator's way, the fighter operations commander aboard Magistrate ordered. Reminder from command to focus on enemy B-wings. As ordered, Hack acknowledged, looking for targets. He curled around, giving the sea of multicolor laser fire that stretched between Rising Tide and Judicator a safe distance, and blinked as his missile targeting alert blinked on. He jerked and weaved his fighter as he clicked through his HUD and found the same X-Wing which had been pursuing him before still on his tail. Stubborn rebel, Hack thought as he twisted his fighter through a tight loop that broke the targeting lock before the X-Wing could fire. He cut his throttle and came out of the loop with his pursuer dead in the middle of his scope. He pulled the trigger, pumping the X-Wing full of laser fire, and unlike Rebel Dream, the X-Wing was not well armored. It disintegrated into debris, the central fuselage shattering while the 4S foil spun away. That's 3, he said to himself, grinning with the exuberance of victory. He flicked through his HUD, looking for fresh targets. His computer screamed in alarm and sent a blood-red update across his screen. New enemy contacts reported. He clicked through his HUD, saw something flash past as he went too fast and skipped by the newly arrived rebel ships, and his heart stopped. He twisted the flight yoke, wanting to see for himself, and there she was. An enormous wedge of space, her nose pointed directly at the Warren Imperial formation. The Super Star Destroyer Lusankya had arrived, and was already disgorging snub fighters by the dozen. B-wings and X-wings, and other snubs too numerous to count slotted rapidly into perfect formations. Suddenly this battle didn't seem nearly so fun. Chapter 23. Lusankya came out of hyperspace with all her engines at full combat burn, building speed. X-wings, B-wings, A-wings, and U-wings poured out of the massive Executor-class Super Star Destroyer's hangar. They raced out ahead to reinforce their fellows already engaged in a series of messy furballs with Pellion's ties. It was times like this that Wedge really regretted hanging up his helmet, because right now, all he could do was watch and manage. The battle was in full bloom. He saw TIE bombers send a flurry of torpedoes into Rising Tide's starboard flank. The resultant explosion spit fire, debris, and bodies into space, and Wedge's stomach soured with memories of Gus Tretta. Rising Tide squadrons blazed away at the bombers as they attempted a second pass. Lasers blew through unshielded, unwieldy hulls, and pilots died, only to have the faster, more maneuverable, and better shielded TIE defenders exact their own vengeance for that small victory. The snub fighter battle was vicious, and his heart tightened as he ordered Commander Nita to send Tycho and the rogues into the heart of it. Creffy's voice carried through the bridge as the Bothan captain spoke clearly into his headset. Now hear this. Helm, make for endurance and Rising Tide. Tactical, reinforce forward shields and prepare for sustained enemy bombardment. Split or fire between Chimera and Judicator once we have the range. Guns, make your fire lanes exact, mark them, and inform fighter command to stay clear. His crew knew what they were about. They knew what their targets were. Captain Creffy barked orders, listing priorities, and adjusting Lusankya's trajectory to maximize her field of fire. The New Republic crew occupying the crew pits called back their confirmations, doing their jobs with professionalism and focus and no small amount of passion. General, said Commander Nita from beside him, Lusankya's comms officer holding a datapad. Message from Admiral Bell. She says Rebel Dream has taken serious damage. Rising Tide is still battle-capable. Endurance has no major damage to report. Lusankya will relieve Rising Tide. 4 of our fighter squadrons are being dispatched to engage the Star Destroyers assailing Rebel Dream, Wedge recited the battle plan with an almost rote muscle memory. Send my compliments to Admiral Bell. Yes, sir. Nita held his hand to his ear, talking quietly into his comm pickup. The Admiral says she wishes we'd gotten here a few minutes earlier. Wedge gave a rueful smile, but there was nothing to be said to that. Wedge wished they'd gotten here a few minutes earlier too, but they had to be sure that Commodore Taban was in position, both to decoy the fleet at Karita, and more importantly to keep an eye on it so that Wedge would know if the formidable Imperial formation there decided to the Pelian's aid. If they did, the Battle of Chaswa would probably grow to become the largest fleet engagement since Endor, with all of Wedge's dispatched ships converging on the system to fight it out once and for all with Reaper. But again, there was nothing for Wedge to do but wait and find out. He caught Nita staring nervously out the bridge window, in the direction of the Imperial formation. Are you all right, Commander? Nita shook himself and offered Wedge a small, nervous smile. Sorry, sir. It's just that, well, outside of one time when I couldn't shoot back, I've only seen an enemy in training. Maybe not, but I'd imagine being trapped on an unarmed orbital mirror station at the liberation of Coruscant gives you some perspective. Nita blinked in surprise. You knew where I was, sir. Wedge chuckled softly. I don't often miss when officers were at battles I fought in, especially battles with as little direct combat as that one. I've seen your file, Commander. You were about to graduate from Karita with honors before your cousin Lorth displeased Vader at Hoth. Wedge watched as Nita swallowed hard. Yes, sir. ISB executed most of our family for treason, but they let me live with just exile. Everyone deserves a second chance, Commander. Especially people who lost everything because of the Empire's tyranny. You'll do fine? The younger man swallowed, but his tremor subsided, and he spoke with hard-edged Coruscanti precision. Yes, sir, Nita said, his voice retaining a dursteel edge. I won't let you down. Sir? Very good, Commander. Return to your station. Nita retreated, and Wedge folded his arms behind his back and turned to stand facing Lusankya's forward bridge window, just as the ship's main batteries opened fire. He couldn't twitch or show any signs of nervousness. He had to trust that he'd trained his people right and made good plans. He couldn't just whip his X-wing through a multi-G turn and rip off a quad burst into an enemy tie. He had to stand there, with poise, and look like a fleet commander, like Han and Garm had taught him to. Even if he still didn't feel like one. Asterisk. Colonel Tycho Selchu felt his X-wing's engines flare, the momentum pushing him back in his pilot's couch. His HUD came to life, flickering as his astromesh fought through the mess of allies and enemies, working with the X-wing's computer to give Tycho a clear understanding of the battlefield. Tycho was glad to have Gate, the little astromech's experience managing the duties of both a squadron commander and pilot was invaluable, and Wedge had said he felt better with both of them to look after each other. Rogue Leader, this is Lusankya, he heard Commander Nita's voice. The General instructs you to clear the board of the enemy ties engaged with Rising Tide and Endurance. Secondary priority is reinforcing Rebel Dream. Acknowledged, Lusankya. We'll clean them up. Tycho took the moments he needed to get his bearings and felt the familiar calm that always came at the beginning of battle settle over him. He let his mind drift briefly to Winter and to their child, so close to being born. Then he brought his attention back to the battle and devoted himself to the role of Rogue Leader with all that he had, because anything less would mean disaster. All fighters, this is Rogue Leader. 2nd Division fighters, reinforce Rebel Dream. Everyone else, we're going after the fighters menacing Rising Tide and Endurance. Watch your wingmen and keep your heads on a swivel for those TIE defenders. Squadron leaders, report in. There was an echo of confirmations, and gate clicked off a series of green lights as each squad leader checked in. 48 of his ships, 4 full squadrons of X-Wings, A-Wings, and B-Wings, broke away towards where Rebel Dream was engaged in a firefight with 2 other M-Stars, with mass proton torpedo launches soon to follow. Tycho's attention, however, narrowed to his immediate responsibilities. 1 torpedo launch against the nearest Star Destroyer, he ordered. Just get its attention. Then break and take the fighters. Attack plan, Ripsaw. Repeat Ripsaw. Champion leader, we execute on your mark. Polearm, you're fully autonomous when we break. He still had no idea how Wedge managed it all while still sounding as calm as he always did. The HoloNet communication with Chazwa was weak. Between shields, the chaos of combat, and the extensive jamming everyone was doing to try to gain an advantage in the ongoing battle, Reaper was barely able to communicate with Chimera, much less do so with any clarity. It wasn't his job, but Delis worked to try to clear up the signal. Incursion including Lusankya, at least, Shantile's snub fighter squadrons. The communications team tapped into the Chazwa HoloNet station relay, and Delis reinforced the signal with Reaper's own hypercom unit. Pelian's holographic, blue image stabilized. Pelian continued his briefing steadfastly. Admiral, my formation, outnumbered and outgunned. Have word from Admiral Dalla, signaling her has been difficult as she is also in active combat. But an opportunity we should not pass up. An opportunity. The words were not the ones that he had expected from Pelian. Preparing to retreat? Yes. Begging for reinforcements? Yes. What about the Battle of Chazwa constituted an opportunity for the Imperial forces? But when Delis allowed himself to stop and think about it, it started to make sense. Lusankya had arrived to reinforce Chazwa, but had seemingly done so alone, and with Reaper in striking distance. Admiral Deshorn merely nodded. Agreed, Admiral. I'll have Reaper underway as soon as possible. Hold Lusankya there until our arrival. It was as if all the air was sucked out of Reaper's bridge as Deshorn turned away from the still open HoloNet link to Chimera. All hands to battle stations. Prepare for hyperspace jump, destination Chazwa. I want maximum combat speed. We need to arrive as soon as possible. Order 3 divisions of Star Destroyers to accompany us. We'll need all the firepower available to take on Lusankya with minimal casualties. What about the Super Star Destroyer signal we still have here, Admiral? Deshorn's it asked, sounding concerned. Delis found his mouth opening to explain, then closed it quickly. His commanding officer shook his head decisively, then explained for him. It's not real. If the rebellion had 2 Super Star Destroyers, we would know. They aren't easy to hide, much less 2 here and 1 at Bespin. Antilles has overplayed his hand and expects us to be bluffed into inaction by his phantoms. Aye, sir. Time to hyperspace jump. Engines are coming up now, sir, called the man at the engineering station. You'll have full thrust in 15 seconds, and we'll exit Carita's gravity well 4 minutes after that. All ships, hold jump until we have full combat formation. Deshorn ordered. We want to exit hyperspace ready to fight? I'll tie pilots to your fighters. Load bombers with proton torpedoes for anti-ship combat. We have a Super Star Destroyer to kill. Delis put his hand over the earpiece and keyed the snub fighter comm network. I'll tie pilots to your fighters, he echoed the Admiral. Repeat, I'll tie pilots to your fighters. Then he altered the loadout instructions on his panel and received a green affirmative light as the maintenance techs and droids started the arming process. He looked up at the sound of jogging and footsteps. Colonel Wilco swept down the long walk of Reaper's Bridge, approaching where Deshorn stood at the wide forward bridge windows. On either side of him were ISB stormtroopers, both with blaster rifles and large holsters slung from their belts. Belay all those orders, Welco's Agmarian drawl cut through the din. The Admiral turned away from the forward window, towards the approaching ISB team, his expression thunderous. Excuse me? He asked, and though his voice was soft, there was not a man on the bridge who could not hear him. The hollow image of Admiral Pelian flickered and fuzzed but reformed, and Delis could see the way Pelian's expression stiffened at the sudden, unexpected intrusion into his and Deshorn's battle plans. "I said belay all those orders," Colonel Welko repeated, and there was no mistaking the relish the man took from saying the words. "Our orders from the Council of Moffs are clear. Reaper is to remain at Kurita to ensure the defense of the system. I cannot assure the defense of the system if Chazwa falls, and if we decline to meet Lusankya in battle it won't be just Chazwa that falls," Deshorn explained, slowly meticulous, as if explaining astronavigation to a toddler. "Combined with her escorts and fighters, Lusankya has sufficient firepower to defeat any Imperial formation that does not include Reaper. If Reaper does not engage her, we'll either lose all our ships or our supply lines. We will likely lose both. Once again, Admiral, I remind you of the importance of Kurita. If Reaper..." The Admiral's patience was exhausted. "If, and I stress if, the rebellion strikes Kurita, we will have more than enough ships." "The decision is made," Welko declared. "I command this fleet, Colonel," Deshorn glowered. "Not you. That may be, but you serve the Council of Moffs. You speak for the Imperial Security Bureau," Dehorn shot back. "If the Council of Moffs wishes to countermand my orders, they are going to have to do it themselves." He turned away from Welko. "Time to hyperspace." 90 seconds, sir." "Admiral," barked Welko, "you really should discuss the matter with the Moffs before you make a decision you regret." Watching Deshorn turn back, slow and deliberate, Dellis genuinely feared that the Admiral might strike the ISB officer right there on the bridge. To his relief, the Admiral raised his arm rather than throwing his fist. "Hold hyperspace jump. Comms, give me a priority link to Entrala." The 90 seconds before their intended hyperspace jump time passed. The entire Imperial formation, Reaper and 6 Imperial II-class Star Destroyers, were all waiting to receive the order to proceed to Chazwa and join the battle. Everyone could see the fluttering, intermittent blue holographic form of Admiral Pelion, directing his ship against a clearly superior foe. Every second they wasted was one more second that Pelion would be under fire without reinforcement, and it wasn't like they would arrive to help him instantly. The trip to Chazwa was not a long one, but neither was it instantaneous. Finally, the main holo spewed up. Blue holo images of 2 people fizzled into existence. It took Dellis a moment to recognize the man in the background, and his heart tightened when he saw the distinctive garb of Grand Inquisitor Hamir, with his black robes and white armor. In the foreground, however, was a man in a Moff's uniform that he did not recognize. "Moff Disra," Deshorn greeted the man without hesitation. "I intend to take Reaper to engage Lusankya at Chazwa. My ship, and I must leave at once to participate in the battle. We're losing time." "I understand your desire," Disra said, holding his hands up in a placating gesture that made Dellis' heart tighten and caused the Admiral's expression to darken to something approaching thunderous. "And I commend your eagerness to fight the forces of the rebellion. Nevertheless, Admiral, on the recommendation of ISB, and after consultation with the agents of the Inquisitorius, I'm afraid I must order you to stand down. We cannot risk Reaper or Kurita at this time." Deshorn stared at the Moff blankly. He looked perfectly calm and composed, yet even down in the crew pit Dellis could feel the Admiral's rage. It radiated off him, burning in the Admiral's laser gaze and clenched fists. "Sir, this is an opportunity we will never have again, and if Reaper does not proceed to Chazwa, we will lose the system and likely many others in its vicinity. Without Reaper and the rest of my formation, Admiral Pelion and Admiral Dalla do not have the forces needed to defeat." "I have faith in Admiral Pelion," Moff Disra interrupted. "The orders stand, Admiral." Deshorn's gaze flicked to Hamir, standing unobtrusively in the background, then back to Disra. "I'm afraid, sir, that I have no choice but to resign my command and protest. This decision will cost the Empire ships and lives it cannot afford to lose, and perhaps even the war itself." Deshorn reached to his chest, and in total silence Reaper's entire bridge crew watched him strip the formidable rank bars from his own chest. The Moff's expression was one of stunned disbelief. Disra glanced in Hamir's direction, then his gaze flicked to the smug, self-satisfied expression worn by Colonel Welko. After an elongated heartbeat, Disra took a breath. I cannot accept your resignation at this time, Admiral. Resume your post and prevent any rebel incursions into Karita. We will discuss this matter further when circumstances permit. And with that, Disra and Hamir vanished. Dahorn, holding his rank in his hand, turned towards the figure of Admiral Pelian. The old man's expression was as stunned and confused as Delis had expected, but Dashorn, at least, was already past his sudden outbreak of gawking disbelief. Gilad, get your ships out of there. You can't hold Lusankya alone. Chazwa is lost. Save what you can. Pelian didn't say a word. He just nodded, and his image vanished as he turned away. You should not be so pessimistic, Welko said airily, though a retreat would be in character for Admiral Pelian. He has a history of fleeing from battles and then claiming them hopeless after the fact. Delis felt all the blood drain out of his face. Dashorn secured his rank plate back on his chest, then took 2 steps towards Welko. He was smaller than the other man, and much smaller than the 2 armor-clad troopers standing on either side of the ISB colonel, but he did not look intimidated. Get off my bridge, the Admiral growled. As you wish, Admiral. If the Moffs have any further instructions, I will return to deliver them. If the Moffs have any further instructions, they'll deliver them, Dashorn ground out, clenching his fists. Your presence will not be required. Helm, turn us around and get us back into Karita's gravity well. All ties return to standby readiness. That brought Sheena's Delis back to his duty. He returned his hand to his earpiece, instructing Reaper's pilots to reduce their readiness level. As he did, he remembered something Dashorn had told him not that long ago. You do not want to irritate ISB. Only admirals can get away with that, and even then it is a risk. From Colonel Welko's stony expression, it was a risk indeed. While commanding Chimera and giving orders to his fleet meant Pelian had no time or attention to spare being angry with the Moffs for abandoning him, a small corner of his heart tightened with aggravation nonetheless. First Grand Moff Kaine refused to support Thrawn the way we needed. Then Moff Disra abandoned Rogris in an impossible position at Yukio. And now is my turn to be staked out for the Loth Wolves. He issued a storm of orders as he rapidly keyed shorthand directives into his command datapad. Launch all remaining ties. All bombers, your primary target is Rising Tide. Secondary target is Endurance. Judicator, Chimera close to point-blank range with Rising Tide. We need to finish it off as soon as we can. Gonfalon, Exigent, make a withdrawal towards the hyperlimit and acknowledge my last. He stared at the plot as Lusankya carved through space, her enormous, pointed nose aiming straight at Chimera and the smaller Magistrate, the comparatively tiny Venator-class Star Destroyer that housed all too many of Pelian ties. Unfortunately, unlike Gonfalon and Exigent, whose engagement with Rebel Dream had strayed towards the edge of Chazwa's gravity well, Chimera, Judicator, and Magistrate had pursued Rising Tide and Endurance closer and closer to the planet, and there weren't many avenues away that would permit them to evade Lusankya. The only option they had was to put on speed and burst around the planet and out the other side, but Lusankya was closing the range. Already the Super Star Destroyer's main batteries were firing ranging shots, and while the ones that struck Chimera and Magistrate's shields were absorbed easily at this range, that would not be true for long. Guns, designate Rising Tide Sengines and tractor beam emplacements as primary targets, Pelian ordered. We don't need to kill her, we just need to get around her. The rebel snub fighters which had been launched by Endurance had been greatly reduced in numbers over the course of the engagement. 6 squadrons, of full 72 fighters, were now reduced to just more than 40. The ragged remainder swarmed over Pelian's TIE bomber squadrons, but screened by the formidable TIE defenders, including Pelian noted absently, the small icon that represented Hacknall, performing more than admirably in his first combat engagement. The bombers got their salvo off. Proton torpedoes burst against Rising Tide's multi-layered shields, already close to overloaded from the constant barrage from Chimera and Judicator. Armor buckled as the torpedoes ripped deep into the Mon Calamari construction and exploded, vaporizing shield generators, turbolaser clusters, and personnel. The spinning star cruiser bucked, all his running lights flickering as his power shifted from primary to secondary, but more importantly, his huge array of engines went half dark. Given a choice between maintaining shields or maintaining speed, Rising Tide's commander chose shields. Wisely, Pellaeon thought, as the alternative would have meant losing the ship altogether. Judicator, Chimera target endurance. Pellaeon barked, viewing the brand new Republic fleet carrier, still leading him deeper and deeper into Chazwa's gravity well. We'll knock her out and then take a slingshot around the planet and head out the other side. He nodded at Lieutenant Shell. Tell Captain Brande to stick with Chimera and prepare to flank Endurance. Copy. All TIE bombers, reprioritize targeting. Pellaeon barked, watching on his bridge readouts as Lusankya's massive wing of fresh, veteran fighters raced towards the fight, led by eager B-wings. Asterisk. All TIE squadrons, prepare for incoming fighters, the convoys of the 212th Squadron commander said. Hack viewed his HUD, quickly getting a sense of the battle. Rising Tide was out of the fight, falling behind the charging Chimera and Judicator, whose forward guns were now battering Endurance. Out ahead of them, TIE bombers were making their first missile launches, covered by a few TIE interceptors trying, mostly in vain, to protect them from what was left of Endurance's fighters. Hack put that side of the battle out of his mind. Lusankya was pursuing the pair of Imperial II-class Star Destroyers, and just as Chimera and Judicator were firing on Endurance, building speed as they aimed to try to escape by racing past Chazwa, Lusankya clearly aimed to stop their escape. If Lusankya's fighters started pegging their engines with proton torpedoes, there was a good chance it would succeed. As he watched, the threat that Lusankya posed became all too clear. His squadron's home base, the Venator-class Magistrate, had been flying in Chimera's wake. That had protected the ship from Rising Tide, but now left her vulnerable to Lusankya. Despite her capacity, Magistrate was tiny compared to the massive, lethal bulk of Lusankya, and the Super Star Destroyer's attention seemed almost casual. Like it had barely noticed Magistrate and was crushing her as one might dispose of a small, flightless insect. The torrent of turbolaser fire stretched out for kilometers as Lusankya poured gobs of energy into the ship that had been, oh so briefly, Hack's home. His quarters were there, he'd been given a single room, a privilege of his rank, and so were his possessions. His dress uniform, his award for his graduation ranking, the text that maintained his fighter, that pretty commander he'd met in passing at lunch. They were all aboard that tiny, fragile-looking vessel whose outdated shields were straining to hold back the tides. They broke. Hack gasped as he saw green morph into red as turbolaser fire breached Magistrate's shields. Vast sectors of once pristine gray deck plate were now ablaze, and Lusankya's poor turbolaser batteries continued their assault. A fist clamped around his heart as they drilled through hull and armor, blasting through hangars, and fire erupted from inside the ship, and then it vanished in a bright, searing eruption. Magistrate was gone. All fighters, came his commander's voice, still somehow sounding as calm as it had been before. All wings form up, stick tight, and hit their bombers. They cannot be allowed to break through to Chimera. Try for concussion missile locks. Copy, leader, he said, his heart pounding. It's just another sim, he told himself again, regulating his breathing beneath the mask. Just another sim? He flicked through his HUD and found the rebel fighters closing. 4 squadrons of unescorted B-wings, more heavy bombers, heading to do to Chimera and the old man what their mothership had just done to Magistrate. He flicked his controls over to concussion missiles and found the lead B-wing, pinning the less maneuverable ship squarely in the center of his crosshairs. His HUD blinked yellow, the interface in his helmet beeping to match. Steady, said his commander's voice, the com crackling. Before he could have a solid lock, the line of advancing B-wings opened fire. Proton torpedoes leapt out ahead of them, racing out towards Hack's TIE Defender Squadron and his mates, and instinctively Hack pulled the trigger, launching his own concussion missile before the lock was solid, and swapped back to lasers. He pulled down the trigger, sending a burst of green fire to intersect with an incoming torpedo, and it exploded. The torpedoes all exploded. A ripple of fire in space, an extended line of eruptions as the line of torpedoes burst as one, scattering his sensors. Instinctively, he slammed the stick down and sent his fighter evasive. "Go evasive," came a belated cry from one of the squadron members. Dot. A wings in the rear. The communication signals fuzzed with static, and some of them died, and his HUD screamed as members of his squadron vanished. He twisted the stick back up and saw a flash of a wing and X-wing engines as the faster craft suddenly erupted from behind the line of B-wings, charging out in the moment of blindness created by the torpedoes. The A-wings filled space full of concussion missiles. Judging from the utter screaming of his missile lock-on warning system, at least two were targeting Hack, and he jerked his defender into another spiraling evasive maneuver. The scream died as he shook his pursuer, and with a vicious curse he chopped his thrust to turn more quickly and brought the offending A-wing into his sights. It was painted with blue stripes, and Hack used all the massive firepower of his defender to dust it. Hack found himself in the middle of chaos. Fighters were everywhere, lasers were everywhere. His wingman was gone, he realized. The clone must have been killed during the initial clash, and Hack gave himself fully over to his combat instincts. He hauled back on his flight yoke and charged into the densest crowd of enemy fighters. Focusing on a B-wing, he flicked his defender's tractor beam and grabbed the larger starfighter. He sent a burst of ions into the fighter and twisted his yoke again, using his momentum and the lasso of the tractor to force the B-wing out of line and into the path of his wingman. The two B-wings collided and crumpled, wings going in every direction. There was no spectacular explosion, but the pair of disfigured snub fighters spiraled away, out of control. He didn't have time to celebrate the maneuver. Instinctively, he jerked his yoke, making the fighter twitch just as red laser fire burned past his upper wing. The defender's computer obediently reported that his new foe was an X-wing just as more laser fire splashed against his aft shields. The defender's shields absorbed the blow, but his HUD blinked red at him, letting him know that their ability to absorb damage had been stripped away. Sith spit, he thought, rocking the defender to shake the X-wing as he shunted all power aft. The pilot was damn good, and despite Hack's advantages in speed and maneuverability, he still couldn't shake the Minoc. He stamped his left foot to engage the etheric rudder and hauled back on the throttle, all while scanning for his adversary. As his ship rotated, lasers lashed out at his fighter again, making his HUD blink with the red report of combat damage. Instinctively, he juked to the left, then down to the right, spinning away. It ought to be impossible for any X-wing to follow him through that maneuver. Hack jerked in surprise as a fresh laser blast scorched his canopy, because how in all the nine hells of Corellia did anyone manage to anticipate him? He pushed hard on the controls, trying to. Asterisk. Tycho finished his upward spiral, letting loose a final burst of quad fire. 3 of the 4 lasers slashed into the enemy defender, shredding through the cockpit, and his target exploded. He flew through the fireball, then chopped his throttle to let his wingman leapfrog his position as he readjusted. Take point 2. Copy, Rogue Leader, Alan Varth responded. She dove straight back into the fray, targeting another TIE defender, this one also menacing their B-wing squadrons. She wove through a debris field and zipped ahead, merrily stitching the second defender with a chain of dual-linked fire. The fact that the enemy ship was not instantly destroyed said a lot about the advantages of the defender over more traditional TIE designs, Tycho thought grimly, and added a surgical shot of his own to finish it off. Gate whooped in alarm. "Cover me," Tycho ordered, then flicked over his HUD, allowing Gate to bring up the new alert. "You're all clear, lead." Gate highlighted the change in status and Tycho's expression tightened. Commander Nita's voice came over the comm. "Report arrival 3 Imperial Star Destroyers, all closing on Lusankya." We didn't hear anything from Atral about detecting departures, Tycho thought, so they're not from Karita. Gate, can you identify any of the Star Destroyers? Lee's Star Destroyer is Gorgon, under the command of Admiral Dalla. Last reported in the Durron system by Admiral Vante. Have we heard anything from Vante since that report? No messages received. Tycho side? Understood. Asterisk. The arrival of 3 Imperial Star Destroyers was not enough to turn the tide of the battle, but they were a welcome addition to his forces nonetheless. Dala's squadron had begun with 4 ships, Hydra was missing, and Pelion assumed the ship had been destroyed at Durron, but the remaining 3 board in system towards Chimera at flank speed, straight from hyperspace. Chimera and Judicator were past rising tide now. The big star cruiser was still nipping at their heels, but her engine damage left her falling steadily behind, which meant the only threat left in front of them was the New Republic's fleet carrier Endurance. The stubborn ship and his remaining fighters were harassing his pair of star destroyers, even as Pelion stared out at Endurance, framed with the blue-green globe of Chazwa behind it. One of the New Republic's A-wings made a strafing run across Chimera's hull, splashing laser and missiles against his bridge shields, but Pelion ignored the noise. The real threat was Lusankya. The massive Super Star Destroyer was hard on their heels. It was already moving faster than rising tide, and was still gaining speed, and if it caught any of his Star Destroyers in its tractor beams, there would be little chance of escaping Chazwa's gravity well in one piece. Can we get a communication to Admiral Dala? He asked Lieutenant Shell. His comms officer looked up at him, his expression twisted into a frown. The jamming over there is so strong that it's hard to get anything at all, sir. That was the answer he had expected. He gazed at the combat plot and tried to divine Dala's decision-making. He didn't have to wait long. Manticore and Basilisk were on the offensive, exchanging probing volleys fire with Lusankya, attempting to bypass the bigger ship with their superior acceleration and join his main formation. If Pelion was right about their intention, the maneuver was intended to help Chimera and Judicator destroy or break past Endurance, then head out past Chazwa to break out towards the hyperlimit. But that strategy would only work if they didn't all get caught by Lusankya. Now, where was Gorgon? With a precise gesture, he highlighted Dala's flagship on the plot. Gorgon was ringed with the red of combat damage, although the computers weren't sure how much damage exactly, and she either couldn't or wasn't keeping pace with her sisters. And that wasn't all, there was something about the trajectory. Sir, I believe Admiral Dala intends to ram Lusankya, Commander Dreef said behind him, his eyes gazing at the same combat plot. Pelion looked between the 2 ships, checked the rest of the battle, out towards the edges of the system. Gonfalon and Exigent were preparing to jump to hyperspace. They are sparring with Rebel Dream and the New Republic's fighters nearing the close, and then checked the trajectory. Alter our course 5 degrees to port and cut velocity to allow Judicator to take the point position. All starboard gunnery teams aboard both Star Destroyers prepare to engage Endurance as we pass. Tell engineering we're going to have additional combat, and that I want to go to hyperspace as soon as we can jump. Sir. Gorgon came into the system with damaged sublights, Pelion explained, turning his attention back to Dala and wishing that he had the ability to talk to her. She must have taken combat damage breaking out of Durron. She can't escape Lusankya, so Dala is saving the rest of us. Asterisk. Wedge swallowed with a suddenly dry throat as he watched Gorgon bear down on his flagship. The arrival of 3 new enemy Star Destroyers was bad news, not just for what it meant for this battle, but for what it implied about the outcome of the battle at Durron. But the third of the new arrivals was either suicidal or desperate. At its present velocity, Captain Creffy was saying, a collision with Gorgon would not be fatal, and it doesn't appear she has the ability to build up much more speed. We can't take the hit, sir. We're 19 times her size, and by the time she reaches us she might not even be in one piece. Our tractors can handle it. But even if that was true, the damage Lusankya sustained would likely knock the ship out of the rest of the campaign. Your recommendation is noted, Captain, he said. All guns, target Gorgon, and open fire. Helm, reduce speed to avoid the worst of the collision, and rig for emergency tractors. Lusankya's tractor beams ought to be able to deflect most of Gorgon's bulk. That plus the trajectory alteration should preserve his flagship's combat ability. He turned to Nita. Get me Admiral Bell if you can. Order her to disengage at best speed. Nita looked up with wide eyes and relayed the orders. Kyp vanished, his lyrical voice relaying Wedge's instructions to Lusankya's bridge crew. Through the port bridge windows, Wedge could see the distant form of Gorgon, and then space filled with green light as the Super Star Destroyer opened up with all her forward guns that could bear. Gorgon did not break off. The Star Destroyer came closer and closer, shields burning away under fire. The Star Destroyer shed life pods and shuttles, all fleeing down towards the surface of Chaswa, while her remaining crew rode their ship. Wedge waited, watched the plot, and judged his moment like the freight handler and smuggler he'd once been. Tractors now. Gorgon slowed slightly as she neared her final turn, her underside taking the full brunt of Lusankya's firepower, returning a drizzle of fire for the torrent she received. More escape pods flared out from the ship, which assumed that was the last of the ship's crew evacuating, and then the entire Star Destroyer started to break apart. Debris crashed against the shields over Lusankya's prow, but most of Gorgon's remains shot past the Super Star Destroyer's nose and out the other side as they were redirected by Lusankya's massive tractor beam projectors. Lusankya shuddered from the impact, but Wedge's attention had already moved on. He stared out towards Endurance, all ahead full. He and Kyp barked at the same time, willing Lusankya to accelerate. If they could put on enough speed fast enough, maybe they could break out to help Endurance. The carrier was now engaged with both Chimera and Judicator, fighting back with verve but now outgunned badly, and both Manticore and Basilisk were moving to engage her as well. There was no way Endurance would last long against 4 Star Destroyers. Wedge swept to control on his combat plot. Endurance grew to give him a better look, and he took in her port side and engines awash in flames as the carrier's own escape pod sloughed off her starboard side like a reptilian shedding its skin while her guns barked defiantly back at her foes. Come on, Arita. Get to the pods. Transmission from Endurance, sir. Nita's voice was nearly frantic. Wedge stabbed his console, bringing up the message. Admiral Bell, this is General Antilles. Evacuate. Repeat, evacuate. The image of Areta was staticky and showed little, but through the fuzz came occasional moments of clarity. Admiral Bell was slumped in a chair near a console, fires burning in the background as the holo shimmered with smoke. She was wounded, Wedge couldn't tell how badly, and her words came only with difficulty. Skeleton crew on guns, snub fighter squadrons ordered to. Still have proton torpedoes. Endurance's remaining fighters engaged the remaining ties. As Wedge watched, Tycho and the Rogues, and the rest of his fighter contingent, raced after them, just now entering long-range proton torpedo distances. Tycho didn't hold back his fire. Despite chances of a solid hit being low at this range, the Rogues shot a salvo of torpedoes, which raced out ahead of the slower snub fighters, hoping to score the hit that might save Endurance. They did not. Endurance took a full broadside from Chimera's second pass, following closely on the heels of Judicator's volley. A flurry of turbolaser fire pounded into Endurance's wounded hull, blasting through the carrier's reinforced bulkheads and into the cavernous interior where fighters would be stored. Thankfully, there were no fighters left aboard, but secondary explosions made themselves known as fuel and munition stores were hit. There was an explosion somewhere behind Arita. She was still talking, but Wedge couldn't make out any of the words. When Chimera was passed, Manticore and Basilisk took their turns on the stricken ship. Gorgon's sacrifice had cost Lusankya speed, and all Wedge could do was watch as the last 2 Star Destroyers ripped Endurance apart. Retta. Wedge's voice was thick with sorrow, because he'd known Areta Bell for years. She'd been at Hoth. Been an honor, a drink for me and Coronet, until Corellia. Endurance flared his engines and thrusters again in defiance before the almost brand new ship broke apart and the communications feed went dead. Areta's staticky hollow image sputtering to fragmented noise. To his shock, Wedge realized that in his desperation to try to save Retta, and his knowledge that he could not, he had almost missed her parting gift. The carrier's prow, still mostly intact, plowed into Manticore's side. Where Gorgon's debris had been only a minor inconvenience for the much more massive and more prepared Lusankya, Endurance's remains sheared through armor, tearing a gaping wound in Manticore. Manticore shed shrapnel as a maelstrom of metal punctured her hull. Now beyond Chazwa and out of Wedge's reach, Chimera, Judicator, and Basilisk escaped into hyperspace. For a brief moment, the bridge was silent around Wedge. He caught Cena's supportive gaze out of his left eye, and he choked back his agony and rage and spoke with cold deliberation. Stations. Fighter command, kill that ship. Then report readiness for further action. He stroked his finger over his display, sweeping Endurance's profile off his screen. There are other battles ongoing. If we move fast, we can still catch some enemy ships away from Karita. Once our fighters finish off Manticore, get them back aboard, rearm them, and turn them around again. We're going to hunt down and kill every Imperial ship in a 3-sector radius. Heartfelt acknowledgments rang around the bridge. Lusankya's fighters spun towards the dying Manticore, and Wedge stared over at the large sector map, searching for fresh targets. Chapter 24. New Republic intelligence was still a young institution. Originally born out of the ad hoc, awkward marriage of many different solo intelligence operatives, the rebellion's intelligence apparatus had been a disorganized mess. Held together by the bravery and determination of many now-dead humans and aliens, not to mention by the memory of one Winter Retrack, who had for years substituted for a real computer mainframe. General Aaron Kraken had spent the years after Endor professionalized and organizing that disorganized mess into something that could compete on an even footing with Issan Isard. After the reconquest of Coruscant, Ila had walked by his side into the heart of Imperial intelligence. Hidden away deep in the Imperial Palace, close to the Emperor but not too close to the Emperor, Isard's lair had been like the woman herself. Largely utilitarian, but with a brutalist edge that got more and more jagged the closer to the heart you got. Isard had booby-trapped all of it. Clearing those traps and then restoring the facilities for NRI's use had taken years, but thanks to those efforts NRI now had access to an intelligence suite on par with the very best that even Imperial money could buy. Among those restored facilities was the galaxy's best chemical weapons analysis lab. Although it wouldn't surprise Ila if the Happens had a better one, what with all the palace intrigue among the higher echelons of the Happen court. Ila and Kyp waited in the lab's office, its receptionist droid watching them both with the rapt intensity that came with the security concern. Ila tried not to take his suspicions personally. All NRI droids were suspicious. That was part of their basic nature. The office was well furnished, with a large interior glass wall that looked into the lab itself. On the other side, more droids were performing what appeared to be their basic functions, while a cluster of humans and aliens were clustered together, talking quietly. "Think they found anything?" asked Kyp. "Yerite isn't exactly common, even on Coruscant," Ila replied. "If we're lucky they'll find something we can use to trace it to its source. And if they don't, then we'll have to follow another lead." Kyp both sounded and looked uncertain. "I wouldn't be so sure we can find something. Certainly not before Colonel Kurias can slip past the export checks, if he hasn't already, or the municipals successfully lobbied to lift them." "If he's already off-world," Ila replied, her tone lighthearted, "we'll just have to track him down off-world." She wondered if he could hear in her tone the words she didn't say. Even if that means waiting for Wedge to conquer Yaga Minor so we can go through every last Ubictor file. From Kyp's tone, he did. "It won't be easy." "No," she agreed, keeping the same lighthearted tone. "It won't. But we'll do it anyway." Kyp went quiet and the conversation ended. On the other side of the glass, the techs and their droids continued their meeting, occasionally glancing at Ila and Kyp, then resuming their conversation with even more animation. The silence left Ila nothing to do but worry about Wedge. It wasn't just that he was going into danger. Wedge was an X-Wing pilot. He'd flown against not one but 2 Death Stars. The fact that Wedge did terribly dangerous things even more dangerous than what she did for her own occasionally dangerous job, had produced more than a few of Ila's sleepless nights. The last time she'd been in a relationship it had been with Derek, and Derek had been safe and normal, and she could count on him to have the calf mane in the morning and to talk about work if she wanted to talk about work, or about sports or art if she wanted to talk about anything other than work. Wedge was neither safe nor normal. He was worth the nightmares, of course. She loved him too much to be put off by those. She had plenty of them, and only a few of them featured Wedge. Besides, Wedge wasn't going into battle in an X-Wing cockpit. He was going into battle in a big, safe Super Star Destroyer, the biggest, most robust and well-defended ship in the whole New Republic, and the biggest target for the Empire to focus on. So she was still worried. While Wedge might be physically safer now, Ela knew better than most just how deeply every death among the rogues cut into Wedge. She'd watched him work deep into the night, a half-empty glass of Warren's Reserve sitting on his desk, writing condolence letters to the families and friends of his fallen pilots. In her nightmares, she didn't dream about Wedge not coming home. She dreamed about Wedge never leaving that desk. Colonel Dendo, Agent Wessery. A voice brought Ela out of her imagined unhappy future and back to the already unhappy present. At least in the present she had a clear objective. "What do you have for us?" she asked. There were 3 techs, led by a short, smartly dressed Selkith. Her large, flat head had 2 large eyes on either side, shallow nostrils paired together at the front of her head, and a pair of hanging lobes on either side of her wide mouth. Her skin was a gleaming, almost polished green, though it appeared at least somewhat dehydrated. Her fellows, a human and a Rhodian, both stood aside to let her talk. "We have finished our examination of the chemical traces of Yerite found at the scene, as well as the samples taken from the deceased." The Selkith handed Ela a datapad. She glanced over it before handing it off to Kyp. "The best samples were those taken from Grand Moff Kaine. You were right about him being the entry vector for the weapon. He was infected with it about an hour before he started showing symptoms." "Is there any way of tracing the Yerite back to its source?" "Normally I would say no," the tech said, "but we may have at least something useful for you." She stepped behind the nearby desk and pressed a button, and dark shades fell over the glass window looking into the lab, hiding them from the view of the droids and techs that remained inside. Then she brought up a holoprojector, which displayed a series of chemical formulas. "I can't tell you where the Yerite was made, but in order to delay the activation of the Yerite, they had to combine it with another substance." She tapped on the holodisplay, and one of the formulas grew larger. "I'll spare you the technical name. This is a substance which is usually combined with flavors or intoxicants in a vape quill. It is used to delay the full effect, so that the flavor or intoxicant grows more effective with time. A very similar substance was found combined with the Yerite and allowed the poison to remain in Grand Moff Kaine's system long after his initial exposure." The Selkith's large, flat eyes blinked. "It also diluted the Yerite. That may have been why Counselor Organa Solo survived." "But not Garm?" Ela thought bitterly. "You can't track the Yerite itself, but you can track this additive." "I believe so." The tech waved at the display, and the chemicals vanished. In their place was a list of manufacturers with nearly 100 candidates and their locations on Coruscant. "If the Yerite and the delayed release compound were brought from off-world, there's nothing we can tell you. But if they came from Coruscant, they came from one of these facilities." The Selkith blinked again, her hanging lobe swaying a bit. "If you give us another day, we may be able to narrow the search based on a comparison with their existing products." "Send the list to my datapad," Ela said, removing her secured pad from her pocket and plugging it into the display. "You work on narrowing it down on your end, and Kyp and I will see if we can narrow it down on ours. If we're lucky, we might actually have a lead." "I hope so," the tech said with a dire nod. "The Empire enslaved my world. Mon Mothma and Garm Bel Iblis helped free us. I can assure you, Agent Wessery, we will not retire until we have uncovered every jagged stone." Asterisk. Ela Wessery liked her office. When she served in Coruscant, she'd had a cubicle, which she'd shared with Corrin, because space in Coronet City was always luxury that few, including Coruscant, could afford. After joining the rebellion and becoming an asset on Coruscant, She'd gotten used to using a small office in the apartment she shared with Derek as her working space, but the lack of security and the constant fear of Imperial security sweeps had deprived her of the ability to sprawl. Her office in the Imperial Palace, hidden deep within the NRI complex that occupied far more of the building than General Kraken would ever publicly admit, was an incredible gift. A large, sprawling rectangular space replete with hollow displays and data shunts. It had its own calf maker, a gift from Wedge. He'd bought an identical model for the rogues after being appointed Lusankya's commander, and it had received high marks from the notoriously hard-to-please rogues and a circle of comfortable chairs, which she'd happily appropriated from the room's previous Imperial owners. On the long wall before her, she had detailed information on each and every one of the companies that could manufacture Yerite on short notice. She, Kyp, and Winter, who Ela had invited in the hopes that her holographic memory could help expedite the process, had been in that room for the last 6 hours, and they were on their third pot of calf. Kyp made a disgusted sound and put his fresh cup down. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I'm sick of calf. Winter inhaled deeply. I'm not. I cut myself off hours ago. She shook her head despondently. No spring wine, limited calf. Being pregnant is just a bundle of inconveniences. Ela barely heard them. She was staring at one of the last manufacturers on the list, one she had put aside as an unlikely option, and her heart was sinking. She traced her finger down the wall unit, skimming through the list of details. This is a biochemical manufacturer, she said aloud, more for her own benefit than for her comrades. It makes a number of chemicals not dissimilar to Yerite. It would only take them a few hours to repurpose their machinery to produce a small quantity of Yerite, and it could be done without much fuss. She pursed her lips, frowning. The same kind of plant was repurposed by the Wookiees during the uprising on Kashyyyk, before the attack on Subjugator. There was a shuffle of footsteps, and Winter came to stand beside her, leaning in for a closer look at the display. It's a government contractor, she said after a minute. That's why it was towards the bottom of our list of suspects. Yes, Ela agreed unhappily. It actually was one of the facilities that was repurposed to help fight the Critis virus. They tried to develop non-back to counter agents that would fight the virus, but never succeeded. She tapped the board. Milked the government for a hefty number of credits, though. Kyp scoffed, wincing as he drank some more of his calf, then sputtering. Yuck, he muttered. That's Coruscant. Half the manufacturers on the planet make their living by overbilling the government. That's been true for, probably the last 15 or 20,000 years. Normally that would have elicited a laugh, but Ela wasn't in the mood for humor. Two things stand out to me, looking at this display. First, the manufacturer is located in Argosy District. The heart of Black Sun on Coruscant, Winter hummed thoughtfully. And the second is this. Ela scrolled down further, to the list of reported products. Take a look, she said, stepping back to let Winter look at the factory sales figures. Winter's eyes narrowed as she focused, and Ela could almost see the way Winter's brain automatically took the visual input and compared it against everything in her memory. Not for the first time, Ela was both jealous of Winter's brain and incredibly glad that she didn't possess it herself. They can't possibly be making a profit if this is all they're selling, Winter concluded. Not a chance. Even with the lower property and lease prices in Argosy District compared to other high industrial parts of Coruscant, there's absolutely no way that the facility is profitable based on this alone. Kyp kicked his feet up, lounging in Ela's favorite chair. He was, Ela noted, at least careful to make sure he didn't do any damage to it with his horns. That kind of tax evasion is a municipal problem, not ours. Local businesses don't pay any taxes direct to the New Republic anyway. In Argosy District, Black Sun is the municipal government, Ela pointed out. Or have you forgotten our little shootout with the constabulary the last time we were in Argosy District? So what? Ela looked over at Winter. What do you think? If you're thinking that Kurios used Black Sun to source his Yerite, you might be onto something, Winter said thoughtfully. He'd have to go to a criminal element, and even on Coruscant it would be difficult to get on short notice, unless you use Black Sun, which is large enough and diverse enough in his business interests to have a finger in every pot. She frowned and spoke very carefully. But I was under the impression that Black Sun's leadership had agreed not to do this sort of thing. I was too, Ela muttered. Not that I trust Fleary Voru farther than I can throw him. Winter waved at Kyp. Get me everything we have on Black Sun's activities on Coruscant for the last 6 months. If they're involved, I'll find it. Right? Have you had any communication with Voru since Leary? Winter asked Ela. That was a question that Ela could most definitely not answer. At least, not wholly. I have a way of making him hear me, she said instead. And I know that if he wants to talk to us, he can. But we haven't exchanged anything since, well, for a while. I take it you'll want to be making him hear you now. If we can prove that Black Sun was involved in the attack at the Malala Aster. He'll hear me, Winter. Whether it's with words, a blaster, or an orbital bombardment, I promise Fleary Voru will hear what I have to say. Ela shook her head. Voru wants me to believe that he's a Corellian patriot, but if he had any part of this, he's at least partially responsible for the death of one of Corellia's greatest heroes. Ladies, you should see this, Kyp interrupted. You found something already? No, Kyp shook his head. He picked up a controller and used it to activate one of the holodisplays, then flicked it over to one of the planetary news channels. Fighting throughout the galaxy, the Imperial HoloNet is newly reporting battles in the Arinda, Chazwa, and Besting systems, with other reports still coming in. Repeat, the New Republic has launched a massive invasion into Imperial-held territory, with incursions reported from systems as far apart as Bespin and Colomex. Ela's heart stopped. Winter gripped her arm as she swayed with sudden fear. The two of them lured closer to the projected image. Would appear this is in direct retaliation for the assassination of Senator Garm Bel Iblis. This is without a doubt the single largest military operation the New Republic has ever launched. Even the invasion of Coruscant and the attack on Bobringi were not so ambitious. We're up to at least 15 confirmed systems under attack by the New Republic. It would seem General Antilles is sending a message. Would not have launched this attack without approval from the New Republic's Provisional Council. You have to wonder, was Mon Mothma recovered enough to give her permission before this attack was underway? Or was this authorized by Councillor Feli a while? We have a representative of the New Republic Defense Forces, General Abot, Deputy Commander of the New Republic's First Fleet. The image shifted. The tall, purple Dornine was sitting in front of a large starboard emblem, gleaming crimson red, and wearing a perfectly tailored New Republic dress uniform. His long eyelashes and mustache were impeccably groomed. I have a statement, Abot announced. The New Republic has commenced Operation Garm's Hammer. It has been made clear that elements within the Empire are not interested in peace with the New Republic, and that whatever the desires of the Moffs or the Starfleet, those elements are effectively in control of the Empire. They were willing to kill their own Grand Moff in order to prevent peace, and have left the New Republic no choice but to respond. Turn it off, Ela said, her voice hoarse and her stomach roiling, sour with stale calf and fear as she tried not to picture Wedge's body drifting in deep space. As she watched the light in Derek's eyes go out while the blaster hung heavy in her hand. Kyp flicked out a talon finger, and the holo display flickered out. The silence hung heavy for long, treacherous moments, and neither Winter nor Kyp said a word. Let's get back to work, Ela whispered. Asterisk. When Winter was done, the proof was well-nigh incontrovertible. Kyp was twitchy, and Ela had progressed from clammy fear to cold fury. Not only could Ela prove that the factory in question was owned by Black Sun, involved in the illegal production of at least 3 different contraband substances, and protected by the Coruscant Constabulary, but she had enough circumstantial evidence that it had been the source of the Yarite that had been used to poison Leia and Mon Mothma and kill Garm to convince her that she had the right place. While Kyp conferred with General Madine, the two of them planning everything from a circumspect raid to a series of major raids all through Argosy District, Ela prepared a very different line of attack. General Kraken had banned direct access to the HoloNet from any NRI computer ever since the HoloNet's vulnerability to infiltration had been revealed 6 months before, so Ela had to use one of NRI's Securicom centers to make the connection. Record message using standard message encryption, she ordered. The screen blinked at her. Message recipient. Ela Wessery, Ela said. Subject. No subject. Message profile prepared. You may begin recording. Ela leaned towards the holocam. Flirry, Ela announced, with a smile like a vibroknife. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but it would seem your house has a borid infestation. I'm not surprised, of course, given the company you keep. Your house is no doubt full of the pesky creatures, but this one seems to have escaped and started gnawing through your neighbor's walls. She dropped her voice to a low, whispery growl. I know you consider yourself a patriot. You always claim to be so proud of how our home prospered under your beneficent rule. I wonder, did you know your board was responsible for the death of one of our greatest heroes? Did you know your board had violated the terms of your lease? Tell me, are you so bad at keeping order in your own house that you didn't even know your rat had escaped and bit the neighbor? Or did you know and decide that you weren't happy with our homeowner's contract and wanted to go to war with me? She folded her arms across her chest. Because I promise you, if you want a war, I will give you one. So, now I am interested in your house. You tell me, when I come busting through the door, am I going to be fumigating the basement? Or am I going to be bringing a full tactical team and enough incendiaries to burn down the whole city block and wipe out the entire nest hive? She flicked her hand to end the recording. Send message. Message sent. You have received an encrypted message from Ela Wessery. Do you wish to decrypt IT? Delete message, she ordered, and tossed the datapad into the recycler. Asterisk. Is it done? Winter asked as Ela returned to her office. Ela nodded. It's done. I know Black Sun keeps tabs on my HoloNet communications, which is why I don't send any messages under my own name anymore. Even with the encryption, Voru is probably already viewing it. Good. Winter's voice sounded funny. It took Ela's hazy, exhausted mind a minute to realize that was because the white-haired woman was crying. Winter. She gasped in surprise, taking Winter's arm. Are you all right? Winter just nodded a few times. Yes. She offered a genuine smile through her tears as she showed Ela the most recent message on her wristcom. Leia is awake. The first thing Leia saw was a smear of light, red and glaring against the inside of her eyelids. Flailing, attempting to breathe brought the confused combination of resistance and weightlessness, and it took her dazed brain far too long to fight past her fear to the logical conclusion. She was in a back-to-tank. Again? The slight metallic taste from the mouthpiece that covered her nose and mouth, the somehow pervasive itching sensation where the Bacta stimulated healing, and the sense of floating weightlessness were all sure confirmations that she was, indeed, in a back-to-tank. This wasn't new, after all. Leia had spent time in Bacta tanks during the years of rebellion. Once, as a child after a particularly nasty fall, Vale and Briha had taken her to the medical center, and instead of a salve or a patch the doctors had decided that it would be easiest to do a quick dip. At the time, she loved it, the novelty of the experience, the sense of weightlessness, but since then the preciousness of Bacta meant that every time she used so much as a drop of the stuff, she felt a sense of extreme guilt. Why was she in a back-to-tank? Bacta should be reserved for the people who really needed it, people like Garm. Suddenly she had to get out of the tank. She flailed, waving her arms and legs to get the attention of the 2-1B or medic that had to be keeping an eye on her, waving her limbs. After a minute, there was a heavy, pounding sound, followed by the muffled sound of evacuation as the Bacta drained from the tank. She sputtered as 2 pairs of arms helped her out of the tank, detaching the mouthpiece and draping her with a large, fluffy towel. She wiped her eyes, the reddish glare returning to blurry vision. It was a hospital room, Manare Medical Center, if she wasn't mistaken, and there was an odd, warm tingling sensation in her fingers and toes, almost like they were held too close to an open flame. Take it easy, counselor, an unfamiliar voice said, the 2 pairs of arms settling her down onto a chair as her eyes adjusted. It'll take a few minutes for everything to get back to normal. You might feel some tingling. That's the last of the counter-agent neutralizing the Yarite. Leia found that speaking was difficult. So was breathing. And moving in general. It took her twice the amount of time she should have required to gather her wits to speak, but she was proud to find that despite the effort her voice was rock steady. Counselor Bell Iblis. Garm is dead, Leia, said Mon Mothma's distinctive, soothing tones, thick with sorrow. Mon, what are you doing here? She blinked, her vision resolving to reveal the New Republic's chief of state, flanked by a half-dozen bodyguards, and as many doctors. I was also wounded in the attack. I'm fine, Leia, Mon Mothma continued, preempting Leia's next, panicked question. But it's taken some time to recover from my injuries. You're out of Bacta earlier than we expected, actually. How do you feel? Sluggish, Leia said with a groan. Exhausted? I've called Han. He'll be here as soon as he can. He's moved your children to the senatorial skyhook for added security. Leia frowned. That didn't make any sense. My children. The attack had been on the negotiations, not on her children. Is Grand Moff Kaine dead? Are we back at war? Leia, Mon Mothma's voice was soft, and Leia really looked at her for the first time, her gaze focusing on the face of the New Republic's chief of state. Mon Mothma looked as tired as Leia felt. Leia had never seen her look so weak, and had a Bacta patch affixed securely to the back of her neck. At the same time the Malala Aster was attacked, someone, we think ISB, maybe the Inquisitorius, made an attempt on the lives of Han and your children. What? The words still didn't make any sense. When they did make sense, Leia felt her soul nearly flee her body, as if it could be carried away to her children where she could see them and protect the man. They're all right, Mon Mothma reassured her. Han and Chewbacca were both wounded, but Winter and the twins are fine. She took Leia's hand. One of your Nori guards was killed. That had to be Mobvecker. Cacmame had been with Ela. And Kyp? Asked Leia. He's also fine, Mon Mothma said, although there was a hint of hesitation, as if she had to remember the answer before providing it. Leia could feel her instincts at war with each other, pulling her in every direction at once. The counselor wanted to ask about the negotiations, the state of the Concordat, and the war. The wife wanted to ask about Han and her children, about Chewbacca and Winter, wanted to extract herself from this hospital and go see them right that instant because what else could a woman who had just been told that someone had tried to kill her children do? She reached out with the Force and found, to her relief, that it was all too easy to pick out her children. Even in the smeared morass of endless life that was Coruscant, Jacen and Jaina were impossible to miss, and her bond to them was an unbreakable one. She felt too, twin little minds suddenly brighten with excitement, reaching out for their mother, making the lives of their minders that much more difficult. And they were close, they were nearby. They were only a few. Leia, Han said, his voice husky with unshed tears. And then she was in his arms, and her children were between them, and Chewbacca, and even Mon Mothma joined the embrace, and Leia sagged against her husband and buried her head in the crook of his neck, and did her best not to cry. She failed, and her family held her closer. So you think Colonel Kurios is responsible, Leia said. She was exhausted, and she missed their old quarters. She liked the new apartment. She liked it rather a lot, actually, with this incredible view of Coruscant below, and the enhanced security offered by distance from potential threats. But it wasn't the place she was used to calling home, and there was an odd sense of loss. She'd missed the chance to walk through the palace one last time. It didn't help that Kyp was gone. She'd gotten used to having him around, being told about what he had done in her absence, how he had saved the lives of her husband, adopted sister, and children, gave Leia a powerful desire to see and thank the young man. She felt his absence keenly, just like Mavekher's, and the collection of new Nori and Wookiee bodyguards felt somehow intrusive in a way that Mavekher and Cacmame had not been. Yes, I do, said Ela Wessery. In fact, at this point I think it's something of a certainty. And we're also certain that the Yarite they used to attack the conference was obtained with the help of Black Sun's Coruscanti Vigo. The tingling sensation had finally subsided, and while Leia still felt a little uneasy, like her body was slightly miscalibrated, struggling to find its natural rhythm as it relied on hazy muscle memory, she was feeling stronger than she had at the hospital. "What do we do?" asked Leia tiredly. It seemed like Voru was keeping up his end of the bargain we made until now. "I've sent him a message," Ela said evasively. "When he gets back to me, if he gets back to me, we'll know more about how to respond. In the meantime, I've got Kyp running surveillance on known Black Sun facilities on Coruscant while I work to identify where Carias might be hiding." Leia nodded. "And politically?" "The Provisional Council responded to the attack by coming together," Winter said. "They ordered General Antilles to intensify his plans and stage a direct attack on the Empire." Her lips pressed together with worry. "We received word that the attack is underway a few hours ago. Reports are hazy, but there are battles going on right now in at least a dozen star systems." Leia sagged in her chair, feeling her strength leave her. "This is exactly what we wanted to avoid," she murmured. "Yes," agreed Winter softly. "But that isn't our fault. This is ISB's doing." "What else?" "We have another draft of the Concordat," Winter said after a moment. "We found an annotated draft on Garm's datapad. It's already making the rounds among the Provisional Council. There are many on the Council who find his suggestions more amenable now than they would have if he'd been alive to make them himself." She shook her head. "The power of a martyr." "I'm sick of martyrs," spat Leia with sudden fire. "I'm sick of holding up dead friends as tools to rally people. I'm sick of it." The anger in Leia's own voice had surprised her, as she took a slow, calming breath. "What about the Empire? How has it responded to Kaine's death?" "No one's sure," Ela said, folding her arms together. "But it would appear that ISB and the Inquisitors are playing a key role behind the scenes now." "Then there is no chance of peace," Leia said, heartbroken. She thought about Kaine, about the agony and surprise in his eyes as he died. She hadn't liked him, she'd hated him, even, but it was clear in hindsight that, for whatever reason, he had been genuinely committed to the project of peace. She hadn't liked him, but just now she missed him terribly. Ela's voice was apologetic but firm. "No, I don't think so." Leia let that sink in. She waited slowly, turned it over in her mind, and gazed at it. She worked her way through all the implications. She thought of Garm. She accepted it. So be it. Leia sat up, energy restored as a righteous fire burned like a furnace within her. "We will end this war, one way or another. And we will hold responsible every selfish, evil person who is willing to treat lives like kindling to feed the fires of their own ambitions. We will do this and all the other things not because we want to, or because we have no alternative. We will do it because it is right." Chapter 25. Mara wondered when exactly it was that she'd started running a passenger service. One of the best parts of working for Card, especially now that the Smugglers Alliance was operating like a well-oiled, an occasionally oiled machine, was that she didn't have to deal with people much. The first few months had been an almost unbearable parade of dignitaries and senators bartering for her service, or smugglers she needed to persuade to sign on. She was good at it, surprisingly. She really was, but she found it stressful and exhausting, not to mention deeply frustrating. But once operations had settled into place and their customers had become confident with the automation, and once Mara and Card had acquired the small army of droids to help with managing both people and computers, she had stopped feeling like she was being pulled in different directions at once. It wasn't that she didn't like people. She liked people just fine. She just preferred to be alone most of the time. Or with Luke. Alone with Luke. Was that really too much to ask? Right now, she had Luke. He was handing her a steaming cup of hot caf, with exactly the right proportions of caf and sugar that she liked and would never, ever admit she preferred, and there was still something bizarrely wonderful about that. From the co-pilot, CD smiled at her as she sipped the concoction that made mornings tolerable, and that smile evoked a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with the heat of the caf. But Luke wasn't the only person aboard. Kyp was sitting in one of the bridge's passenger seats, peering out the forward window and watching the stars spin. In the common space behind the bridge, Cam was cleaning up the galley to the incessant, very good, but ever-present, music from Tyen's double vial, sometimes with choral accompaniment. Her droid, Slips, beeped unhappily at having been made to give up his co-pilot job to Luke and exchanged a series of incomprehensible beeps with R2. Her neat ship had become a menagerie. "Are we there yet?" Luke asked. Drawn from her musings, she lifted her eyes to Luke. "You know we are," she replied, indicating the comm scan board with a flick of an eyebrow. Luke merely smiled. "Yes, but..." He took her hand in his, either ignoring or not noticing the way Kyp watched as he turned her hand over and kissed her palm, asking you got your attention. She felt him reaching out in the Force. The bond between them strengthened as he followed the thread that connected them, his mind taking up residence next to her own. If someone had told her that she would desire a mental connection with the kind of deep intimacy of the one she shared with Luke, she would have said they were insane. But now she had that kind of intimacy, and she couldn't imagine losing it. "I'm going to need both hands when we come out of hyperspace," she said with mock annoyance, but her tone was a lie, and they both knew it. "How long?" R2. Luke asked. His droid whistled in response, a quick but not particularly complicated communication that even Mara understood without need for translation. 3 minutes, supplied Kyp from the back. The reminder of Kyp's presence killed the romance, and Mara found herself again wishing that she and Luke could have her ship to themselves. Giving her a wry look that said he understood, Luke released her hand. She put it back on her ship's controls and concentrated on the Navi computer as they raced towards the Yavin system. Tempered metal erupted into real space, the spinning white of hyperspace stretching into cylinders and then into the blackness of their destination. The bright green dot of Yavin 4 was ahead of them, rapidly growing in size as they approached it at near light speed, decelerating as they finished the transition to real space. A sudden icy chill washed over her, and Mara went rigid. On the planet below she could sense malice, alive and fresh with energy even as it rotted within. And all around her in space above the planet, she could feel. Luke was doubled over next to her, grimacing. "This wasn't how it felt the last time I was here, or I wasn't attuned enough to the Force to feel it." He shook his head, his expression bearing both the green of an upset stomach and something that went far deeper. "We just passed through the remains of the Death Star." Mara nodded, biting her lip. "A lot of people died," she murmured. Behind them, Kyp either wasn't attuned enough to the Force to feel the full effects of what they had, or he had recovered quicker. "A lot of imps died," he corrected. Luke prevented the exchange from any potential escalation by bringing their attention back to the matter at hand. "You can feel the presence down on the surface, too?" he asked her. "Yeah," she muttered. "I was right," Luke said, his voice laden with regret. "It's linked to the wound we just passed through." He sighed heavily. Aye, DD, wake him up." "Stop blaming yourself," Mara said hotly. "What were you going to do, not blow up the Death Star?" She shook her head. "Let's see if we can do this the easy way. Kyp, go get Tyen and the holocron. I have a question for it." "I don't think there is an easy way," Luke said doubtfully. "We'll find out. Start trying to find the center of that dark side presence down on the surface. R2, bring up the main gun and find us our target." Kyp was settling back into his chair when Cam and Tyen arrived behind him. Cam, like Luke, was dressed in a cream-colored Jedi outfit, with nondescript brown desert-like robes hanging loosely around his limbs. Tyen, by contrast, wore a somewhat flamboyant outfit in neon colors, which she now paired with a blast-resistant vest festooned with an impressive, seemingly oversized blaster rifle that Mara had given her. Between the rifle and her instrument case, Mara wasn't sure how she could possibly carry everything, but she didn't seem concerned about the burden. In her hands was the glowing blue cube of the holocron. The holocron sprouted a Jedi image almost before Tyen was fully inside Tempered Metal's cockpit. "What is it you intend?" asked the projected form of Jedi Master Vado Siaspas. We're going to find that Sith temple you spoke of and blast it from orbit, Mara said as the ship's main gun reported that it was fully charged. Oh, that's a good idea, said Tian. It's always better to provoke a millennial Sith spirit from a distance. She shrugged. At least, that would make sense to me. It's true of drunks. I don't know, Luke still sounded doubtful. I doubt it's going to be that easy. I do not know where Exar Kun's temple is located, Master Vado said. I never visited this world. Master Sunrider would know best. He faded, and was replaced by the graying, familiar form of Jedi Master Nomi Sunrider. On the planet's northern hemisphere, on the larger of the two main continents, very near the center of its central longitudinal line, there is a series of mountains and a large valley spotted with small rivers. There were a number of Massassi temples, some ancient, some newer. Luke nodded. The largest of those temples was a base for the rebellion, he explained to the Jedi Echo. That's where the Rebel Alliance massed its forces before the Death Star attacked. Mara watched the planet loom larger, angling the ship to orbit the planet. Once the ship's course was set, she turned the controls over to Slips. See anything yet, short stuff? She asked R2. The droid whooped in response. He's found the old rebel base, Luke translated. The Great Temple. It was damaged during our retreat. The Empire was all over us after the Battle of Yavin. Can you help us find Exar Kun's temple? Mara asked. Nomi Sunrider frowned. Yes, but I doubt destroying it will also destroy Exar Kun. It should be the last temple on a row laid out with the Great Temple at its point of origin. It's located in the center of a small lake. Find it, R2, Mara ordered. R2 blatted at her. She knew from growing experience that his response meant something close to "you already told me that." The foothills of the third mountain of the range, Luke murmured, tracing his hands over a projected holo of Yavin's topography. In the middle of a small lake, there are a lot of lakes down there, but most of them are quite overgrown. It's just one giant jungle, Tion complained, leaning on her double vial while they all examined the map. You can't see much of anything. Yes, Nomi agreed. And what we are looking for may be hidden by the dark side. R2 blatted again, then whooped. A wireframe structure resolved itself on the ship's targeting display, the ship's targeting scanners already calculating an optimal firing trajectory for tempered metal's main gun. I must urge caution, Nomi said urgently. When we came here after the war, we found no evidence of Exar Kun's presence. If he has awoken now, after so much time has passed, he has done at least 2 different things the Jedi of my time would have thought impossible. We have no idea what he is capable of. That's why we're going to try this before going down there, Mara replied curtly. But, despite her words, she looked over at Luke. His expression was tight and uncertain, but he gave her a firm nod. Mara wasn't going to wait for him to change his mind. She sighted her ship's spinal turbolaser on the structure, even on a monitor. Even from orbit, she could feel a sensation of sickly rot, and she fired. The bolt of green turbolaser fire launched down towards the planet, precisely targeted, and pay. Had Mara not been sitting down, she would have been hammered to her knees. She almost hit her chin on the console in front of her as she doubled over in agony. Beside her she could see Luke jerking his chair. She could hear the others in equal pain, and she could hear something else, something that slammed her telepathically, a chorus of tortured screams. It passed, and she gripped the chair and forced herself back under control. What in all the 9 Corellian hells was that? She gasped. I don't know, Luke panted beside her, still trembling from the sudden shock. They both glanced towards the holocron, while Nomi Sunrider's projected form was gone. Tion was clutching the cube in her hands, and as they watched, a flickering blue started to return to its more typical slow pulsing, though no ancient Jedi Master emerged to offer them counsel. I take it back, Tion groaned. Closer is gonna have to be better. Did we destroy the temple? Mara blinked at her panel, but it was R2's weary moan that said it all. She shook her head in astonishment. We didn't even scratch it. So much for the easy way. Asterisk. It took about 30 minutes for the holocron to return to normal and Nomi's Sunrider to re-emerge. She had no more idea than Mara did what had caused the psychic surge, but she agreed that whatever it had been, it was best not to make it happen twice. It was a good idea, Luke assured Mara, his hand on her back. But I agree. Let's not try that again. That leaves us with landing and going to the temple on foot, Mara said, without a real plan, hoping we can find some solution to this problem, after it just demonstrated how much power it has at its disposal. We'll need a place to land in, Luke agreed. I know we can set down at the Great Temple. It's easily got enough space for the ship. I don't see many other places with clearings large enough, and none close by. Exar Kun's temple was not within easy walking distance of the Great Temple, Nomi cautioned. Great, Mara muttered. Well, it may not be within easy walking distance of the Great Temple, but Luke is right. I'm not seeing anywhere else to put down. We just have to make the hike. Are you able to guide us through the jungle once we're on the ground? I think so, Nomi said cautiously, sounding much less confident than Mara would have preferred. But it will be a journey of several days, and if Exar Kun has been at work on this world for millennia, he may be well prepared for our arrival. It will not be an easy journey. No, it won't, said Luke, but despite the dire words his voice was confident. But if it were easy, we wouldn't have to be here. Tempered metal set down in the middle of a long-abandoned hangar, which Luke remembered all too well. He hadn't spent much time at the rebel base on Yavin 4. There hadn't been much time, given that the Death Star had been coming in behind him. But despite the brevity, his memories of the base were etched clearly into his mind. It wasn't that far from where they'd landed, that he and R2 had settled into his X-Wing for the very first time. R2 rolled down Tempered Metal's cargo hatch, towing 2 backpacks behind him. He whooped at Luke, released his pincer grip on the bags, and left them at Luke's feet, then turned to wheel back up the ramp. Chuckling, Luke took one of the packs and checked it over. It was, he was unsurprised to see, stocked with supplies for a several-day overland trip. I'm tempted to leave one of us here, Mara said as she walked down in the wake of R2's passage. That way we can use the ship for combat support if we encounter anything smaller than a darkened fused temple. We'll leave R2, Luke suggested. We know well that he's trouble in a forest, and Yavin is more treacherous than Mirkur was. If we need him, he and Slips can fly Tempered Metal and offer us some heavy firepower. They might not be able to land her, but... Point, she sighed, bringing down the goggles she wore to cover her eyes with their protective lenses. I'm guessing it will be 3 days' travel. Luke nodded unhappily. Maybe 2 if we're lucky. More if we're not. Mara stepped nearer, lowering her voice. I know Cam can handle himself, and Tyan's confidence suggests she's as tough as she looks. But are you sure bringing Kyp is a good idea? Luke turned away from the hangar interior and peered out towards the jungle. Yavin didn't feel like Jun had. Jun had been smothered in ancient pain and loss, dripping with agony as surely as it was wet with rain. Yavin did not have that same overt sensation. And yet there was something dark here. Something waiting for them. Something that had been waiting for the arrival of a Jedi for a long, long time. He's not trained in overland travel, Mara continued. He's not bad with a blaster, and his danger sense is strong, but there's more out there that's a threat to us than the jungle predators, Luke finished. Mara just nodded. I don't see that we have any choice. He lowered his voice. From what Han and Winter said, he's already touched the dark side once. Twice, at least, Mara corrected. At his inquisitive look, she sighed. On Kessel, when we were making our escape, he killed Ardus Kaine. There's no doubt Kaine deserved it, and if Kyp hadn't done it I was getting ready to do it myself, but Kyp didn't kill Kaine because he needed to. He killed him because he wanted to. Luke firmed his lips. Right, he agreed. That had been, in fact, one of the reasons Han had asked Luke to train Kyp in the first place. Pass on what you have learned, his masters had instructed him. Kyp was his first true apprentice, not counting Leia, and her apprenticeship was still half-hearted at best. He had the distinct impression that he was losing his grip. We still have to bring him with us, he decided. He needs training. I know we do, Mara agreed. We can't leave him on the ship alone with the droids, not with whatever evil is lurking on this planet. She stopped talking as Cam, Tian, and Kyp came out of the cargo hold together. Cam and Tian had their own packs. Cam's was enormous, matching his frame, and Kyp had a hefty pack of his own, while Tian was clutching both her pack and her double vial case, and Tian also had the holocron, which was currently glowing a light, transparent blue. I'll seal up the ship, Mara said, jogging back up the ramp. Hop down, everyone, she ordered, and they stepped off the ramp and then it rose up to seal the cargo hold shut. The humming of the ship stopped as Mara disengaged most of her systems. Then the locking seals engaged with the click. Tian gazed around the hangar. The rebel base was here. She asked, with the same awe that Luke had felt upon his first arrival to this base. I've heard stories, but I never expected to visit. All the songs I've heard don't do it justice. I'm going to have to write a few new ones. Mara emerged from the front of the craft, sealing the passenger ramp behind her. All locked up, she announced. R2 says good luck. With a nod at the others, she started to walk towards the yawning exit, an endless expanse of green ahead of them. The intent had been for Kyp to continue his training on the trip, but as his barely worn combat boots squelched through the muck, it quickly became clear that most of their attention would have to be focused on simply moving. The paths that had once connected the network of temples had long ago been overgrown, and while the rebellion had attempted to clear those paths, it had done so only half-heartedly. Mara and Tian blazed the trail. Mara held a long vibra knife that she used to carve away errant branches and vines, dotting signature trees with distinctive markings, while a datapad strapped to her left bracer offered them basic directions. The guardians of the holocron and Tian's possession occasionally chimed in as well. Beside him, Luke was still trying to make best use of the time they had, encouraging Kyp to use his force sense to keep track of the animals that proliferated through the jungle. It was difficult, but Kyp was getting better at focusing his senses to identify individual animals out of the blanket of life draped all through the jungle. Kessel had been dark and dry, and mostly flat. Yavin 4 was bright and wet, and there was always a tree root or a small hill to climb over or through. His tunic was soaked with sweat, and he was acutely aware that the rest of their party did not appear as physically strained as he felt. Luke leaned towards him. Concentrate on the force, he encouraged quietly. And think about your muscles. Call as light to your aches and tiredness. He nodded breathlessly. The blanket of life was also heavy with the force, with potential and energy, and it was far easier to do what Luke suggested than it would have been a few months earlier. He felt a little better. His legs still hurt a lot. Where did you get that map anyway? Tian asked Mara cheerfully, holding the dimly glowing blue holocron in both her hands. Her breathing was heavier than Mara's, but she didn't look as tired as Kyp felt. I got it from General Medine, Mara replied, sounding as calmly composed as ever. Kyp had never seen her any other way. Before we left Coruscant, I asked him for everything the rebellion had on Yavin. Good thinking, Luke said. He and Cam had left the heavier brown cloak that finished their Jedi ensembles behind with the ship and were dressed in the lighter adventuring tunics. The lighter colors of the tunics were already smeared with green and brown from the trip, but Luke didn't seem overly bothered. This reminds me of Endor. I wish we had thought to bring speeder bikes. Even if we did, I wouldn't want to try to use one in this terrain, Mara replied. The density of the trees is too tight, and the ground is pretty uneven. It would be a treacherous ride. 3PO talks about Endor sometimes, Kyp said. He could hear the fatigue in his own voice, and was annoyed at how composed the others sounded by comparison, even Tian. Searching for Glitterstem on Kessel had been difficult and dangerous, but not a contest of drawn-out endurance. Something else the Empire has stolen from him. He says Endor was the most treacherous planet he ever visited. 3PO says that about every planet, Luke said with a laugh. Mirkor was worse. Mara shot Luke a look that Kyp didn't quite understand. Luke just smiled innocently at her in response. Once, Tian groaned as she stumbled over a particularly well-hidden tree root, I was scheduled to give a performance at some dive on War Tandel. My rented speeder broke down in the outer wilds, and I had to lug this thing. She knocked on the case containing her double vial, on her foot down a jungle path until a nice passer offered to give me a ride. You could have left it on the ship, Mara said dryly. It's all I've got left of Gram. I could never let it out of my sight. Besides, I might need it. Kyp doubted that the instrument would be much use in the jungles of Yavin, but he understood the sentiment. If I had anything left of my family beyond fading memories, I'd want to keep that too. From the amused grin Luke was wearing, he suspected the Jedi agreed, but Luke didn't say anything, so he didn't either. War Tandil, Mara mused. I've been there. You have? Tion asked with surprise. Mara nodded. She glanced over at Luke, and at his curious expression she sighed and continued, bracing herself on a tree as she stepped carefully. The planet's Imperial governor was assassinated a few years before the Battle of Yavin. Palpatine sent me to find out what had happened. It was one of my first off-world missions. What did happen? Asked Luke curiously. His aide was a rebel agent, Mara explained. He caught the aide stealing information on Imperial fleet movements and assignments. The aide shot him and escaped. She grimaced. Part of the test was I had to find out what happened, without letting anyone on the planet find out I was there. Not even Imperials. It took me 2 days to travel on foot through the War Tandil jungle to Governor Cuver's secure compound, infiltrate it, investigate, then get back out again. You hunted down a rebel? Kyp asked. He was surprised by the fire in his own voice, he realized, and even more surprised by the swell of anger roiling his stomach. She served the Empire, a quiet voice reminded him, toned dark with anger. She served the Emperor. How can Luke trust her? Mara's face froze, and Kyp could feel Luke open his mouth, preparing to play conciliator, but Mara's hesitation lasted only a moment. When she continued, replying before Luke could step in, her tone was even, as if asked an easy question. No, that wasn't part of my mission, she said. He had escaped before I arrived. Is that supposed to make it better? The voice whispered. She didn't kill that one rebel. How many did she kill? She's insinuated herself into the very heart of the New Republic. How can she ever be trusted? Luke's discomfort was obvious and growing, but once again his was not the voice that spoke. Cam Salazar didn't talk much, but when he did it was usually with a booming, resonant voice, charismatic and full of presence. His voice now lacked all that presence, small and pained, despite his obvious lack of fatigue. Like Mara and Luke, he appeared largely unaffected by their extended hike. I found Ollie Starstone in a place like this. Asked Tion curiously. She was a Padawan, a Jedi apprentice, Cam explained heavily. After the purge, she was able to escape into hiding. She stayed hidden for years, living a normal life, until she used her Force abilities to resolve some kind of disagreement on Duneir, some dispute between a smuggler and his buyers. The smuggler sold information about her to the Inquisitors, and I was sent after her. They all slowed to a halt. Kyp stared at Cam, astonishment and understanding dawning as he realized what Cam was admitting to. Tion, by contrast, had a confused expression, her head tilted to the side as she regarded Cam. You know other Jedi? She asked. Nash. Cam's expression tightened, and he looked down. No. Cheyenne's eyes widened. Oh. Cam has lived a difficult life, Luke explained, his voice full of compassion and forgiveness, and it made Kyp sick to his stomach, like the time Han had brought home a large bag of fluff crunchies. They'd been delightfully sweet, an extreme rarity in Kyp's life on Kessel. Whenever sweets had been smuggled into the mines it had been an event, and Kyp had eaten them until his stomach was agony. He and Mara were both impressed into service with the Empire from very young ages and freed themselves after the Emperor died. Palpatine, muttered Mara. Does that make it acceptable? The voice whispered to Kyp. Does that make what he did any less terrible? Any less evil? Should we be so forgiven of murder? Maybe Ollie Starstone would have helped destroy the Empire or freed the Wookiees. Maybe she would have made sure Han and Leia and Chewie and Jacen and Jaina and Winter were all safe and taught me better. After all, Cam and Mara weren't there to save our lives when ISB attacked us, were they? No. They were off with Luke dealing with something his father left behind when he served the Empire. I've always been fond of redemption stories, Tion mused, still watching Cam. Kyp couldn't understand how her expression could be so free of judgment, her voice so light-hearted, but her silvery gaze was intense. Which of us hasn't fallen off the walking bridge on the main street in Vaston City, panicked and splashed around frantically, getting everyone wet until a kindly passer-by helped us out of the canal? The words were ridiculous. Tion's tone was deadly serious. We regain our dignity and get right back on the bridge, watching our footing more closely this time. That doesn't make it right, said Cam, his voice still quiet. It is a special providence of the dark, said the holocron, with vital Siaspo's voice. His image projected, a shimmering blue, and the voice in Kyp's head went quiet as he spoke. To twist and confuse, to make it impossible to see the difference between true and false, right and wrong, selfish and selfless. It is in the moment of confusion that darkness is most seductive to those of good intentions, but untested tempers. Hatred, added Nomi Sunrider, can blind you with the gilding of false righteousness. Somehow that made Kyp even angrier than everything else that had already been said. Was it not righteous to hate the Empire for all it had done? To him, to his family. The Empire had stolen his brother and taken him off to Karita to serve as evil. The Empire had tried to kill his adopted siblings, only because they had a gift. His hatred wasn't blinding, his hatred was cast with clear eyes. We should stop for the night, Mara said, pointing towards a stretch of mostly flat land. The map says that land won't sink on us if we put a tent on it, and we're about a day from Exarchon's temple. If we get a good night's rest and an early start, we should arrive by afternoon. All right, agreed Luke. He rested his hand on Cam's back reassuringly, a gesture that made Kyp's ire flare yet again. Who deserved compassion? He thought witheringly, the killer. Are the victims? Ollie Starstone wasn't here for a reassuring pat on the back and a kind look. Come, the voice whispered. If they see my rage, they will watch me more closely. I must not raise their suspicions. Kyp frowned. For a moment all his anger fled as he interrogated that wayward thought. Why would he need to worry about raising their suspicions? But then thoughts seemed to slide back out of his mind, and he stopped worrying about it. Asterisk. Kyp stewed silently as he helped the others assemble shelters for the night. The process was made easier by Cam, who single-handedly managed to assemble one of the shelters while the rest of them put up the other. They were nothing fancy, just surplus survival gear from the rebellion days, but the group took solace from Luke's sense of ease as he took in the faded military brown walls of their shelters. Kyp had thought that Coruscant skyhook was the most spectacular thing he had ever seen, but that was before he took the time to look up. The gas giant looked enormous in the sky above, bigger than any star. It moved across the sky as he watched, light fading as Yavin 4 rotated out to face the depths of deep space. Darkness fell just as they finished hammering the shelters into the hardest ground they could find, securing them to nearby trees and ground. In addition to being faced out towards space, the sun was now fully eclipsed by the gas giant, leaving the jungle in a thick blanket of blackness. It reminded him of Kessel. He was at home in the dark, he thought. The sun was so bright, almost searing sometimes. The space mines of Kessel had been without light, and so Kyp had become comfortable operating without sight. Now, with Yavin's night upon them, he found that, despite the sounds and sense of predators operating in the jungle beyond, he felt safer. How long do you think it'll be before the Empire is defeated? Kyp asked. I don't know, Luke admitted. Militarily, the New Republic gets stronger every year, while the Empire's forces shrink. Every system that defects to us is a double win. They lose, and we gain. But, Luke grimaced, shaking his head. The Empire keeps conscripting young men and women, brainwashing or otherwise forcing them into service. Just because we win the war militarily doesn't mean the conflict is over, Leia is very worried about the Empire turning into something more like the Rebellion was and becoming a wound that will never fully heal. Not all solutions are military ones. That's part of why I resigned. And the other part? Kyp asked. Because I got tired of seeing people die following my orders. Luke said tiredly. Especially people not much older than you who joined because I inspired them. So if everyone gets tired of fighting eventually, what do we do to stop the Empire? Kyp could hear the edge of desperation in his own voice, of uncertainty and fear and desire. Luke shrugged. Trust. Trust in time. We have to encourage and enable people to be their best selves and give them the tools to chart their own free paths. First, though, we all must figure out how to deal with the ghost of Exar Kun, because it's clearly driving at something that helps the dark side. But that's not the Empire, Kyp thought plaintively. The Empire was the real threat. The Empire was still conscripting people, just as it had his brother. It was still killing people, as it had his parents, just as it had killed Garm Bel Iblis. Luke turned to regard Kyp with concern in his eyes. If there's anything you'd like to talk about, at any time, I'm here for you, you know. As if Kyp had been prodded inside, he let none of the turmoil show on his face. No, Luke. I'm fine. Well, nervous. But fine. Well, get some rest, Kyp, Luke encouraged, fluffing a sleeping roll and laying it out. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, and we have no idea what we're going to face once we reach the temple. Okay? Good night, Luke. Good night, Kyp. I'm glad you're with us. He pictured the dark tunnels of Kessel, safe pathways marked out in his mind, and the tantalizing forced taste of Glitterstum deposits humming in his mind. A prison with rules where nothing came free? There has to be a way to destroy the Empire once and for all. I will stop them. I will. I must. Cam had intended to take the first watch alone, but Tian sat beside him, humming softly. Mara told me not to play my double viol, she lamented. It might attract predators. He didn't say anything, but he did offer her a nod. She didn't seem bothered by his lack of a verbal response, continuing to hum cheerfully. They watched the jungle together, listening to the whisper of leaves brushing against leaves in the breeze, the occasional crackle of branches snapping as an animal rushed through the underbrush, wondering if any of those movements might be a predator. He could feel the dark side. It wasn't oppressive, as it had been on Jun. Instead, it crept in the corners of his vision, lurking closer as if carried by one of the jungle's predators. Kim wasn't sure if the dark side was in the jungle, or if it was in him. He thought of Lanu Pasik, staring accusingly at him, hatred blazing in her eyes. The dark side had been in her. Her resentments had devoured her from the inside out. Her deeds and her need to justify them as right and necessary had broken her on an ever-turning wheel of escalation, until there had been nothing left of the girl who had aspired to be a good Jedi. The one who had, even as an Inquisitor, showed him an occasional kindness. What do you do for fun, Cam? Tian asked suddenly, lambent eyes gazing at him, as if she could hear every one of his darkest thoughts. Mara dances, Luke flies. Kyp said he thinks he likes skiing. What about you? He thought about it. Work on my armor. And my lightsaber are the only things I have that are really mine. I like your armor, Tian said. You made it yourself. He nodded. After I left the Inquisitorius. It's like something out of an old space tale, Tian mused. I think you put your heart into that armor. It's a perfect reflection of who you want to be, who you ought to be. What's that? She shrugged. Shiny. She grinned at him, and he chuckled softly despite himself. See? She said, prodding his shoulder lightly. Shiny. I don't know what that means, he said. Yes, you do. She wasn't looking at him anymore, gazing off into the impossibly blackness of the Evan jungle, humming to herself. And you are worthy of it. Am I? I'm a good judge of character. You have to be in my line of work. On an instinct, Cam reached into his tunic and withdrew Rannick's lightsaber. He gazed at it, remembering the last time he'd seen it before Luke had presented it to him, clutched in his dead father's hand, Darth Vader looming over his corpse. But despite the creeping shadows that threatened to sneak up around them out of the Yavin jungle, that wasn't what he saw now. He saw his father, as he remembered him from training. A Jedi through the eyes of a child. A beacon in the Force. Shiny. He extended the lightsaber to Tian. She jerked in surprise as he did, stared at the unlit blade, and then took it warily. Huh? She asked. You need it, he said. I do. What for? You'll make your own eventually, but a Jedi should have a lightsaber. She gaped. I'm not a Jedi, she denied, her silver eyes wide. And I am, he countered. We're all trying to figure out what it means to be a Jedi now, but once we do, you will be. Tian took the weapon with uncharacteristic solemnity. Thank you, Cam. I'll wield it with honor. The big man smiled, and then spoke. I would expect nothing less. Well, now that I have this. She held up the lightsaber's handle triumphantly, her energetic flare returning with a vengeance. I can't keep watch. Go get some sleep. Cam, you look like you've been trudging through a jungle all day. Cam was tired, but you're not tired. Tian shook her head. Nope. Those Imperial goons that captured me weren't good for much, but they did keep me awake for days at a time. I've gotten used to it. I think I might like it better this way. He has no idea if she was joking or not, but she kept a straight face. You're sure you'll be all right? She scoffed at him. I need to start writing the music and lyrics for a new ballad. The verses are simmering and the chords are bubbling, but once I've got them in my head, it's almost impossible to sleep until I write them down just so. Her expression softened. You go get some sleep. I'll be big and scary enough for the both of us. Chapter 26. Brackett's trip back to Exar Kun's temple was easier than it had been when he was just an apprentice. In fact, this time it felt downright anticlimactic. He had expected a long trek through the jungle, Force lessons from his new master, and revelations about the true power of the dark side of the Force. Instead, Exar Kun had merely guided them to a hidden clearing within a click's walk of the temple that was large enough to land in, and they made the final leg of the trip in less than 15 minutes. Instead, Exar Kun had merely guided them to a hidden clearing within a click's walk of the temple that was large enough to land in, and they made the final leg of the trip in less than 15 minutes. The first thing they had done was take the glow spiders into the temple. A reward for your trust, Kun had said through brackets, and the gangers had followed trepidatiously. Once inside, their eyes had sprung open in avaricious amazement, as deep underneath it, in a large chamber that appeared open to them, and entirely empty to brackets, Exar Kun made manifest a vibrant illusion that promised a feast for the senses. Tables laden replete with food and drink bearing ancient, forgotten names, erodium cutlery, and goblets that sparkled with gems, and plush pouches that seemed to shimmer in the jungle's light. As the Sith stoked their passions, they rushed to the illusions, cavorting and quaffing before tendrils of inky blackness enraptured each gang member with considerate, almost loving gentleness. Brachus watched as his master called on his ancient, long-forgotten Sith alchemy. And it was long forgotten, because the Inquisitors had never once mentioned such powers, never dreamed of them, power over life and death, over form and function, over body and soul. It was wonderful, and it was horrible, and one by one the dark tendrils reached out to each glow spider, shimmering with the malign energy drawn from the gangling alien sculptures at the room's center. One by one they changed. Now they were his. Now they are ours, Exar Kun corrected. It unnerved Brachus badly, and he thought that was no longer possible. But Exar Kun had kept him busy. Even before the final metamorphosis was complete, Brachus had a new mission. The old Sith master had guided Brachus through the jungle, through dens of predators, and over rough terrain, and with his help Brachus had covered in half a day a distance that would have taken a less knowledgeable traveler 2 or more. His arrival at the Great Massassi Temple, which had once been the rebel base on Yavin 4, was, like his trip to Yavin itself, anticlimactic. He arrived late in the day, as darkness settled over the dense greenery. Within the temple, Brachus found a ship. It was not a particularly fancy-looking ship, seeming a classic, overworked medium freighter. But it was here, on Yavin 4, which meant it was more than it seemed. "This is the Jedi ship," Exar Kun murmured. "What do you want me to do with it?" Brackus asked, scoping the vessel out from the deepening shadows. "Minor sabotage. Something that will keep it from flight, but that will not be noticed at once by whatever machines the Jedi left aboard." Brackus considered and placed his hand on the double-bladed lightsaber hanging from his belt. Electricity coursed through his veins, a surge of adrenaline and awareness and malice making him gasp with something close to lust. The lightsaber was not just a vessel for power, it was power, and the memory of power, and the promise of power, and with it in his hand Brackus felt he could take on the universe himself. "You do not need to take on the universe," Exar Kun reminded him, sounding amused. "A simple cut in the right place." His training with the Inquisitors might be incomplete, but there were certain things even a novice knew. Stalking was one of them, and on silent feet he darted towards the freighter, careful to stay out of sight of the bridge. He could feel Exar Kun reaching out in the Force, darkening the shadows, and he slid between them. Triggering the lightsaber, igniting one of its two blades and fighting the desire to add the second, he jabbed the blade into the freighter's engine. He cut deep through armor, sundering connections and wires and coolant lines. The strike took barely a second, and with the blade's power still humming through him, he triggered his activation switch, and the glow and hum of the weapon both vanished, restoring the hangar to darkness. "Now we must retreat," Exar Kun whispered. "We have somewhere else we must be." With a nod, Brackus slinked back out of the hangar, drawing on the Force to relieve his fatigue and letting his master guide him in the path of their quarry. It is time to remind the Jedi what it means to face a Sith. He was not sure if that thought was his or Exar Kun's. The Lars family speeder skimmed across the sands of Tatooine, driving into the night. The familiar clear starscape was above Luke's head, the elongated, abstract form of the dragon like an arrow that stretched out in the heaves. "Your head is in the stars again, Luke," Owen said from beside him. "You know there's nothing up there but hardship, even if you go fleet." "That isn't what the recruiting ads say," Luke retorted resentfully. "The Academy?" "The Imperial Space Academy," Owen shook his head scornfully. "Where they take poor kids from the Rim and turn them into grist for the military machine that oppresses their homes. That isn't the future, Luke. It's voluntary enslavement." "It doesn't have to be," Luke retorted. "I know the Empire is bad, but it's all there is. I don't have to join the Starfleet. I can join the merchant service, pilot a freighter. That's what my father." "Your father was chewed up and spit out by the Clone Wars along with billions of other boys just like him," Owen retorted. "They destroyed him, just like they'd destroy you." Luke turned to stare at Owen, the desert flashing past through the speeder's driver's side window on the far side of his uncle's profile. "You and Aunt Beru have always told me that my father was a freighter pilot. If I can't fly fighters, that's what I want to be." He hesitated, but he couldn't let it pass. "You never said he fought in the Clone Wars." Owen cursed, the kind of curse that Luke had only heard from him during Tusken raids. He slammed his foot down on the speeder's brake, and it came to a halt, the steady loud hum of the engine fading as they idled. Who was my father?" "Now you listen to me, Luke," Owen glowered. "Don't ask me that question, not now and not ever. And don't ask your aunt either, because—" "Why not?" Luke glared back just as hard. "Why shouldn't I know? He's my father, and everything you've ever told me about him was a lie. I have the right to know where I came from. All I've ever wanted is to—" "To what?" Owen cut him off. "To be just like him." "Well, guess what, Luke? That's what I've spent my whole life afraid of. That you'll be just exactly like him. Aren't you?" "Well," Owen loomed forward towards where Luke sat in the passenger seat. "Selfish, violent, deadly." He pointed his finger into Luke's chest. "If I let you go off to the Academy, what do you think is going to happen? How many people are you going to kill in the Empire's name? How many will you kill out of a perverse sense of duty? And how many will you kill because you end up enjoying it?" Luke stared at him horrified. "Uncle Owen, I would never." "Wouldn't you?" Owen pressed his finger harder into Luke's chest. pushing him back into the warm cushions. If they put you in a fighter instead of a freighter, that's what you really want, isn't it? To get to fly your skyhopper butt out in space, with speed to burn. They'll let you do that, Luke, or will they ever let you? But the cost of it will be the fighter comes armed, and they won't let you choose your targets. If you're told you can have that rush of flight, all it will cost you is pulling a trigger. What will you say? Luke swallowed. I don't know. Don't you? Owen scoffed. You've made that choice, haven't you? Over and over again. Do you remember the first person you killed, Luke? Owen's finger had all the weight of a Star Destroyer. When you killed that first TIE fighter, do you remember how excited you were? Or is there so much blood on your hands that you've forgotten all the people you've killed without ever seeing their faces? But if I hadn't, it was self-defense. That's what everyone says, Luke. Everyone? Owen shook his head, his expression stony calm. Don't you see? There's no real difference between the Jedi and the Sith, just like there's no difference between you and your father. I've always been afraid that you have too much of your father in you, Luke, and after all this time we both know that you do, don't you? Asterisk. Talon Care's eyes bored into Mara's. They were sitting in a familiar cockpit, the Uenabire, one of Car's small yachts, for when he was both trying to avoid attention and needed to provide the impression of wealth. Card was at the controls. Mara sat in the co-pilot seat, but her controls were dark and unresponsive. You've earned a considerable reward, Care said to her. Just name it. There was only one thing Mara wanted. She wanted to stop running, to stop hiding. She wanted to stop feeling aimless and pointless. She wanted to have a purpose again. I want a job, she said. Card looked surprised. What kind of job? Any kind. I can pilot, fight, play come-up flector. Hyperdrive mechanic. That too. Anything you've got, I can learn it. Carr swiveled his chair towards her. Assassin. Mara felt a cold fist grip her heart. That wasn't how this conversation was supposed to go. Why would he ask her that? Her mouth felt dry as she stared into Talon Care's eyes. There was something wrong about them. I said I can fight. Yes, you did, Care drawled. The cadences of his words were almost right. They had the right rhythm, but there is a difference between fighting and cold-blooded assassination. You want so badly to return from the purgatory you have suffered in. What would you give? What would you do? She looked away, unaccountably ashamed. She'd been so desperate at the end. If Card had been a different man, one with fewer scruples, and had asked her this question, what would she have said? Would she have agreed to kill his enemies, one at a time? Become the fringe's deadliest assassin? Would she have told herself they deserved to die, so it wasn't really wrong? She wanted to tell herself that she would never have gone with him. She wasn't sure that was true. Care's gray eyes bored into hers. A snarl crossed her lips and she rose half out of the co-pilot seat, reaching for her blaster. You're not Talon Card. Am I not? Care held his hands, palms up, and leaned back in his chair with a smile. So what? Am I wrong? You have a killer inside you, Mara Jade. You can never be a Jedi, and you're not worthy of Luke Skywalker's love. His smile became menacing and predatory. So many deaths on your hands, he whispered, almost forgiving. So many lies, believed because they came from your lips. And you enjoyed it all, didn't you? You loved the authority, the respect, the power, and the fear. You enjoyed the hunt, and you relished the kill. She stared at him furious. You're Exar Kun. So I am, Caird agreed, folding his hands together. And you are the Emperor's hand. Asterisk. The forests of Dune were thick with fog and night, but Cam still did his best to step lightly. It was difficult. Even when he had sure footing for a few steps, he would inevitably step into a rut, or trip over a root, and while he would not curse or complain, the sound of bothered foliage and aching limbs would carry out into the dark. He was still growing into his frame. He was barely 18, and he knew he wasn't yet at his full height. His memory of his father, still casting dim light in dark spaces, was of a giant of a man, and his endless stumbles weren't his fault. Not that the other Inquisitors had any sympathy for him. "Come on, apprentice," Lanu Pacific hissed at him from where she stalked ahead, her own movement silent and precise, stepping easily over the ruts and roots. Her tone lacked all the respect that one Jedi apprentice had been expected to offer another, but then, she was a failed Jedi apprentice, and he had never been a true one. "Move faster, and move quieter." Cam did his best to obey. His best was still imperfect, though. Their quarry had made her home outside of Duner's sparse urban areas. She lived close enough to the cities that she could make the trip easily enough in an airspeeder, but far enough away that anyone in the sky overhead would be spotted instantly. It was a reasonable security precaution, which combined with Duner's notoriously dangerous animal life gave her protection against threats to her life. That, combined with her anonymity, should have been enough to keep her safe from the Inquisitorius, but like so many other hidden Jedi, she had an impulse to help others that made her vulnerable. That thought sent a strange, sympathetic pang through Cam's chest. Lanu stopped ahead of him, her gray eyes flashing with caution. "Don't lose your nerve now, apprentice." She stepped in close and peered up at him, and those gray eyes were wrong. "This is your final test," she whispered, fingers calloused from gripping a lightsaber caressing his cheek. "Remember what gives you power?" That pang in his chest tightened again, and he ignored it. He had to ignore it, because in addition to the hand on his cheek, he could feel the hilt of her lightsaber press against his chest, and he knew the price of failure. "The Jedi betrayed you," she whispered. "They betrayed all of us. They knew the Force was so much bigger than they admitted, and they thought to keep that knowledge from us. That it would break us, and are we broken, apprentice?" "No," he rumbled, the words thick in his throat. "No," she agreed. "We aren't broken. We're strong. We're invulnerable. We're not the naive whelps that they thought we were. We are greatness, and we will make them understand, one by one." Her fingers stroked along his jawline. "Now," she murmured intimately, "find your hatred." Cam inhaled deeply. He thought of the Jedi Masters who had cast his father out for the singular sin of having had a son. He thought of the pain in his father's face when they had to part at Coruscant for the final time. They hadn't wanted Rannick to train Cam, either. They had wanted to take Cam from his father and raise him themselves, so that he could be properly indoctrinated. The rage didn't come. Now, Lanu hissed. "Find it." He tried, but he'd forgiven the Jedi. Now, a man in black armor, standing over his father's corpse. A man in black armor, holding a red lightsaber to Cam's throat. "There it is," Lanu whispered with satisfaction, a predatory smile crossing her lips. "You still have it in you, Cam, no matter how much you believe you've left it behind. The hate. The rage. You tear him apart with your bare hands if you had the chance. And you should. He deserves it. They all deserve it. They took your mother, took your father, took your childhood, took your innocence, took your hope. They made you a killer." She put her hand behind his back and turned him to look ahead of them, and he saw the structure, hidden among the trees, that was the home of Ollie Starstone. "Let them have your vengeance." She pushed. Cam hurtled forward, slamming through the door of the wooden house. Splinters erupted all around him, and his lightsaber was in his hand, and the Jedi's lightsaber was as blue as his father's. She hurtled towards him, and he defended himself, deflecting her assault with casual ease. She was capable, but out of practice and not as talented, and the fight was over quickly. He battered aside her blade, and with a twist of his wrist he deprived Ollie of hers. She fell with a cry, clutching the stump of her arm with her other hand, and he held his lightsaber against her throat. "Finish it," Lanu whispered in his ear. He stared down into Ollie's eyes. She looked so small, so pathetic, fear and despair written all over her face. And in those eyes, he saw reflected the boy he'd been. Finish it. This was wrong. He wouldn't do this again. Cam double-tapped the ignition switch on his lightsaber, and the red blade vanished. No. A hammer blow struck him, and all his breath flooded from him. He stared down at the blue lightsaber buried to the hilt in his chest, and into Ollie Starstone's suddenly slate-gray eyes, full of hatred. "Never forget, Jedi," she hissed as she twisted the lightsaber, carving out his heart, "that this is what mercy gets you." Asterisk. Kyp Durron was comfortable in the dark. He'd had no choice but to become comfortable in the dark. Spending day after day in the spice mines of Kessel, deprived of sight, fumbling around looking for tiny filaments of glitterston. There was no reason to use human labor for the task, and any number of reasons not to. But the glitterston was only part of the point. Punishment was the rest. The other prisoners were all criminals of one kind or another. Smugglers, murderers, thieves were common, but so too were political prisoners, dissidents, radicals, revolutionaries, protesters. When a prison ship full of thousands of people whose only crime had been to say something uncomplimentary about the Empire, and those ships arrived often, there was a mad rush by the hardened criminals to bargain for their possessions and dignity. The Empire had imprisoned them, the criminals stole everything they had, and Kyp found their corpses in the mines. That was just the way it was. He had to do something about it. He had to. The Empire had to be stopped. Too many people had suffered, too many people had been killed, all in the name of the Empire's sadistic ideology and the corrupt people who held it up as right. On Kessel, there was no one who believed the Empire's propaganda. Everyone knew better, and Kyp had never been subject to it the way the rest of the galaxy had been. That gave him clear eyes, untainted by lies, and he saw the Empire for the abomination that it was. It had to be destroyed. Kyp crawled over a corpse as he spread his hands over the floor of the mines, looking for glitterston. The Force guided him, helping him pick the spindly strands out of the dirt, roll them between his fingers without snapping them, and then push them into his pouch. It had to be destroyed. There was no other way, he thought as he worked. Leia wanted to reform it, to end the war peacefully, and punish the Empire with law. But law had been the Empire's weapon, the tool the Empire had used to vilify dissent and stifle criticism. It had to be destroyed. He finished stuffing his pouch with the final glitterston filament, found the edge of the cave and a smooth section of cave wall, and propped his back up against it. He relaxed in the perfect blackness, hearing the other prisoners continuing their search, finding more corpses, but Kyp put them out of his mind. His attention was reserved for two things he knew to be true, knew with every fiber of his being. The Empire had to be destroyed. The Empire would continue destroying families until it was. Because the Empire had taken his family. It had taken his parents. It had taken his brother. It had nearly taken Chewie and Han, nearly taken Jacen and Jaina, nearly taken Leia and Winter. As long as it existed, as long as it was out there, looming in the dark, it would come for his family. The only way to be safe, the only way to be sure, was to scatter his ashes across the cosmos. Kyp lay there in the dark, marinating in that thought. He breathed it in, exhaled it, allowed it to fill his being with purpose. But how? He was just one man, after all, and barely a man at that. He didn't have the strength and the force that Luke or Mara or Cam did. He could feel the power out there to be had, but he did not yet have the ability to harness it. To destroy the Empire, first he needed that power. He needed it. What would he give to have it? That thought echoed in the dark. Kyp waited carefully, and thought of his parents. He thought of his brother, dragged away to Karita, never to be seen again. He thought of Han. He thought of baby Jaina, crying in his arms as they huddled behind a reinforced hover stroller while the Empire tried to kill them. He thought of Ma Vecker, lying dead in the square. He thought of Leia, bobbing in a bacta tank. He thought of Han, face ashen, staring at her. He thought of Garm, who had been kind to him, now just another body left in the wake of the Empire's injustices. It didn't matter, he realized. No matter the cost, he had to stop the Empire. It had to be destroyed. In the mines his eyes were useless, so the glitter of distant blue light was a sudden, impossible marvel. Confused, he struggled to his feet as the mines began to pulse, a corridor of light moving towards him. It swelled in the usually total darkness, hurting his eyes, so he covered them with a hand to shield them from the glare. When he put his hand down once again, the light had passed, leaving him once again in total darkness. "Tell me," A voice whispered in his ear. What would you give? He spun towards the voice, his arms flailing, but there was nothing there. He reached out with the force, stepping forward and reaching out and cursed as he walked into the wall, his hands coming away scraped and slightly bloody. What would you give? The voice whispered again, this time in his other ear. He spun, and once again there was nothing, and no one there. Who are you? He demanded. Who am I? The voice asked. I am a true Jedi. A true Jedi? Kyp asked, his voice hoarse. What do you mean? So much has been forgotten, so many secrets. So many powers that came naturally to those who possessed the powers of a Jedi. Like you. I'm just an apprentice, at best, Kyp objected, still searching for the voice. He didn't find it, and yet it hovered just behind him, next to him, whispering in his ear. The true Jedi is never an apprentice, the voice replied, contempt cutting. A true Jedi owns his own powers and uses them to his own purpose. I know your purpose, Kyp Durron. My purpose. The voice hissed in his ear. You know what I mean. Just because Luke Skywalker would not accept it does not mean that I would not. He is a true Jedi. He does not even know what it means to be a pretend Jedi. How could he be a true one? The voice became sympathetic, almost affectionate. It is all right, it reassured him. I will not judge you. Kyp's breathing was ragged, confusion leaving him dazed. He spun, reaching out for the voice, and was left dizzy and bruised. I have to protect my family, he begged. I can't let what happened to my parents and brother happen to the Solos. I can't. And what is preventing you from protecting them? The voice asked quizzically. You have the Force. You have all the power the universe offers. It's all right there. You can feel it. Reach out with your senses, boy. The final words were a lash across his skin, and he closed his eyes, hoping the dream would end as he reached out with the Force. The dream did not end, keeping him bound in the dark of the spice mines. The dark reached back. You do feel it, don't you? The voice whispered. So much power there for the taking. Power a true Jedi can use for whatever he wishes. With it, you could remake galaxies in your own image. You could twist souls to service, or free them from bondage. You could watch empires rise, or fall, at your whim. The silken lash of the voice's words tickled over the back of his neck, almost loving. You know I'm right. You've always known. Kyp squeezed his eyes shut despite not being able to see. Yes, he stammered. Tell me what you want, the voice repeated his earlier question. I want to protect my family, Kyp repeated. Tell me what you want. The voice insisted. I want to protect my family. Tell me what you want. Kyp's eyes squeezed tighter shut, his fingers digging into tight fists. I want to destroy the Empire, he cried. I want to burn it all down, to make them pay for what they did to us. That's the only thing that will keep us safe. I know, the voice caressed. And to have it, all you need is to become a true Jedi. How do I do that? He could hear the voice's smile, hidden in the dark. Find me, and I will show you. Kyp's hands were shaking, and he clasped them to try to get them to stop. They didn't. What Luke said. If you want to destroy the Empire, why would you trust a man who serves it? The voice asked. The dizziness was becoming too much. Kyp fell back to the ground, his hand pushing through the familiar, stabilizing thin layer of dirt that he knew so well. He doesn't mean to, the voice assured him sympathetically. But he's here, not out there fighting it, isn't he? He's here with Mara Jade and Cam Salazar, both Imperials. The voice quieted, forcing Kyp to strain to hear it. Both murderers. Kyp realized he was crying, and as he took a hitched breath, the voice whispered once again. Can you really trust them? And if you can't, how can you trust him? But... Find me, young Jedi, the voice whispered, and I will show you how you can destroy the Empire. Together, we will burn it all down. Mara jolted out of sleep, her lightsaber flying off the ground next to her hand. She could feel him in the back of her head, clawing at her, tendrils pushing against her mind, demanding entry, stealing from her. When she'd been the Emperor's hand, that same sensation had presaged communication with the Emperor. She found it almost comforting, a bond to the most powerful, most important, and greatest man in the galaxy. It was something unique to her. It was what made her special, and right now it made her sick. Nausea rippled in her stomach, and she retched as she clenched her hand hard around her lightsaber, putting layer after layer of shields, pushing the intrusion back out of her mind. Get out. Mara. That was Tyan's voice. The other woman, who had been keeping watch, tore open the flimsy door to Mara's tent and stared at her with wild, silvery eyes full of concern. Mara could still feel Exar Kun out there. The deep, dark night of Yavin cast over the landscape. She could see beyond Cheyenne's slim form, and in that darkness was Exar Kun. She could feel his presence now, an omnipresent force. Exar Kun was the Yavin Knight, and the Knight was Exar Kun, and he was oppressive and the pressure pushed down upon her. She snarled, "I'm fine," and immediately felt bad as Tyan flinched and recoiled. Mara took a deep breath, remembering the weight of Palpatine's remembered voice of "You will kill Luke Skywalker," and fought Exar Kun with all her mettle. "You can't beat me," she told the presence. Palpatine couldn't, and you can't. She could feel him laughing at her, but despite his arrogance, she did feel the weight start to lift. With a determined calm, she reached out to the Force as she asked Tyan, "How are the others?" "They're still sleeping," Tyan said nervously. "Did you have a nightmare?" Sudden fear seized her. She pushed past Tyan hurriedly, tearing open the flap to the other tent. Cam was clutching his chest in his sleep. Luke was rigid. "Wake them up," she ordered Tyan, falling at Luke's side and trying to merge her Force sense with his. "Luke. Asterisk. I am not my father," Luke said, horrified. His memories of Jun, of Bass Castle, of just how far his father had fallen, were far too fresh. He knew what Vader had done to Leia, to Han, and to so many others, and for Uncle Owen to accuse him of. "Aren't you?" Owen whispered, his voice now slickly soothing, as if it were all right, that Vader had not really done anything wrong. "You're just like him. You're both pilots, both strong in the Force, both headstrong and reckless. And you both know what it is to hate. Don't you hate Palpatine, Luke? For what he did to me and Beru. For what he did to Mara." Luke felt sick. He killed her parents, didn't he? He must have. He stole her from a loving family and trained her to be a killer. An innocent corrupted, there is nothing worse. You love her, and you hate him. Owen was coming closer, gray eyes boring into Luke. He put a hand on each of Luke's shoulders and drew him close. Luke gasped as the hug became a vice. The hands became grasping claws, and Owen wrapped him tighter and tighter. Mara drove her shoulder into Owen's side, knocking him away, her eyes fired with anger. "Get out." Luke jolted awake, his chest inadvertently slamming into Mara's chin as he sat up. "Ow," she gasped, licking her slightly bloodied lip. "Mara?" he asked, dazed and confused, and then he melted into her embrace as she hugged him fiercely. On the other side of the tent, Cam sat up more slowly, clutching his chest, Tyan helping him much more gently. Her silver eyes were wide with confusion. What happened? It was Mara who answered. "Exar Kun attacked us through the Force," she said, her voice momentarily muffled by Luke's shoulder. "Sith spawn." She shook her head. "We have to keep moving," she said, helping Luke to his feet. "Even if it is dark out, we need to." "Oh no," Tyan gasped. She reached into her pocket and drew out the holocron. Its bright blue glow was dulled once more, pulsing intermittently like an erratic heartbeat. "I think he wasn't just after us." Chapter 27. Commander Seryanka, very late of Imperial service, and presently on detached service with a wing of the New Republic's Fifth Fleet, stared out through the bridge viewports of the still pristine Star Destroyer Freedom. Though the ship was pristine, his crew was exhausted. This was the second system they'd hit, and it wouldn't be the last before this was over. "Guns, maintain fire," Yanka ordered, and Freedom's weapons flashed out towards her enemies. The stripped-down Imperial defensive forces of Castel made their stand above the ecliptic. It was not a fair fight, but that was the whole point of Garm's hammer. Hit the Empire everywhere at once, take advantage of their superior numbers, and crush the enemy fleet piecemeal. Freedom and her sister Emancipator lashed out against the pair of enemy vessels, their wayward Imperial loyalist sister Tyrannic, and its escort, the Enforcer-class cruiser Martinet. Between them, the flashes of fire between their squadrons of fighters continued, but the small Fifth Fleet flotilla had a clear advantage. Yonka's X-wings and A-wings were more than a match for the Imperial ties, and Emancipator's 4 squadrons of Y-wings had already reduced 2 dreadnoughts, a Carrack-class cruiser, and a frigate to cinders. Tyrannic and Martinet had arrived too late to save them, and were clearly not all that interested in staying to fight it out. Switch priority to ion cannons, Yonka ordered. Fighter squadrons, focus on the enemy's engines. If we can keep them here, we can kill them here. Just a little bit longer, he thought, watching the clock. Just a little bit longer. Asterisk. Which counted down the seconds to Lusankya's reversion. With the familiar lurch of a return to real space, the Super Star Destroyer dropped into the Castel system, and he told himself he could feel the vibrations of the city-sized ship as her fighters launched. It would be the 3rd such reversion since they secured Chaswa. His reinforced flotilla had been bouncing from system to system for days, chasing away or destroying Imperial ships they caught, and pushing the Imperial presence in the northern core back to Karita. This time Wedge lingered in the tactics room, briefly absorbed in the play of the red enemy icons disappearing from the comscan plot, one by one. Captain Kreffy was managing the ship from the bridge, leaving Wedge with the chance to recover, report in, and sleep. Cena had gotten some rest, but like Wedge she hadn't slept well. They found themselves back in the tactics room, watching the battles unfold, or catching up on the reports from all the other battles that had taken place as part of Garm's hammer. Some reports were good. Some reports were bad. All reports came with casualty counts. Cena stood in front of the display where the battle lines clashed, the red light of the enemy bathing one side of her face, and the bright blues of the Republic ships the other. The mixture of indirect artificial light cast her features into sharp relief, and in that moment, the grandmother who remembered everyone's birthdays and played a mean game of hala chess was replaced by a woman who made a good facsimile of a vengeful Isant Isert. The war was taking a toll on all of them. Wedge shook himself and made a quiet promise as he watched hundreds of thousands of sentients execute his combat plans, as he remembered the look in Loretta's eyes in the moments before Endurance's destruction. Someday soon, sooner than anyone in high command or my squadrons will like, I'm going to walk away for good. Just take off my rank pips like mine, go sit in a grassy field on Corellia with Ela. Somewhere I can build things instead of destroying them. Because if I don't, I'm going to wake up one day and be 50 and even more jaded, and the glow from that holiday will be the only light left in my life. I do not want to count dead children like pieces exchanged on a Dedrick board. Lusankya's forward batteries erupted with fire. Tyrannic shields held long enough for the Imp-Star Deuce to slip past the hyper limit, and with a flicker of pseudo-motion it vanished into hyperspace. Martinet was not so lucky. His aft shields flickered as a barrage of proton torpedoes collapsed against them, and then turbolaser, fire from Freedom, and Emancipator poked out her engines. Wedge started to go for his comm, to order Kreffy to switch to ions, but by the time he had his wristcom raised, the green had already been fully replaced by blue. Martinet was awash under waves of cerulean light, and then all her guns and running lights went dark. Secure the system, Commander Yonka, Kreffy's voice said over the comm. And excellent work. We've got more Imperials to chase. Lusankya's thrusters fired, killing all her forward momentum. The big ship turned slowly, already aligning for another hyperspace jump as tired pilots docked with the remaining ships in his flotilla, greeted by tired mechanics. How many ships will we catch and kill? Wedge wondered. How many ships until the Empire surrenders? There was a door chime. Commander Nita for the General, the guard outside the door announced over the speaker. Wedge pressed the intercom button. Send him in. Nita walked in, his face showing the same fatigue as Wedge and Cena, but with a far more energetic stride. "General." He saluted. "Captain Creffy sends his compliments, sir. We have secured Castell. We have 2 remaining engagements within easy combat range. The captain has set course for Potterus. Another Imperial and Enforcer combat pair has been reported there by our Katana Combat Division." "That's fine," said Wedge. "Atral's still keeping an eye on Karita. Her ships are nimble enough to stay out of the reach of the Imperials, and they can hop into hyperspace if things get too hot. Send her a message, though, ordering Coruscant Rainbow to join us at Potterus. The Marshals and Rainbow did their job well. Tell them I said that, but I don't want to take any unnecessary chances with one of our interdictors, and it should help us pin down some of the remaining loose Star Destroyers. At this point, there's no reason to continue the facade of Lusankya's presence there anyway." "Yes, sir." Nita grinned tiredly at him. Wedge chuckled without much humor in it. "And get some sleep? Commander, you look even more tired than me." "I haven't been this tired since serving with the rapid response teams on Coruscant during Critis, sir," Nita admitted. Wedge tilted his head. "Commander, you were on a mirror station during the invasion. How did you go from mirror duty to medical duty in the few days between the invasion and the virus?" Nita shrugged his shoulders, looking somewhat abashed. "I got to see the invasion of Coruscant up close, sir. I saw how hard you tried to keep casualties to a minimum. The same day I formally surrendered the mirror, I was processed and interviewed. I heard about the virus, and I was told as a human I was immune, and, well, sir, I received additional medical training at the academy. I volunteered." "That was brave of you, immune or not," Cena said, the first word she'd spoken in what seemed like hours. Wedge glanced back at her. She still looked exhausted, and Wedge could practically feel the anger still simmering under her skin, anger that had been banked like a furnace ever since the news of Belle Ibla's death, and wore with her sorrow, but the look she directed at Nita was almost motherly. "I suppose, ma'am," Nita allowed. "That's why I joined the Defense Forces, actually." At Wedge's inquiring look, he sighed and continued. "I was stuck on that mirror as punishment for a relative's disgrace, but I still thought I was serving something worthwhile. But Critis, that showed me the true depths the Empire could sink to. I saw who Issan Isard was and heard stories from the other volunteers of other horrible things. Alderaan and Camus, Ardair and T'Pra. Once I really understood what Palpatine and Tarkin and the rest had really done, I couldn't look away or stand idle anymore." "That makes you a rebel," Cena said firmly. "No matter when you came to the cause." "Thank you, ma'am." Nita turned to Wedge. "I'll recall Coruscant Rainbow as ordered. Was there anything else, sir?" Wedge took a breath and smiled. "Just one thing. Thank you, Commander." "Sir, in all the battles, I had started to lose track of who I was fighting for. You just reminded me." "Oh." Nita looked a little awkward. "Well, you're welcome, sir." "Dismissed, Commander." "Are you sure you're up for this?" Her husband's voice had carried a note of slightly skeptical concern, and Leia didn't really blame him. But she was feeling better, much better, after just over a week of mandated rest and mostly excellent sleep. The Provisional Council's first full meeting since the attack on the Malala Aster had concluded a few hours before, and it had been remarkably productive. Far from splitting them apart, the Empire's attack had served to remind the Council's members just why they had come together in the first place. Philia had turned his complete, belligerent focus on knocking out the Empire, and appeared to have concluded that accomplishing that immediate goal required he collaborate with the other Council members. It was nice to be able to really work with Philia, rather than half or more against him. But the next time that Vril Brains holds a gun on me, I'm blasting his mangy carcass across the room. General Abot had briefed them on the overall course of Operation Garm's Hammer. The New Republic had lost no fewer than 11 capital ships in almost 40 engagements, with casualties in the hundreds of thousands. But, the general had said proudly, they had destroyed more ships than they had lost, and captured a dozen important systems all over the galaxy. The rate of exchange, as he put it, was favorable. Wedge, who had attended via the hollow net, had not looked like a man who had presided over a victory. He had looked drawn and tired, seemingly aged years in a matter of weeks. First, win the war, Leia thought soberly. Then checking on your friend. But as Giles is so fond of saying, time and tide stop for no one. This is the best opportunity to push the new Concordat through, while the feelings of cooperation are at a spirited high ebb. She and Mon Mothma had agreed to do one last set of rewrites, based in large part on the suggestions that Bel Iblis had made before his death. Winter was, at that moment, hard at work back at the new Solo family apartment, working with a gaggle of legal droids and a few advisors to get those rewrites done, with the intent of aiming for a vote within the week. Leia would have preferred to be working alongside her adopted sister, but acting Counselor Doman Barras, temporarily restored to her previous position of senator for Corellia in exile in Garm's absence, had asked her to be here and speak, and Leia could not say no. By Coruscant standards, the Corellian sanctuary was a small building. Despite expansions after the liberation of Coruscant, its warm walls and welcoming halls could only hold a few thousand sapiens comfortably at a time, and this particular morning many times that number had arrived to witness the interment of Garm Bel Iblis. Each world of the galaxy had its own burial practices. Leia had long since arranged for her own body to be returned to Alderaan upon her own death, in the new traditions for Alderaanian survivors, but she appreciated the tradition of Corellia's exiles. Among Corellians who lived on their homeworlds, a traditional burial was typical. From Corellia they came, and to Corellia they would return. But among the Corellians who had chosen to fight for the rebellion, and thus been exiled by the Imperial loyalists who controlled those homeworlds, that burial was impossible. Corellian exiles had thus created a new tradition. Using industrial-grade gravity generators, the kind that created the artificial gravity on Corellian-built warships. For instance, they compressed the cremated remains of their dead into synthetic diamonds. The mausoleum of the Corellian sanctuary held those diamonds. While the lower passageways were redolent with memorial engravings of the departed, its main dome was painted black, and each diamond was affixed against it and lit with gentle illumination. For a Corellian native, they could come to the sanctuary and look up and see the constellations visible from their homeworld. A tiny glimpse of home that came with the promise, someday Corellia would be free, and they would all be returned home, bar those who requested to stay and keep a lonely vigil to remind others. Leia wasn't Corellian, but as far as many Corellians were concerned, she might as well be. Her children were certainly Corellian, after all, and she was married to Han, and blood claim or no blood claim, Han was practically a prince of Corellia in the eyes of many a Corellian exile. And, perhaps most importantly, she had been with Garm when he died. Garm and I had our differences over the years, I believe everyone knows that, Mon Mothma was saying to the crowd of mourners and newsies. But I never doubted his patriotism, I never doubted his courage, and I never doubted his ability. The glittering light of the Republic is diminished by his loss, and it is up to those of us who remain to rise to meet the challenges that remain in his place. Mon Mothma's eulogy was reverent and respectful. It was exactly what everyone expected from her. Leia felt a pang knowing that Garm, perhaps, would have teased Mon about his lack of jabs from their rivalrous personal history and questioned its authenticity. Leia looked down at the datapad she held, the words she had written just that morning, and the edits she'd made after the council meeting. She realized not much remained of the original draft of the speech, and she quickly reviewed the final draft to make sure the words still flowed the way she needed them to. It was not what the people would expect, but she hoped it was what Garm deserved. Mon Mothma descended the podium, and Leia strode forward to claim it in her place. She waited for the brief stir to die down, then took a breath and began to speak. Garm Bel Iblis was Corellian to the bone, and he died saving my life, with the Spacer's ditty on his lips. Unlike Mon and the other old Alliance hands, I didn't know Garm as long or as well as they did, but in the few short years we worked together, he became part of my family. I hope he knew that, because as the years drew on he seemed to feel the loss of his own family, the loss of all they would have done, who they would have been, even more keenly than he did the day the Empire took them from him. Garm was a proud father, a devoted husband, a reluctant general, a canny statesman, and a beloved friend. Most of all, Garm carried the Corellian spirit. When the Imperial Security Bureau poisoned their own Grand Moff at a peace conference, she ignored the slight stir at the words, continuing past it and gaining power as she spoke when they sabotaged a genuine opportunity to end the war and finally regain the peace that Garm deserved. To live to see, they stole that peace from us, and they stole Garm from us. From all of us, Corellian and Alderaanian, human and non-human, soldier and scholar, parent and youngling. And yet, if Garm were here, he would be the very first to remind all of us that his death, though tragic, is just one of 1,000 tragedies that unfold every day across the galaxy because of the Empire. And he would remind us, as Mon Mothma has, that with him gone, it falls to us to fight for the freedom of every sapient being in the galaxy. Garm Bel Iblis is not the Republic. She paused, letting those words hover in the air between her and the audience, between her and the newsies. She waited, feeling the moment, feeling her heartbeat in her chest, and found Han's sober gaze, Jason and Jaina's tiny hands held in his, and brushed her for a sense over the blazing supernovas of their love and intent. Garm Bel Iblis is not the Republic, and Mon Mothma is not the Republic, and I am not the Republic. Jal Akbar and Borsk Philia and Wedge Antilles are not the Republic. Her fiery gaze swept the surrounding throng. You are the Republic, and the Republic is you. All of you, every day, every week, every month and year you choose to believe in it and help it stand. And if any one of us falls, her voice hitched, as she thought of just how many there were among the ranks of the fallen. She raised her hands at the glittering constellations of fallen heroes. Someone else will pick up the banner and keep moving forward into the brighter light of tomorrow. This Garm believed, this I believe. The Republic, born of necessity and paid for in blood, will continue to stand because as long as there's a single one of us out there who believes in liberty, justice, and democracy, we are the Republic. So it is the sworn duty of all of us, and all of you, to serve the Republic, and for the Republic to serve the common good. That protects all of us, and it serves all of us. And with this commitment, we will not just live to see the future. We will make that future. In accordance with Garm's wishes, he will not be laid to rest here in the Corellian sanctuary. That caught the audience off guard. The Corellian contingent suddenly manifested confused expressions. Han did not. Corellia was once the heart of the Republic. A microcosm of the Republic, it was a place where human and Solonian and Drawl lived and loved and learned as one. Where, as the Jedi once taught, despite all the superficial differences that separate us, we are all as one in the Force. The Empire took that from us. There were murmurs and nodding in the crowd now, but Leia barely noticed. He kept the faith, and we will keep it for him in his absence. Come all challengers, the Republic stands, because of sapients like Garm who, when the light dimmed lowest and the darkness beckoned, bent down to pick up a torch to lead us. He leads us still. Her breath caught in her chest and her voice hitched. So we're taking Garm home. Garm wished to be laid to rest on Corellia, in his family plot in the hills overlooking Coronet City. He could not be laid to rest there, not as long as the Imperial Dicta rules Corellia. Not yet. Not today. But tomorrow. Leia gave her words a moment, and then continued, because she knew Garm wouldn't begrudge sharing space with a fellow exile. Even at his memorial. Along with the brave members of the palace security teams, another Corellian, like so many who chose to fight for Corellian ideals, was killed this week fighting the Empire. Admiral Loretta Bell fought for Imperial Star Destroyers with a single ship. Her final message ended with 2 words that I offer to you now, until Corellia. It was a declaration of war, a battle cry echoed fervently by the crowd around her. It wasn't what she had wanted. She had wanted peace. But there was no longer any other choice. Garm had been right. ISB and the Inquisitors, the entire edifice of Empire would have to be destroyed before there could be peace. And just as she had when the whole mess started, she stood in a cemetery, surrounded by memories, and pictured the endless field of grave markers, more filling in at the edges as the crowd took in her words. Asterisk. Ela had wanted to attend Garm's memorial service, but she was much too busy trying to track down Colonel Kyrios. She increasingly feared that, despite the export precautions and the self-imposed blockade that became more onerous for the average Coruscanti with each passing day, and about which the municipal government was growing very, very loud and angry, Kyrios may have slipped off-world. But the most recent intelligence reports didn't place him on Intrala participating in the negotiations over Kaine's successor as Grand Moff, so she still had some hope. She was alone in her office. Winter and Kyp had both gone to the ceremony. She didn't begrudge them that, and she could see Leia speaking on the flat-screen broadcast, but Ela had it muted so she wasn't sure what was being said. Whatever it was clearly passionate. Leia had evidently made a full recovery from her poisoning. Her datapad beeped at her. Incoming holonet communication. Origin unknown. Ela sat up. Origin unknown. She scooped up the datapad and left her office behind, heading at a quick pace towards one of NRI's Securicom centers, places where their operatives could access the HoloNet, but where there was no chance anything within would be able to access anything else. Kraken had been very precise about his requirements, and they all took NRI's operational security very, very seriously. Her quick walk became a jog as she worked her way through all the possible people who could be calling. The list was short, and she would very much like to talk to anyone it might be. The Securicom Center was the same small, box-like space she'd made the call to Voru some days before. She plugged the datapad into the interface, then tapped to confirm that she wanted to accept the HoloNet connection. The aged, patrician features of Fleary Voru appeared on the screen. The Underlord of Black Sun, former Moff of Corellia, and very secret NRI informant, sat alone, with the poise of a potentate, resplendent in a dark suit that draped like an Ottoman silk blend, further accentuated by a bright scrollwork tracery across his shoulders. His office was large, ornately furnished, and featured a huge bay of open windows that overlooked a beautiful mountain and forest vista, which was probably itself a careful holocapture that she couldn't match to any geographic location. Agent Wessery, Voru said with a winsome smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. How lovely to see you. Ela crossed her arms and glowered at him. She lifted a single eyebrow, her brown eyes burning holes in the screen. She hoped he could feel the flames. Voru's smile faded. Let me start by assuring you that I had no idea the complicity of Vigo Rotor in the terrorist attack on the Malala Aster. It was, in fact, an action taken against my express instructions. Voru sounded like he was really trying to convince her. Garm Bel Iblis was a loyal son of Corellia and one of our homeworld's greatest heroes. He spent his entire life acting in what he saw to be Corellia's best interest, and though he and I did not always agree on what that was, I can assure you that I would never have willingly been party to his death. Ela held up her datapad. You've seen what I sent you. Black Sun was a party to his death, and you are complicit. She leaned forward aggressively. Is your word worth so little? You never had any faith in my word, Voru replied lightly, but his expression grew serious. Nevertheless, he tapped his chest, I acknowledge my failure in this matter. I can assure you, I will ensure that all the responsible parties are brought to justice. Because they murdered Garm, or because they disobeyed you? She asked archly. Both are crimes that I would see punished, my dear. You may perhaps only care about one of them, but I can assure you in this matter, as in so many matters, our interests are aligned. Voru reached over and typed into his datapad. Ela's screen blinked. Information transfer initiated. Confirm. You can put it through NRI screening if you insist, Voru said. But I promise you that nothing I offer now is done with ill purpose. He smiled thinly as he amended. Well, none towards you and yours. Ela took her datapad in hand and opened its back casing. She lifted it up for Voru to see, then placed it down on the desk before it. Then she grabbed the heaviest thing she could find, an attendance plaque, and smashed it down on the datapad. Once, twice. Calmly, she reached into the ruined end of the datapad and found its signal transceiver. Confirming that it was thoroughly wrecked, she tossed it into the waste disposal. "How uncivilized," Vor remarked idly. "Just want you to know I'm taking precautions," she replied, keeping her voice deceptively casual. Then she took the now half-disabled datapad and plugged it back into the computer. "Accept information transfer." "Information transfer in progress. Time to completion, 90 seconds. "What are you giving me?" she asked. "Everything. Every Black Sun official, every member of the constabulary who receives bribes from Black Sun or his agents. Every informant, voluntary or involuntary." He held up a hand. "On Coruscant." "Do you honestly expect me to believe that?" "That's up to you. I suspect you'll make up your mind once you've had a chance to review the files." Voru's expression stilled, and in it Ela saw the casual viciousness that he couldn't quite keep concealed behind his genial facade. "They killed Bel Iblis, and they betrayed me. No one on Coruscant is trustworthy. When you have a cancerous tumor, you do not allow it to infect the rest of the body. You cut it out." His expression returned to genial. "I suspect you will make an excellent corpseman, or exterminator, whichever title you prefer." "We'll see. There's one other thing." Voru's smile was positively shark-like. "Colonel Kurias, you believe he gave the order that killed Bel Iblis?" "He was certainly involved." "Then you should hurry. Despite his attempts, he's not yet been able to smuggle himself off Coruscant. He checked his wristcom 20 minutes ago. He was still safely hidden away under the protection of soon-to-be former Vigo Rotor and Airy Tower." He smiled. "You wouldn't want to let him slip past your cordon." Ela stared at him, half rising in her chair. "What?" Her datapad beeped. "Information transfer complete. I hope all this reassures you that we need not be enemies, my dear. Do please extend my compliments to General Antilles. His assault on the Empire has proved nothing short of magisterial." The screen went dead. Holonet communication terminated. Attempt to reconnect. "No," Ela said. She grabbed her crippled datapad in one hand, pushing at the secured exit with the other. On her way out, she checked the charge on her blaster and grabbed her comlink, activating it as she went. "Get me General Madine. I don't care where he is. Whatever he's doing, I need him now." Asterisk. Leia was sitting with Winter, going over the latest draft of the Concordat and sharing a pot of Winter's green tea, when the comm beeped with the priority signal. The two women shared a glance. "Who do you think it is?" Winter asked gingerly, her tone clearly conveying a silent "oh." It was a sentiment with which Leia profoundly agreed. "I don't know. I hope Coruscant isn't under attack again." She picked up her comm and activated it. "Yes." "Leia, I'm patching you into a call with General Madine and Agent Wessery," came Mon Mothma's crisp, businesslike voice. "It can't wait." Winter's eyebrows rose and she sat up. "Have they found Kurias?" she asked quietly, hopefully too quietly for the comm to pick up. Leia offered her a silent shrug. "I'm ready, Ma." There were a few seconds of silence, and then the familiar voice of Crix Madine came confidently over the speaker. "Chief of State, Counselor," the general said. "I can confirm we've identified Colonel Kurias' safe house. He's still here on Coruscant, but we're not sure how much longer that will be true." "If that's the case," Mon Mothma said, "why have you not already mounted an operation to capture him?" "We have such an operation in the final planning stages," said Ela, "and we are prepared to launch it, but we thought we needed your permission before we did so." "Why is that?" "Because," Crix growled, "the last time we got into a firefight with Black Sun and Argosy District, it caused a minor planetary incident, and the tension between the municipal government and the Senate has never fully faded. We thought we should at least tell you before we started a bigger one." Leia groaned. "He's being protected by Black Sun." Then she frowned. "Even after our creative negotiations." She added that last cautiously, not entirely certain how frank she should be about the bargain the New Republic had struck with the Underlord of Black Sun to avoid an outright clash between the two. "Our creative negotiations were with the big head." The Hydra's smaller heads are not always so cooperative, said Ela, sounding annoyed. I have in my possession what appears to be Black Sun's entire personnel roster on Coruscant. Everyone from Vigo Rotor on down to their newest recruits in the constabulary. She hesitated. Kurios is an airy tower. Leia had to fight the urge to groan again. Airy Tower was Black Sun's headquarters on Coruscant. The organization didn't even pretend otherwise, and it was in the heart of Argosy District. There would be no way to do this quietly. How much of the Argosy constabulary is on Black Sun's payroll? She asked, fear in the answer. Judging from this, about 70%. Which is why we are calling, Madding said. After the last time we promised we'd give the municipals notice before we mounted any raids on Coruscant. But Black Sun owns most of the constabulary, and any notice. We'll tell Black Sun we're coming, finished Mon Mothma. Unlike the others, her voice held none of the frustrated resignation of the others. I understand the situation now. Thank you, General Madine. You have my permission to mount the raid. We'll deal with the repercussions once we have Colonel Kurios in custody. Leia pointed at Winter. Go get my lightsaber, she whispered. Winter's eyes widened. Then she shook her head in denial. No, she whispered back. Go get my lightsaber, Leia repeated, more firmly, with the look that she knew from experience that Winter would obey, no matter her objections. With a sigh, Winter rose and shuffled towards the door. The others were still talking. We'll have the team prepared in 30 minutes, Madine was saying. We'll launch it from the Imperial Palace and do a close orbital hop to Argosy. I'm putting Home Fleet on standby in case we run into serious resistance. The last time we ended up needing a wing support, and it wouldn't surprise me if. Winter returned, wearing a mutinous scowl but bearing Leia's lightsaber, the handle resting on an extended filigree tray suitable for high society aperitifs. Leia scowled back and held up a hand to let Winter know she was still on the comm, before reaching out with the force to bring the weapon sailing into her hand. General Madine, Agent Wessery, I'm shuttling back to the Imperial Palace to join the assault team. Everyone else spoke at once. With all due respect. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Leia. We're going in heavy, Council. I'm going, she said, putting her metaphorical foot down. Do you have any idea how many traps Black Sun might have laid in that facility? Or just what someone as vile as Kurios might do when they're cornered? Luke and Cam aren't here, and you could use a Force sensitive. She very carefully did not say Jedi. With you. Even though the conversation was audio only, she held up her hand, holding Winter's silence for a moment longer. This is not a matter for debate. I'm going. We're leaving in 30 minutes, Madine finally relented. I'll have armor waiting. Mon Mothma sighed. All right, Leia. I'll make a call to the municipal government once the attack is underway. Better a late notification than none. Good luck. Leia clicked the comm off. Leia, Winter exclaimed. You're not fully recovered from your last bit of excitement. You should be resting, not? Leia leaned over and kissed Winter on the cheek. Winter rolled her eyes. How many times did you get us into trouble and then try to charm me out of being mad about it? Try to. Leia offered a winsome smile. Well, I'm not the one you really need to convince. As Leia stepped to the side and activated her green saber, the one Luke had built for her, which she had recently refurbished with Han's assistance, she reached out to feel the force as she spun through a half-remembered training kata, blade buzzing as it supercharged the air. A limping shuffle outside announced Han's approach, and the office door hissed open to reveal her husband, his expression pained, and his hand on his blaster. So, I take it you're going after Kurios, and Black Sun, and nothing I can say or do is gonna stop you, even though you're a sitting counselor, and Luke had some pretty specific things to say on the subject of Jedi and vengeance. His drawl was pointed. That's about the size of it, Han, she said, finishing the twirl and deactivating the saber. Her eyes met as confidently, and she did a reasonable impression of his Corellian drawl. You gonna talk me out of it, hotshot? If I could, I would. Han said dryly, but I ain't that stupid. Besides, I figure we've got Chewie, 2 Moncal frigates, a Nori kill team, and some of characters on their guard between the kiddos and any potential trouble. Don't forget me, Winter added. I may not have your memory, but I can never forget you, Winter, Han said as he limped gingerly over to the office's largest interior wall, which was covered with a large painting of Alderaan. You're the most dangerous of them all. He hoisted it off the wall, revealing a small panel, and then punched in the code. Hidden panels in the wall slid aside to reveal a deep locker stocked with top-of-the-line armor and enough wicked-looking weaponry to provision a pirate cruiser. Leia stared. I don't remember you saying anything about an armory in my office. Well, that's what happens when you miss the tour, huh? Chapter 28. The last time Kyrios had been on Coruscant, it had still been Imperial Center. At the time, he commuted from the luxurious apartment furnished by Kumnor, a reward for his many years of service and status as a founding member of ISB, to ISB headquarters. A tower in the Imperial Palace that had extended underground into a sprawling compound, ISB headquarters had been furnished with all the lavish decadence that the Empire had to offer. Expensive wood furnishings from a dozen different worlds so that each room would have its own decor, and stained glass windows depicting scenes from the Empire's rise, manifold other luxuries that were gifts from a grateful Empire to its most loyal defenders. It had all been abandoned when the decision to sacrifice Coruscant had been made. The rebellion had stolen the furniture, smashed the windows, and chased ISB out of his own headquarters. Kyrios and his family had been among the millions of evacuees from Coruscant, and the memory of Mon Calamari star cruisers battering Golan stations into uselessness still evoked a fury in Kyrios. He had been content to keep that fire simmering to drive him in years past. He was slavering to unleash it now. His return to Coruscant had not been the glorious restoration that he'd long dreamed of, and he was not ensconced in his old office with the scent of fidgety wooden calf that he remembered. Instead, he was hidden away in Airy Tower, the guest of Black Sun, and the situation was irritating for both him and his host. The large sitting room near the top of Airy Tower was not up to ISB standards, but it was still quite luxuriant. Glittering transparent steel windows looked out over Argosy District and the busy evening air traffic that lined the sky with lights, while the room was filled with comfortable sitting chairs and expensive artifacts, each of which had been placed here by one of Coruscant, former Vigos. Coruscant's current Vigo settled into a comfortable chair across from him. I think we'll be able to get you out tomorrow, Rotor said unceremoniously, without any of the natural deference that Kyrios would have expected during the heyday of the Empire. What has taken so long? Kyrios asked with a frown. Rotor's gaze hardened. The New Republic is taking the attack on the Malala Aster very seriously, he said, speaking each word as if it ought to be obvious. Their security measures are extremely tight. Then why do you expect to be able to get me off-world tomorrow? It's now been almost 2 weeks since the attack, Rotor explained. The blockade is starting to cause serious backups at the spaceports, and the municipals are putting heavy pressure on the New Republic to lift the travel restrictions. That pressure is only going to grow as vital supplies start to become scarce. The inspections teams are also tired and overworked, so the New Republic is becoming less judicious about who is responsible for inspections. I see. Kyrios nodded, rubbing his lower lip as he sank back into the comfortable armchair. You've done well, Vigo Rotor. I will see you rewarded handsomely for your service. Will you? Asked Rotor. Kyrios' eyes flashed as he glared at the impudent criminal. From the news, Rotor continued, folding his arms across his chest, the Empire is not doing so well. The newsies are reporting that the New Republic has battered your fleet and taken a half-dozen significant systems, and that General Antilles has instituted a blockade around your fleet at Karita. Do not believe everything you see from the rebellion propaganda machine, Kyrios glowered. They lie. Doesn't everyone? The Empire only lies to reveal the greater truth. Rotor's mouth opened, and then he closed it again. Right, he said, noncommittally. He stood. I'll leave you to your HoloNet call. We'll have breakfast tomorrow, and then I'll get you off-world on the first transport I can. He nodded, not quite deferentially, and then withdrew. Kyrios waited until he was gone, and then sealed the doors to the room. Making sure his appearance was appropriately formal, he approached the holocom unit in the center of the room. He plugged in his personal scrambler and waited. It took a few minutes before the system stirred to life. Multiple flat screens activated and faces started to appear. "Colonel Kurios," said the familiar face of Adrian Welko. "It's good to see you, Well." "I was concerned." "Colonel Welko," Kurios greeted him warmly. "I hope your promotion and new duties are treating you well." He had expected the innocuous greeting to bring an innocuous response. "Much has happened, Cade," Welko said seriously. "The time to act is growing near." "Indeed it is," said another voice. Grand Inquisitor Hamir, dressed in his typical white and black armor, sat behind an imposing black desk, with the massive symbol of the Empire glowing with an inner light behind his head. "Colonel Welko, you called this meeting." "I did," Welko said. "I no longer have faith in the loyalty or competence of the senior leadership of the Imperial Starfleet." Kurios glanced over the arrayed faces. Most of them were carefully blank. All of the Inquisitors were, though there weren't many of those left. A few of his fellow ISB colonels nodded their agreement. Kurios' eyes fell on one particular familiar face, the slate blue eyes of Brackus, the only one of them not sitting behind a desk. The image quality of Brackus' feed was poor, and behind him was a jungle. Welko was busy explaining something about treason, accusing Admirals Deshorn and Pelion, and a whole list of officers of lesser reputation and rank, of deliberately sabotaging the Imperial war effort. Admirals Pelion and Deshorn did not volunteer for the Empire, Welko continued, but for the Old Republic. They served the Empire out of habit, and did not undergo the same training and conditioning that younger officers did. They are not obedient, nor are they respectful, and we can no longer tolerate a Starfleet whose allegiance is an open question. The assembled ISB colonels began to argue amongst themselves, but Kurios couldn't tear his eyes off Brackus. The apprentice Inquisitor shouldn't be on some jungle planet. He should be here on Coruscant, helping Kurios escape. His skill with warping perspectives had been proven, and with Brackus' help it would have been easy for Kurios to slip off Coruscant, but the Inquisitor had vanished. Kurios had assumed he'd been captured or killed. Clearly he hadn't been, unless the rebellion was using him as a spy. He opened his mouth to ask, to accuse, but Brackus' eyes seemed to bore into his from the far side of the hollow net. "I don't need to ask about it," he thought, feeling dazed. "I will just let it go." The loyalty of the Starfleet has been an ISB concern since the Empire was founded. This treason from our most highly placed commanders is an outrage. Kurios cut Welko off. "And we have no choice but to deal with the threat within," he said passionately. Admiral Pelion's failure to win the battles he has been given can only be explained by either incompetence or treason. Admiral Deshorn's defense of him suggests that those traits are common in the higher ranks of the Starfleet. We know that Admiral Rogers was likewise suspect. How high does it go? Given all the resources that Grand Admiral Thrawn had at his disposal, why did he not crush the rebellion? And how did men like Piet lose battles like Endor, where they massively outnumbered the rebels? Brackus was still staring at him. Kurios slammed his fist down on the desk, the jolt of pain feeding his fire. The Empire needs to be made strong once again, and it cannot be as long as the Starfleet is filled with treasonous incompetence. ISB has loyal officers filled through the Starfleet's ranks. We can promote our own to command the fleet. One of the representatives of the Council of Moffs, Moff Disra, cut through the chatter. Can we be assured that those loyal officers will have the same level of competence as the officers they will be replacing? After Endor, and Bilbringi, and Chazwa, can they be worse? Scoffed Colonel Welko. Pelion has proven time and again that whatever his reputation among the Starfleet, he cannot win battles when it matters. We judged Kaine wanting and disposed of him, Kurios hissed, because the Empire needed strong, loyal, and dedicated leadership. With us at the Empire's head, he nodded at Grand Inquisitor Hamir, who had been watching silently. We have assured that. But if we do not have strong, loyal, and dedicated officers in command of the Emperor's fleet, the Empire will have a foundation of quicksand. Then it seems to me, said a new voice, and all eyes flicked to the face of apprentice Inquisitor Brackus, that the time has come to remove the rest of the disloyal. All eyes went to Hamir. All in the meeting knew that the Grand Inquisitor spoke for the Inquisitorius. "Let us take a vote," said Hamir. It took a minute, and the vote totals popped up. It was a uniform decision, with all present voting in favor. How could it be otherwise? Kurios thought. It is so manifestly the right decision. "I will inform Admiral Deshorn that I accept his resignation," Colonel Welko said with grim satisfaction. "We will need to move ISB operatives onto ships with disloyal commanders," Kurios cautioned, "to ensure that the arrests and handover of power are orderly. Let's move ISB teams onto Reaper and Chimera, as well as other ships with questionable COs." "I would like to be assigned to Karita," said Brackus, almost hungrily. "An Inquisitor on hand to identify loyal and disloyal officers will be useful." Welko frowned. "I don't need you on Reaper, but our ISB presence on Chimera is thin. I'll send you there." "As you wish," Brackus said, nodding obediently. Kurios was trying to puzzle through why Brackus' request bothered him when a shrill alarm went off. He frowned, wondering what was wrong with the HoloNet communication, and then he realized the alarm was from Airy Tower itself. He stood in alarm, terminating the communication, then staggered and fell as the whole building shook. Leia wasn't thrilled about the armor that Han had argued her into. It was bulky and uncomfortable compared to the armor she was accustomed to wearing during the heady days of the rebellion, but her old armor had been the best of sparse, salvaged equipment from system defense forces and smugglers, and this time Han had spared no expense. Her objection was mostly cosmetic. The shiny covert ops armor with its micro-lattice greaves, reinforced cuirass, and top-of-the-line filter mask reminded her of nothing so much as Darth Vader. She, Han, and all Madine's troopers were wearing masks to filter out toxins, just in case Black Sun had more Yarite, and the one she was wearing deadened her breathing. Still, a bit of discomfort was well worth it to avoid any further battles with nerve agents. She'd had quite enough of those already in the last week. The 3 commando drop shuttles descended from Coruscant's low orbit, their up-armored hulls carefully hidden from the local orbital control by a combination of chosen trajectory and electronic scramblers. The sky behind them was just glowing with the first trickles of sunlight as Argosy District steadily turned towards Coruscant Star, and the light reflected off the massive, opaque presence of Airy Tower. Beside her, Ela Wessery was far less heavily armored, though she too wore a mask. Kurios could not be allowed to escape. She ordered the commandos. "I prefer to take him alive to stand trial, but not so much that you should take unnecessary risks. Do what you have to. Auric Company will be landing on the executive pad. The rest of us will launch an attack on the rear escape tunnel to flank them and cut off a potential avenue of escape." "Counselor." Leia tightened her grip on her lightsaber. They'd allowed Black Sun to run rampant on Coruscant for far too long as it was. The corruption that infected Coruscant's local governments was endemic and deeply rooted. Black Sun was an old organization, one that had gained prominence as Coruscant itself did, but it had seemed unavoidable, just a fact of life. Now that unavoidable fact of life had aided the Empire and helped to kill Garm Bel Iblis, not to mention the dozens of others who had been killed during the attack on the Malala Aster. It had nearly killed her. It had nearly killed her children. It was harboring a fugitive. "Breaching formation? I'm on point. Remember, they killed our people." Next to her, Han checked his blaster, holstered it, and grabbed a rifle and bandolier of charges from the shuttle's weapons rack. "You all right, sweetheart?" he asked, the mask giving his breathing a rasp common in her nightmares. She tried not to think about that. "Yeah," she said with a firm nod. "I'm fine. Let's get him." Ela had her hand on her ear. "Auric Company is landing on the roof now. Cap reports intermittent resistance." Leia looked out the window of their assault shuttle, and she could see flashes of red and green light atop Airy Tower. As she watched, the flashes grew in volume and intensity, and then faded. "Auric Company is pushing into the building and meeting heavier resistance. Alarms are active throughout the building, Ela announced. She turned towards Leia and Han. We have snub fighter support, and the Mon Calamari frigate Ceratidi is moving in as we speak to offer low-orbital deterrence against Black Sun reinforcements. She tapped the shoulder of the shuttle's pilot. Take us in, and don't forget to knock. At the pilot's laconic acknowledgement, Leia hurriedly made for one of the seats next to Han, strapping herself in securely as Airy Tower rapidly grew in the shuttle's forward window. They didn't slow down as they closed the distance. Brace! Cried their pilot as the building grew huge before them, and then the hammer-headed assault shuttle slammed into it. There was a horrible, metallic screeching as the shuttle's engines vibrated with the effort, and then it punctured through half a meter of reinforced durasteel and slid inexorably into the building, sending a shower of debris spattering down towards Coruscant's lower levels. Asterisk. Ela gripped the arms of her chair with both hands, her blaster rifle resting slung across her chest. The engines of the assault shuttle howled as it breached the exterior of Airy Tower, the sounds of shattering transparent still audible even over the cry of the shuttle's overpowered engine. All at once the shuttle's trembling stopped, the repulsor lifts dying as the shuttle settled to the ground on the inside of one of Airy Tower's mid-levels. She slapped her chest, retracting the crash straps. Move! Manning's commandos were already ahead of her. Their serious faces were invisible behind their gas masks, but they moved with the same precision she'd come to expect from the New Republic's elite shock troops. The two forward hatches in the assault shuttle parted, and the armored men and women streamed through them, covering one another. There was no blaster fire, not yet, Ela thought grimly. Secure this area, Ela ordered as she stepped out of the shuttle herself, waving the troops forward. Then we move upwards one floor at a time. Yes, ma'am? One of the troopers replied with a quick salute. Leia and Han were beside her, Leia unrecognizable behind her armor and mask, although Ela could always identify her by the lightsaber the counselor had in her hand. I really wish you'd stay here, counselor, Ela said cautiously. We surprised them by breaching the building here, but we're going to run into opposition as we fight our way up. Don't bother, Han said with a shake of his head. I already tried. You have a Force sensitive on your strike team, and you want to say no. Leia asked in an arch tone. Don't be silly. I'm much more fun in a fight than Luke. Let's go. Leia left Han and Ela behind, marching off in the wake of Mad Eye's troops and shoving her way to the front in a way only someone who was a seasoned politician and military commander could get away with. Ela looked at Han as they followed, having to up their pace to keep up. She got out of Bacta less than a week ago, Ela pointed out. She should be resting. She knows, Han said dourly. Unlike Leia, he was clearly still feeling the effects of his wounds. He still had a slight limp. Believe me, I tried. Then went to try. But Leia's determined to catch Garm's killer, and she knows that with her here you have a better chance of doing that. Right? Ela agreed sourly. She picked up her pace, jogging to keep up with Leia. Well, the faster we have Kyrios, the faster we can get her someplace safe. You said it, sister. Now come on, let's get after her. As Han and Ela moved swiftly forward, Ela considered the level of intensity that the Solos operated at as a matter of course and shuddered internally. Wedge wants to be an architect. He wants to sit somewhere green and build a house for us. Asterisk. What happened? Kyrios snarled, grabbing Rotor by the shoulder and spinning him around. The Vigo was arming himself, and a team of his bodyguards were likewise grabbing weapons from the confined armory that lined one wall of the panic room, and he smacked Kyrios' arm away. I should be asking you that. Rotor retorted. There's a New Republic assault team on the roof, and a second one just breached the building 10 floors down. He cursed, shaking his head. I never thought they'd do something this bold. Not after the last time, but then I didn't know where we're going to try to murder Mon Mothma. He pointed at his bodyguards. You lot, head down and engage the team climbing up. The rest of you, head up to fight off the team on the roof. We finally got a response. Gasped out one of Rotor's techs, this one dressed in a uniform of the Coruscant Constabulary. Put me in my constabulary uniform with the filter. Ready. Rotor pushed Kurios. Get out of the way. Kurios stepped back at the push, taking the opportunity to grab a blaster rifle for himself. The communications flat screen flickered to life, revealing the face of a blonde, bearded human male, wearing a beige command tunic. On the man's collar were the rank insignia of a New Republic general, and surrounding him was a clean bridge, white and neat, with Mon Calamari crewers manning the stations. This is General Crix Madine, commanding the frigate Ceratide. I say again, Argosy District Constabulary, do not approach Airy Tower, or you will be fired upon. New Republic forces are engaged in a law enforcement operation within Airy Tower, and will respond to any interference with deadly force. Rotor tugged his tunic down and activated his holocam. This is Colonel Rotor of the Coruscant Constabulary. As the ranking officer of the Constabulary and Argosy District, I demand that you cease this operation at once. All law enforcement on Coruscant is the domain of the municipal government, and you have no authorization to proceed without our consent. Madine looked at him, and the general's eyes were cold. He held up a datapad. I have here a list of all members of the Argosy District Constabulary who have been compromised by Black Sun. You, Rotor, are no true colonel. You are a senior Black Sun official and must surrender yourself into our custody. Stand down at once. Madine leaned forwards, his eyes narrow in Vigo, or I cannot guarantee your safety. I repeat, any constabulary vehicles that attempt to approach or leave Airy Tower will be fired upon. Fleary Voru must have sold Rotor out, Kurios thought, stunned. He knew that Voru was in bed with the New Republic. Despite all their protestations about the Empire's corruption, the rebels were just as bad. But he never imagined that Voru would deliberately sabotage his own organization to this extent. From Rotor's expression, the Vigo was just as stunned. Rotor stammered, took a moment to breathe, and then gazed steadily back at Madine. This is an illegal action, and I will see you prosecuted for all the lives and property lost because of it. Colonel Rotor to all constabulary forces. Resist with all necessary force. That's an order. Rotor didn't wait for Madine to respond. He slapped the comm pickup to end the conversation, shaking his head. I can't believe it, he muttered. That bastard. Will the constabulary come to our aid? That's a Mon Calamari frigate out there that would destroy any of our airspeeders easily, and I'm sure there are snub fighters on call too. But some of my people might still fight it out, because if I go down, they'll go down too. Do you have an escape plan? Rotor glared at him. Of course I have an escape plan, he snarled. And if you make it worth my while, it can include you as well. But the rewards had better be stupendous, because this is all your fault. Asterisk. Madine's commandos moved with the quick precision and attentiveness born of tough training and tougher experience. Blaster rifles swept over the corridor as they moved deeper into Airy Tower, then started to climb. The mid-levels of Airy Tower were mostly offices. Numerous businesses, both legitimate and illegal, had expansive complexes within the massive structure. Occasionally, they passed a droid as they hustled up the emergency stairs, winding their way upwards. The droids cowered, as Leia would expect 3PO to have put in a similar position, while one of the troopers always lunged forward at them and planted them with a restraining bolt before they moved on, just in case. Her danger sense provided the first warning that they were about to encounter the enemy. But even as she opened her mouth, the first snarls of blaster fire came from above them. Red blasts slammed into the stairs, sending up plumes of vaporized permacrete. One of the troopers fell. The others swung their rifles back up the winding staircase and returned fire. Leia ignited her lightsaber. The emerald blade emerged with its snap hiss, its hum filling the confined staircase, and she flicked the saber out to deflect a blaster bolt harmlessly into the wall. She had never trained as much as she should have, she admitted. But there was always something else that demanded her time. The New Republic had been her father's dream, and she owed it to Leia Organa to fight with everything she had to achieve that dream. She had enough training, though, to be confident with the lightsaber, and she could feel the Force, its guidance, and its power, as it guided her hands to block more blaster bolts. Leia rushed up the stairs, lightsaber brandished like a beacon. Beside her, Ela's blaster rifle snarled, a red bolt of energy taking one of the Black Sun criminals in the chest. Leia stepped over him, glanced back down the stairs to see the rest of the team coming up after them. Home behind them, gamely limping ahead of the commandos, laying down a stuttering carpet of cover fire and cursing all the way. "Go get him," Han yelled. "I'm on point," Leia ordered coldly, before Ela could object. "The rest of you stack up behind me and follow me in." Counselor. Feeling the force for the right moment, and basking in their acknowledgments, she swept her blade through the door the Black Sun team had retreated through and pushed it open. She spun her lightsaber in a confident arc. Luke had emphasized blaster defense during their training, and for weeks she'd had tired arms as she built up the needed muscle and experience, and she spattered multiple blaster bolts away from them. Behind her, Ela's blaster rifle fired and fired again, its bursts of coherent energy joined by Han's and the rest of their strike team as the Black Sun gunners fell. They moved farther into the room, and the space behind them was filled with New Republic shock troops in heavy armor. Leia couldn't cover them all, but their heavy armor meant most hits were not fatal. "Where's Korea's?" Ela shouted over the din. "I don't know," Leia called. "Follow your instincts," the Corellian shouted back. Leia nodded and picked a direction. She didn't have any reason to take the hall as it followed the outside of the building, but it felt right. That was good enough for Ela, who tracked after her confidently. Her danger sense saved their lives. She grabbed the back of Ela's vest and hauled her back just as the hallway in front of them erupted with grenade explosions, dazzle and conventional. Leia shook her head, trying to clear it, and then Black Sun goons were on them. Still dazed, she lashed out awkwardly with her lightsaber, feeling the tightness of her wrist bracers as she cleaved through the barrel of a nearby blaster rifle. Someone struck her from the side, and Leia stumbled, falling behind a structural pillar. She hadn't had a sense of danger, so she flinched in surprise, looking back to see Ela Wessery grapple one of the Black Sun gunners, a large, muscular Gran in worn constabulary gear. Aside from finding her pleasant to talk to, Leia hadn't spent much one-on-one time with Ela, and she'd never seen her fight. In combat, Leia improvised, Winter flowed, and Mara danced. Ela brawled. Her rifle lay smashed and sparking at her feet. She went for the blaster pistol on her hip, but the Gran smacked it away, and it thudded off a transparent steel window out of her reach. Leia shook her head back and forth, trying to clear it. Ela's foe swung a blaster rifle towards her, and Leia reached out in the force and pushed the barrel of the weapon slightly askew. The shot went wild, and Ela stepped in close and broke the Black Sun goon's nose with an upward palm strike. As he rocked back into his remaining comrade, the Corellian plucked a vibroblade off the back of her combat belt, closed the distance, and buried it deep into his chest, using his large corpse to screen them both from his compatriot. Leia stretched out her hand for Ela's fallen blaster pistol. The weapon leapt off the ground and soared into her palm. She twisted to aim it, her finger closing inside his well-worn trigger guard, and 2 bolts lanced into the last man's chest. Ela checked the corpses, grabbed a nasty-looking rifle off one of them, and then pulled Leia to her feet. Leia spun the pistol in her hand with the casual familiarity that most Republic counselors did not possess, then handed it back to the Corellian, who holstered it with an appreciative chuckle. The 2 women pressed on, weapons ready. Asterisk. Koreas had no choice but to follow Rotor. He'd been at Rotor's mercy ever since he come to him for sanctuary after Kaine's death. Koreas felt a pang of guilt at that thought, but only a pang, and Brachus' inexplicable disappearance. The plan had been for them to meet up after Brachus and Brenner killed Organa Solo's Jedi brats, but the attack on the twins had gone sideways, and the planned reunion and escape had never happened. He was furious. He was furious at the rebellion, for his treason, at Kaine, for his more personal betrayal, at Coruscant, for letting the rebellion rule it like a docile nerf in a slaughter chute, at Brachus, for his disappearance, and at Rotor for his idiocy, at himself, for getting into this mess. How did it come to this? They burst into a small room, lined with enormous transparent steel windows. It was a large, open space that looked out onto the glittering skyline, and in the middle of it was a simple airspeeder of mundane make. An escape vehicle? Kyrios asked. Yeah, muttered Rotor. Through the transparent steel there was a flash, and they both turned towards it. The glowing, almost organic form of a Mon Calamari frigate descended towards the planet's surface, repulsor lifts humming to keep it aloft. The frigate put itself between airy tower and a swarm of gleaming airspeeders, some in constabulary colors with flashing sirens. At least I have some loyal employees, muttered Rotor, and then the frigate opened fire with its ion cannons. I should increase death benefits again? The airspeeders stubbornly refused to alter their trajectory, and the frigate was in no mood to take chances. When the airspeeders closed to within 5 kilometers of airy tower, it opened fire. Bursts of blue ion lightning and precise quad laser fire spat towards the airspeeders. Chaos filled the sky as the airspeeders fired back before falling like stones or exploding in violent showers of shrapnel as the Coruscant skyline turned into a massive light fight. The rebellion will have snubs here any minute, Kyrios said as he jogged back towards Rotor. They'll cut off all exits. We need to use the distraction to escape. Let's get the engine running. Rotor turned away, pulling open the door to the airspeeder, then placed his hand down on the controls. Authorized user recognized. Welcome, Driver 1. Rotor goosed the airspeeder's repulsor lifts to thrumming life. The vehicle lifted a few inches off the floor as they warmed, the air around it shimmering in response. Kyrios pulled open the passenger door. They locked the door behind them, but it wasn't reinforced against lightsabers. The glowing, humming green blade carved easily through the locking mechanism, and then with a hefty shove it flew open. 2 figures entered, one with a lightsaber and the other with a larger rifle. Kyp Organa Solo herself. She moved surprisingly well for someone who had been near comatose not that long ago. Dying here might be worth it if only he could take her with him. Rotor reached for the airspeeder's controls, but the taller figure fired, and the long beam of a disruptor carved through the unarmored airspeeder window without any effort, sizzling through the pilot seat, Rotor, and the speeder's control panel. The Vino Vigo's corpse went slack, fell forward, and hit the airspeeder's accelerator. There was an enormous whoosh as the airspeeder's engines flared. Then Kyrios was spinning, his arm and wrist in sudden, excruciating pain as the airspeeder leapt forward before he could finish getting inside. There was a rain of shattered transparent steel and a sudden howl of inrushing air. Rotor's corpse and their escape airspeeder burst through the window and out into the sky, out of control. Kyrios hit the ground in agony, clutching his broken wrist and arm. In the sky beyond, the airspeeder staggered, smoking and twirling, dipping down towards the distant ground. It made it barely a kilometer before the Mon Calamari frigate casually destroyed it with a single, contemptuous quad laser burst. And Colonel Cadet Kyrios found himself staring at the tip of an emerald lightsaber, gleaming plasma less than 3 inches from his throat, as his eyes moved to the terrifying, almost insectal mask that gleamed behind it. Asterisk. Leia stared at the fallen form of Cadet Kyrios, her lightsaber pointed directly at his face. She remembered his cold smile during their first and only meeting, when she still had hope for peace. Before he tried to kill her. Before he tried to kill her children. Before he had killed Garm Bel Iblis and Mobvekher, and the palace security teams. She'd always known she was angry at the Empire. Angry for what it had done to the galaxy, angry for all the people it had killed, angry for taking her father, and her mother, and her home. Angry at it for forcing her apart from her brother, angry at it for torturing Han. It was like the lightsaber in her hand wanted to lash out. As if there was a spirit in the back of her mind, urging her to make that easy swing, carve Kyrios from stem to stern. He would have killed her babies if he'd had the chance, innocence, still learning to speak, all love and curiosity, and he would have taken them from her. Or taken her from them. It would be so easy. So easy to extend her arm and twirl her wrists. No force needed at all, just an easy, effortless swing of her lightsaber. She stared down at his fallen form, the fear on his face, and wished it was Tarkin at her feet. Wished she had this lightsaber on the Death Star, had been able to fight back then as she was able to now. What kind of a galaxy was this that had such people in it? She could feel the Force tempting her. The dark at the corners of her vision, her raspy breathing through the gas mask she wore. Ela Wessery put her hand on Leia's shoulder. "Good job, counselor," she said, her scavenge disruptor rifle slung, and her blaster pistol covering Kyrios. "I've got him covered." Han stumped up behind them, armor battered with recent damage and Force sense heavy with pain and fatigue. Even if he was not Force sensitive, he was unmistakable to Leia, and his hand replaced Ela's. "Damn it, Leia," he growled frustratedly. "That was too close. I almost lost you once already." Her rage faded, and she could see it for what it was. Leia closed her eyes, and the hum of her lightsaber died. "I'm all right," she said to her husband. "What are we going to do with him?" Kyrios stared up at her, eyes redolent with pain, fear, and anger. "Just kill me, counselor. If you ever considered yourself any kind of soldier, then—" "I'm not a soldier. I'm never a soldier," Leia thought loudly and with feeling. "I am killing you," as she said coldly through her breathing mask, "the only way you'll understand." She stepped back and nodded to Ela. The Corellian woman lifted and fired her blaster, sending a ringed burst of blue energy into Colonel Carius's chest and leaving the Imperial murderer slack on the permacrete. Chapter 29. Despite their best efforts, the holocron remained silent, and the humid warmth of the Yavin jungle grew even more oppressive. Luke felt malevolent eyes trace his every step. They made their way along the path that the holocron had set them on with focused haste. None of them was eager to go back to sleep, not after what they had already endured for a few restless hours, and it felt important to move as quickly as they could. Which still felt like a crawl through the muck. As night descended once more, a powerful presence draped over them like a thick, choking haze. Something was watching them from the dark corners of the Yavin jungle once more, the eyes of predators stalking them and growing more confident. That was not Luke's only concern. Kyp had been distant even before they'd arrived on Yavin, but unlike the others, he steadily refused to open up about his dream. He followed along with a distant, sometimes almost vacant expression that left Luke uneasy. Kyp was Luke's first real apprentice, the first true apprentice of the new Jedi Order, and Luke felt he was failing him, even if he had no idea what to say or do about it. He thought Kyp should be with them because even though he didn't feel like much of a Jedi compared to the masters of old, Luke and the others were the only bulwark he knew of with any experience against the dark side. If Luke had left Kyp alone with Jacen and Jaina and Leia, who knew what dark dreams could influence him to do absent training. Even on the trip over, Kyp had come a long way. He hungered to learn. Still, the presence of Exar Kun loomed over them, even heavier and more oppressive than it had on Coruscant, or when they had landed, or during the night when he had invaded their dreams. He was out there, plotting, and waiting. "How much farther to the temple?" asked Tion brightly, the only one of them who had kept any cheer alive in these taxing circumstances. The woman was irrepressible, and Luke was grateful. As Luke walked, he idly pondered whether the Force had called them to Jun for the holocron, or to rescue Tion, or both. "We'll get there tomorrow," Mara replied. Her voice had a ring of tension and strain, and Luke reached out to her in the Force. Whatever the darkness that surrounded them, she shone like a beacon in his eyes, and he felt her reach back. For a fleeting moment, they each held the other in their mind's eye, and each took strength from the knowledge that together they were greater than the sum of their parts. "And then what?" Kyp interrupted the moment. "We still have no idea how to even fight Exar Kun." "The Force will guide us," Luke said confidently. "It brought us here to face him because we must, and if we listen to it and trust our instincts, it will show us the way forward." Kyp scoffed, shaking his head and looking away wordlessly. Skepticism radiated off him in waves. The boy's reticence had been palpable ever since the night before. "Kyp, are you sure you don't want to talk about your dream?" Luke asked. "I was back on Kessel," Kyp snarled angrily. "I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it." He shared a glance with Cam. "All right," Luke relented, "but if there's anything else." "Uh-oh," came a voice from beside him. Luke turned towards Tian, saw her staring out into the jungle, her expression pinched. Tian. He reached out with the Force, extending his consciousness to sprawl through the nearby foliage, feeling the absence of all large animal life. They were abruptly alone. "They're out there," Tian whispered, clutching at her oversized blaster rifle, her equally oversized double vial strapped to her back. Like drunk malcontents at the back of a crowd. The dark descended over the jungle around them. Luke could feel it settle around them, a thick bite of chill taking the heat away. And beyond that chill, dragging the blanket over them, he could feel the same presence he'd been feeling for days. Menace creeping at the back of his mind, lurking in the shadows behind him, stalking him. The same presence that had invaded his dreams the night before and stolen the face of Uncle Owen. "We have to face him," Luke thought tiredly. Face him and end this. But, he thought, when they came to Yavin, that it would be with the aid of the now non-responsive holocron. He reached out, pushing against the chill, finding the small sparks of light hidden beneath it, the warmth, the life. He reached out to Mara, felt her efforts join his, and then Cam's. Tian stepped beside Cam, sheltering beside his larger body. They waited. And then, from the darkness, came the first of their foes. In the Force the creature, Luke hesitated to call it anything else, because while it had once been a Deveronian, it clearly no longer was, felt both sickly and powerful, like a raging illness growing out of control. It was massive, at least a foot taller than even the tallest Deveronian Luke had ever seen, and his bulk put even Cam to shame. Its skin was covered with an almost metallic-looking exoskeleton. Its eyes were black and pupil-less, and it held in its hands a long staff with an axe head at the end, jagged and ancient. "Sith spawn," Mara muttered. She ignited her lightsaber, Anakin Skywalker's blade humming to life in her hand. "That's a Lamvarok." Kyp's blaster leaped into his hands, and Shion's heavy blaster came up slowly but smoothly. Luke and Cam both ignited their blades, casting blue and green into the orange of Yavin's twilight hour. "Stay behind me, Kyp," Luke ordered, lifting his blade into a defense stance. Asterisk. There was more than one of the creatures. Each one looked like it had come from a different species. The Deveronian led the trio, with what seemed to be a Gamorrean and a Leapy, though it was hard to be sure. Whatever Exar Kun had done to them had transformed them, emphasizing some of their natural features and removing others. In the Force, Cam could feel nothing but malevolence. Focused and intent, intelligent, and thoroughly missing anything resembling compassion or empathy. They were ravenous beasts now, armed with dangerous weapons that they clearly knew how to use. "Sith spawn," breathed Tian in sudden understanding. "Liberal, Karking Sith spawn." And as if that was a signal, the fight began. Metallic discs flew at staggering velocities. Luke caught the one aimed at Tian on his lightsaber and split it in half, and the remains of it whirled into the jungle. A second horror charged towards Mara. She dodged, keeping it at a distance and scorching the weapon's furry flesh with shots from her blaster pistol. The third, the one that had once been a Gamorrean, roared a ferocious, animalistic battle cry and charged at Cam. Before it got close, Tian answered it with a battle howl of her own, guttural, terrifying, and accompanied by a staccato burst of blaster fire. Bursts blasted past and into the Gamorrean, leaving trails of fire as they grazed Yavin's thick vegetation. To Cam's astonishment, the Gamorrean shrugged off the repeated blaster hits with aplomb. The creature had substantial wounds. If Cam had been hit 3 times with a repeater, he'd be dead for sure, but the slavering creature merely roared a second battle cry and put his head down as it charged. The creature whirled his Lamvarok at him, and Cam just barely managed to deflect the whirring disc with a glance of his lightsaber. Only the Force saved him from a second disc, which rocketed out from behind the tree line at his side. He dodged that one, reaching out in the Force to guide his trajectory away, and saw a second Gamorrean become visible. The creature's eyes unblinkingly locked on Cam as it emerged from the trees, then it too charged. Still more of the horrors emerged, bringing their number up to 6 or 7. Cam was having trouble getting a solid count, dodging the flurry of discs and swipes. The two Gamorreans were pressing down on him now, and all he could tell about the third horror was its original species had Leku. Beating an upbeat aria about Nomi Sunrider, Tion came in his flank. She pumped 3 blaster shots into the Twi'lek's stomach. Then she slammed the white-hot barrel of her blaster into one of the Gamorreans like a club. The beast screamed in pain, swiping at her, and Cam lashed out and removed the offending limb. His lightsaber twirled. The horrors were dangerous. They were big and they were strong, but they weren't impervious to the lightsaber's plasma blade. Tion fired another blaster shot. "You know you have a lightsaber, right?" Mari yelled at her. "Honestly," Tion shouted back, lashing out with the gun's barrel again. "In a fight, I just default to whatever's heaviest and makes the loudest noise." Cam killed the first Gamorrean with a simple lightsaber slash. The remaining Gamorrean was on fire, and then Luke Skywalker was there, his green lightsaber flashing decisively, dismembering Cam's opponents with 2 quick, precise cuts. "Cam, where's Kyp?" It took a second for the words to process. When they did, Cam turned and looked in every direction. He didn't see Kyp anywhere, so he reached out to the Force. "I don't know," he said, alarm growing. "I don't see him. I don't feel him." There were fresh howls of battle rage from the jungle, and new foes trundled forward. There were more of them this time. Unlike the first bunch, which had been armed with the ancient Lamvaroks, this group was armed erratically. Some carried blasters, others bore cruel-looking vibro weapons. "I have to go find Kyp," Luke yelled. Cam nodded, holding his lightsaber higher. Tion was at his side, and she was already slapping a fresh gas cartridge into her blaster like a pro, letting the weapon cool so she could shoot again. Luke stared at the Force horrors, offered Cam an apologetic nod, then sprinted into the jungle. Mara appeared at Cam's other side, and they lifted their blue lightsabers up in matching defensive stances. "Ready?" Mara asked grimly. "Let's kick this up tempo," Tion answered, sending out a burst of blaster fire. In response, the Force horrors bounded forward towards them, ravening with rage. Asterisk. Kyp stumbled through the jungle. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know where he was going, and yet, he felt guided inevitably forward, as if there were a harness wrapped around him latched to a tether. A gentle one. Encouraging. Paternal. There was a voice with him, smuggled into the back of his skull. "This way," the voice whispered, and Kyp heard in the voice not just guidance but promise. "This way," the voice promised, "come, and I will give you everything you want. The Empire will fall before you, broken and powerless, and all will be made safe once again. Your family will live. Your friends will live. The galaxy will be at peace, safe from the ravages of the Empire's war. Everything you want, you can have. You can take it for yourself. All you have to do is listen to me, do what is necessary, and you can become all you were meant to be. A true Jedi." The jungle was thick, but it parted effortlessly for his passing. Wrinkled trees opened, revealing tunnels and smooth pathways through vegetation. Predators refused to pounce, even though he has only his blaster for protection. The ground seemed to guide his step, as if he was following a well-trodden trail. His pace and anticipation grew. "Can you feel it?" the voice asked. "All the potential of the moment. The paths opening before you, the power and the force you could have. Feel all the life that surrounds you, and the vigor that life gives the Force. All that could be yours." Kyp saw Star Destroyers crumple in his mind, their metal hulls smashed inwards. He saw Imperial bases scorched and blistered, TIE fighters falling helpless from the sky like raindrops. He saw stormtroopers, row after row after row of stormtroopers, blotted away by a massive fist, slapping down and leaving smashed armor. He saw Imperial officers feeling small and impotent, helpless against the power of the Force. "Yes," the voice encouraged. "Yes, all that is possible, if it is desired by a true Jedi. Imagine it, the Empire broken to your will. Unable to harm anyone ever again. Unable to take parents from their children, or children from their parents. Peace will reign forevermore." The jungle caressed him, leaves brushing past him, wet with moisture. "Feel," The voice encouraged, and Kyp did. He felt the life in those trees, gleaming bright with power. It guided him almost lovingly, the force embracing him as Kyp had not been certain it ever would. He felt cold and hot, the air around him shivering with power. The same power that had saved Han Solo's life at the garden on Coruscant. The same power that had saved Jaina's, and Winter's, and Chewbacca's, and Jacyn's. He needed it. He emerged from the jungle all at once and stumbled to a halt, nearly falling into a pool of still water. Beyond the expanse of water, an easy swim away, was a temple. It gleamed black as the night, glittering with Coruscant gems that were embedded in the stone, flickering with some inner light. But the structure itself was almost irrelevant, because Kyp could see how it was inscribed with the Force, glowing a glorious crimson in his vision. Is not your home protected against unwelcome intruders? The voice chuckled softly in the back of his mind. It seemed to flow within his skull, words and presence growing bolder. This way, Jedi. Kyp knew where to go. The Force told him. There was a long line of stepping stones, barely visible in the water, and Kyp carefully put his feet upon them, then skipped across them. They were slippery, but he found that the Force would keep his feet from sliding from the stones, and he made the journey across more quickly than he would have expected, practically gliding. His feet were soaked by the time he was across, his pants dripping with warm water. The temple was even more incredible up close. Its walls were covered in hieroglyphics and other symbols that he did not understand, but he could feel in them the same sense of power that surrounded the rest of the structure. That power was almost oppressive in his weight, pressing down on Kyp and yet also welcoming him. The air went cold with a sudden chill that shivered down his spine. Following the sense of presence, he circled the temple and found the entrance. Come inside, the voice invited him. Kyp pushed the door open. The hieroglyphs were just as common inside the structure as they had been outside, or perhaps even more so. There was only one large open space within, with a series of unlit torches in a large circle around the exterior of the space. What is this place? He asked, and it occurred to him only after he'd spoken that he had no idea if the voice would hear him. The voice did hear him. The place of my greatest power, the voice murmured, though there was something in the voice that suggested its owner was not content with that fact. It carried old resentments, old hatreds, and Kyp instinctively knew that even if the statement were true, and this was the place of the voice's greatest power, that it was also not a place the voice liked very much. You are wise for one so young, the voice murmured approvingly. The light from the door to the outside offered dim illumination, and Kyp's eyes focused as he adjusted. There were statues lurking in the shadows, clustered in a smaller circle, their positions patterning the torches. It was an odd place, and the dark reminded him unpleasantly of Kessel. You will help me defeat the Empire? He asked nervously. That presence was lurking in the dark, now outside his skull as well as within it, as if one with the very air that Kyp breathed. I will, the voice promised. But I do not think you will need very much help. You have all the potential of a true Jedi. All you need to do is use what you have already been given. Alarm bells went off in the back of Kyp's mind. The true predators of Kessel, the people, not the spice spiders, had known how to use honeyed speech to lure a would-be co-conspirator. Nothing came free? And what is it you will want in return? He asked. Nothing you have not already given me, my young Jedi, the voice promised. All that you dream of doing will benefit me as well. The orange twilight from the exterior was suddenly overpowered by a swell of green, which arrived just as the hum of the lightsaber that projected it did. Kyp turned around and faced Luke Skywalker. Kyp, it's not safe in here, Luke said, his lightsaber swaying from side to side as he gazed into the shadows. Can't you feel that presence? Come away, quickly. Asterisk. Luke could feel Exar Kun, the sickly film of oily presence that had shadowed him on Coruscant, and ever since his arrival here on Yavin 4, was neither sickly nor a film in this place. It was dark and powerful, almost tangible, as if the act of swinging his lightsaber would have to cut through more than just air before striking any target. He waved at Kyp again, wanting to get out of this place, desperately wishing that Master Vado or Son Rider could emerge from the holocron to offer him guidance. But he did not have the holocron. It was in Tyen's possession, and even if he did have it, it had not recovered from Exar Kun's last attack. And Exar Kun seemed even more powerful here. He could almost hear the Sith spirit whispering in the dark, but it was just meaningless whispers. The myriad of hieroglyphs was likewise gibberish, but somehow Luke knew that the whispers and the hieroglyphs spoke with the same tongue. He feared that he was not the only one to hear the voice, because Kyp had not moved. The boy stood, stunned, closer to the center of the room. He stared back at Luke, clearly aware of Luke's presence but either unable or unwilling to respond to it. Luke stood a slow step forward into the dark. Kyp, listen to me. That voice you're hearing is Exar Kun. It's Exar Kun, Kyp. I promised Han that I'd look after you, and that's just what I'm going to do. But right now I need you to walk towards me. This place isn't safe. The shadows seemed to grow in intensity, pushing back the green glow from his lightsaber and turning it a sickly yellow. They swirled around Kyp, making his brown hair grow even darker, changing brown eyes fade to a blackish gray. Luke took another step forward. His grip on the Force was still strong. The moon was strong and the living Force, but there was something that made him feel vaguely nauseous. The shadows swirled closer, clinging to his lightsaber. Luke focused, concentrating on Kyp, but he was having trouble seeing clearly. Come here, Luke, said a familiar voice. Startled, Luke turned his head, not wanting to look away from Kyp, and found himself staring into the eyes of On Lars. Come here, On encouraged. He patted Luke's shoulder as the speeder came to rest in the homestead garage. See? I told you we'd get home without any problems, On said, popping the speed canopy and pushing it up. Kyp, Luke insisted, his voice dry and raspy. He could still see On beside him, but On couldn't be there. On had been dead for. I bet Barrow already has breakfast ready for us, On continued as he helped Luke out of the speeder. Luke's feet touched down on the ground, but there was something unsteady about his footfall, and he stumbled forward. On caught him with both arms, laughing. Careful, Luke. You never know what you might find on the floor of the garage. We should really turn the lights on. The green of Luke's lightsaber flickered as the shadows suffocated it, and now Luke couldn't even see Kyp, not without his light, and even the light from the sky behind him was gone. Owen wrapped his arms around Luke and hugged him tight. Don't worry. It'll be all right. You're here at home, and there's nothing to be afraid of. The hug grew tighter, and Owen's eyes were gray. With sudden alarm, Luke started to struggle, but he was just a boy and Owen was a full-grown man, and the unsteady footing that had caused Luke to tumble turned to sand. He could feel the sand crawling up his legs, already knee-deep, and Owen's arms gripped him tighter and tighter. Luke gasped for breath. Kyp, need to? Get to Kyp. No, you don't, Owen reassured him, his smile turning sinister. I've already got him. Luke couldn't breathe, his tiny hands groping against Owen's impossibly strong arms, but he was sinking, and the sand was at his neck, and it was rising, and then it was above his lips, above his nose, above his head, and Luke was falling, he was falling. He kept falling and falling. Asterisk. Kyp, need to. Get to Kyp, Luke gasped as his lightsaber clattered from his hand. Kyp watched in horrified astonishment as Luke fell to his knees, struggling against an invisible foe. Kyp could see the shadowy presence surrounding the Jedi Knight, astonishingly strong. Luke gasped for breath. His knees went out from under him in an instant, blue eyes suddenly blank, and he collapsed to the floor and was still. Luke. Kyp gasped, taking 2 steps forward. He hadn't wanted this. The Empire was his enemy. Whatever mistakes Luke had made, he was still a hero. But even as he tried to move towards Luke, Kyp found that he could come no closer to the fallen Jedi. He is not dead, the voice, Exar Kun, promised him. Merely sleeping. He is misguided, and he will seek to stop us. When we are done, he will wake. But, if you wish to destroy the Empire, the voice said, much more harshly, you must come with me. This is your chance to be a true Jedi. Make your choice. Kyp didn't remember making a choice, exactly, but his legs started to move, slowly at first and then faster, as Exar Kun guided him through the jungle. Asterisk. Even as she engaged fully in combat, with the Force horror bounding after her, Mara Jade still spared a moment to worry about Luke, to ground herself in their love. The Emperor's hand would have thought her weak, but Mara scoffed at the callow idiot she had been. The creature was massive. Leapy did not usually grow to 2 meters in height, but this one comfortably exceeded that height, and it was fast. The Lanvarak the creature wielded was out of poison projectiles. All it carried had been embedded into trees or lost in jungle undergrowth, but it was still dangerous. The Leapy leapt, launching himself at her. Mara dodged behind a tree and got an up-close view of the creature's weapon as it sliced deep into bark. Fancy footwork was impossible here. There were too many dangers upon the ground under her feet, too many treacherous stones or roots, but distance and measure still mattered. With an undulating bellow, the Leapy lodged the axe-like head of the weapon in the tree she hid behind a second time, sending splinters in every direction. Mara twisted her wrists, her lightsaber carving through both the tree and the Lanvarak alike. The Leapy was left with nothing more than a stick, and it was not happy. Its fangs flashed, drool and mindless rage the only sign that the creature had even noticed what had happened to his weapon. Clawed fingers lashed at her and she spun away, her arm extending as she twirled. The sky blue blade carved through the Leapy's arm and hand, sending the hand one way while the arm went the other. The creature barely seemed to notice as it lashed out at her with its other hand, and Mara calmly parried the strike with her saber, depriving the Leapy Force horror of its second hand. The beast lunged, fanged teeth lurching towards her, and Mara cut the beast in half. It fell dead at her feet. She shot it twice in the back just to be sure, and then she leapt away. Tion was sticking with her blaster, a massive T-21 light repeater on a single operator sling. The slight woman handled the weapon well despite its heft, showing a deceptive strength and an iron determination. A chain of green burst shoot into another one of the Force horrors. That one had once been a weak way, Mara was pretty sure, and the horror was able to sustain a string of hits before it collapsed, still crawling in Tion's direction. Mara finished it off with her blaster as she made her way past it to Tion. "Where's Cam?" she called, waving her lightsaber as she watched for more foes. He led 3 of them into the jungle. Tion called back, slapping a fresh cartridge into her repeater. "There are still more of them out there." "I know," Mara muttered. She could feel them, lurking behind the tree line. They were hard to sense. They seemed to blend with the deepening sense of dark that swelled all around them. But she'd seen at least 8 and had only killed 4 of the creatures. "Where did they come from?" Tion asked, still catching her breath. "As you said, Sith spawn in the most literal sense." Mara closed her eyes, reaching out through the Force, looking for Cam, Kyp, and Luke. She found Luke first. Even in the dark that surrounded them, Luke was easy to find, gleaming brightly. She found Cam seconds later. Cam felt the brush of her mind against his, and she could feel his returning touch. "Cam is fine," Mara reported to Tion. "He's still working on a third of those 3 horrors." She reached out to Luke again, but he was focused and distracted and the darkness around him was growing. There was someone, with him. Her eyes went wide. "Oh, Kriv," she gasped. "Come on." She sprinted through the forest, trusting the Force to guide her steps. Tion followed after her, stumbling more slowly but doing a remarkable job of keeping up as Mara carved through the jungle with her lightsaber, dodging past larger trees as she raked through the forest towards Luke. He was in trouble. She could feel him struggling, feel him fading, and panic and terror clawed at her throat. No, that couldn't happen. She wouldn't let it. They burst into a sudden, unexpected clearing. There was a small lake, its water eerily still, and in the middle was an island with the Sith temple, gleaming obsidian with glittering points of light embedded in the structure. Standing just inside the entrance, surrounded by shadows, was Luke Skywalker. In horror, Mara watched as the green lightsaber fell from Luke's hand, blade sputtering out, and then he fell to his knees. Mara charged across the lake in a few bounding steps, her footfalls instinctively finding the stepping stones hidden just under its surface. The storm blue lightsaber nearly cut her in half as she landed. At the last second, her landing turned into a low roll, and the blade swept above her instead of through her chest. She popped back up to her feet, spinning around. The weapon's wielder was young, barely older than Kyp, with hair and eyes as blonde and blue as Luke's. His smile was nothing like Luke's, though, all menace and hatred, and Mara could feel the darkness clinging to him, just as she could feel it radiating off his lightsaber. She didn't recognize him, and he didn't introduce himself. He merely held his lightsaber out in front of him, the blade extending parallel to the ground, and double-tapped the weapon's hilt. A second blade extended from the weapon in the other direction, revealing the double-bladed lightsaber. Mara didn't care. She could feel Luke slipping away from her. The presence that was her farm boy, who had for months always been there, with her in her mind. The comforting reminder of companionship and camaraderie, of love and affection, grew dimmer with each passing second. This man who stood between her and Luke could be armed with 1,000 lightsabers. She needed to get to Luke, and he was in her way. Without a word, she attacked. Chapter 30. Mara pounced. She slashed forward, turning an overhand strike into a pointed thrust that jabbed at the blond man's chest. Rather than deflect it with his lightsaber, he sprang backwards in alarm. Mara wasn't about to let him regain his footing. She leapt after him, her lightsaber grazing against the stone of the Sith temple before clashing against one of his double blades. He responded with a lightning attack with the second blade, forcing Mara to retreat, but that lasted only a moment. She bounced on the balls of her feet, dodged to her left, and then attacked from his side. Their blades clashed together in a series of almost synchronous clashes, sky blue blade jolting with each brush against the storm blue of the double-bladed lightsaber. A corner of Mara's mind wondered where he'd found the thing, but most of her focus was on the fight and on Luke. She could feel him slipping farther and farther away from her, as if he'd been submerged under a thick liquid, opaque and inky. The bond they shared, the connections that Mara knew intertwined their lives with a deep, comfortable intimacy that Mara could never have, would never want to have, with anyone else, were coming unspooled. The threads were fraying at the edges, and fear and panic clutched at her chest. This boy, this Inquisitor, if that's what he was, he had not be any match for her. She had decades of training and was in her physical prime. She sparred weekly, sometimes even daily, with the galaxy's foremost expert in lightsaber dueling. And she could feel her opponent's uncertainty with the weapon, see the unfamiliarity in his stance and the way he shifted his weight, and all it would take was a single strike and then she could go help Luke. But he parried her again and again. He seemed almost as surprised by his successes as she was, but as he succeeded he grew more confident, more comfortable, and Mara grew only more desperate. Asterisk. Brachus could feel Exar Kun's hand on his. Feel the way it guided his grip on the double-length lightsaber hilt. Feel the way Exar Kun responded to his opponent's attacks, anticipating and parrying, occasionally lashing out with a quick thrust to put her off balance. He could feel her growing fear and desperation, and he reveled in it. This was one of Luke Skywalker's new order. A Jedi. And she could not pass him, could not go to her teacher. Her lover, Exar Kun, whispered the correction, the Sith's tone one of smug satisfaction that Brachus well understood. To his aid as Exar Kun strangled him. Brachus didn't need his master's help. Not for this. Let Exar Kun deal with Skywalker. He was going to deal with this one, and he was going to enjoy every second of it. He lashed out with a series of swipes, left then, right then, left again, using both ends of his double-bladed lightsaber to try to maim his opponent, wanting to draw out the moment, draw out her fear and desperation. He turned and blocked barely in time. Cam Salusor's lightsaber slammed into him from the side, sending him sliding back. Go! Cam yelled to Mara, and then Brachus was under siege. Fear transformed from his weapon to his foe faster than Brachus could blink. Salusor's blade was just as blue as Mara's, but Cam was a more solid opponent, and suddenly size and strength mattered. Brachus tried to use the flexibility of his weapon, reaching out in the force to beg Exar Kun to help him once more, to guide his hand, and he could feel the Sith spirit starting to retake control with a sense of chastisement at Brachus' impetuosity. Kim smashed the length of his single-bladed lightsaber into Brachus' weapon. Brachus felt the vibrations to his core, and he ducked, instincts telling him to lift and block, and Cam Salazar's weapon sliced between Brachus' hands and split Exar Kun's lightsaber in half. Brachus rolled back frantically, finding himself not with a single weapon but with two weapons, one in each hand, and no idea how to fight in that style. There was a sense of annoyance more than anything else, and Brachus' hands started to move once more without his accord. His motions became fluid, other than the moments Exar Kun tried to use muscles that Brachus had never trained for this kind of combat, and it was like Brachus became an outside observer, confined within his own body, as Exar Kun and Cam Salazar fought through him. Two lightsabers clashed against one, and while Brachus did not control his arms, he could feel them tiring. He could feel Exar Kun's strain and concentration, the difficulty of waging the battle against Salazar, while the Ghost also fought whatever other battles he had to fight. "Cam, get back," called the voice of the last member of the Jedi party, the one who carried an instrument, whose name Brachus still did not know. Cam leaped backwards, putting distance between them. They both turned towards the new voice, expecting blaster fire. A bolt of red energy rocketed down from the sky. Even as Exar Kun deflected it away, Brachus could feel the heat and blister of a proximity burn. Water vapor exploded in every direction as the laser burst struck the lake. Brachus felt his head turning to look up, could feel his eyes focusing, and up in the sky was an X-wing. The musician's repeating blaster was swinging towards him, and Cam had his lightsaber held in a high two-handed grip, looking for an opportunity to lunge forward. Brachus was surrounded. Almost surrounded, Exar Kun corrected. The ground rumbled and their stolen freighter, with the few remaining members of the Glow Spiders aboard, rose out of his hiding place. The jungle seemed to retract to allow it to rise, then grow back to permanently any trace of his landing place. The hammering thrum of repulsor lifts grew louder, making the ground tremble. Exar Kun spun, deflecting away a pair of blaster bolts from the musician's repeating blaster, then turned back as Cam lunged towards him, and leapt into the air as the freighter soared overhead. The long docking ramp was open and welcoming, and Brachus felt his feet and body cushioned by the force as he made the impossible leap. Brachus' hand hit the ramp control, and it started to rise. Exar Kun's control fled as quickly as it had come, leaving the apprentice Inquisitor in command of his own body again, and he grinned and tossed the big man a mocking salute right before the ramp sealed. Mara could feel the menace within the Sith temple. It was everywhere, impenetrable, and she grabbed Luke with both arms and hauled him bodily back out of it. She collapsed outside. His limp weight was hard to manage, and she was more tired than she had thought. She tried to reach out to the Force for strength, but either the darkness of the place or the fear in her heart made that kind of concentration difficult. She placed her hand on Luke's cheek, closing her eyes, forgetting the Force to give herself strength, seeing the bond they forged through enmity and companionship, through hatred and compassion. He didn't respond. He didn't respond at all. She put her head on his chest, checking his heartbeat. It was slow but steady, more akin to sleep than any kind of combat wound. His breathing was likewise slow and steady, but his eyes were still beneath his eyelids. "Is he all right?" asked Tian, because the others were with her now. Luke's X-wing was still hovering nearby, and while Mara could not feel him in the Force, she could still see in her mind's eye R2-D2's trepidation, hear his nervous warble. "I don't know," she said, shocked at how steady her voice was given the turmoil in her heart. "He's not dead, but he's not responding to me. Not even," her voice finally broke, just for a moment, "not even in the Force," she finished stubbornly. "Where's Kyp?" she asked belatedly, looking around. "He was on the freighter," Cam said, sounding exhausted. "He was flying it." Mara heard his unspoken addition. "He betrayed us." Tian was holding their comlink. "R2 says that someone sabotaged the tempered metal." A lightsaber slashed through a coolant line. He says it's not safe to fly. They used the repulsorlifts to elevate the ship enough for R2 to get the X-Wing out to help. Mara nodded dully. Under other circumstances, the news that someone had taken a lightsaber to her ship would have provoked a lot more than a nod, but she had Luke Skywalker's limp body in her lap, and that was all that mattered. She stroked her thumb over his pallid cheek, hoping the touch would bring him back to life. R2, Cam asked through the comlink, can you trace the freighter's hyperspace trajectory? There was a whistle. R2 says the freighter's trajectory could indicate several different destinations, but the most likely destination is the Kurita system, Tion translated. Cam gave her a surprised look. You speak binary. Tion shrugged. Doesn't everyone? Karita, Mara said thoughtfully, looking up at Cam. Cam knelt next to her heavily. Kyp is going after the Empire. That's where they took his brother years ago. Mara nodded, still resting her hand on Luke's cheek. He was normally so vivacious and expressive, seeing him like this, but she fought past her despair and tore her gaze away from Luke and back to Cam. Yes, she said, refusing to let her voice crack. That must be what Exar Kun promised him, revenge against the Empire. She shook her head. I have no idea what they're going to do with one freighter and a lightsaber, but after what we've already seen Exar Kun is capable of, and that man we fought was dressed like an Inquisitor. She was babbling, and Cam cut her off gently. Mara. Cam's voice was soft and sympathetic, but also firm. One of us has to go after him in the X-Wing. A denial hung unspoken on her lips, and stayed there. I know, she admitted instead. And it has to be me, doesn't it? Cam nodded. I've never flown an X-Wing, and I don't think Tion has either. And if he's going into Imperial space, of the three of us, you're the one with the best chance of doing some good. He hesitated for a moment, then added, and of us, you're the better duelist. If one of us must fight that Inquisitor again, it should be you. She found Luke's hand and squeezed it. He didn't squeeze back. He wasn't there to tell her, but he didn't need to be. She knew exactly what he would say. You'll protect him? She asked, hating hearing that tone of voice coming from her own lips, and hating even more that she wouldn't be the one taking care of him herself. With my life, Cam promised. She squeezed Luke's hand one more time, ghosted a kiss over his temple, and then handed him off to Cam and Tion. R2, come down and get me, she ordered. We're going hunting. Kyp Durron managed the controls of Exar Kun's freighter. They weren't all that different from the controls aboard the Millennium Falcon, and Han and Chewie had spent hours with him, making sure he knew how to fly. There were also a handful of aliens, survivors of some Coruscant street gang, he had learned, who manipulated the controls. Each was subdued and distant, and in the Force they were dimmer than they should be. He wasn't sure what that meant. Even a true Jedi cannot achieve his goals alone, Exar Kun murmured gently. And for one such as I, that is even more true. No matter what I intend, reduced as I am, I can only guide and teach. I do not have the ability to command or control. They choose to dedicate themselves to my cause. What is your cause? Kyp asked warily. Is that not obvious? I am a teacher. Mine is the ancient knowledge of the true Jedi, knowledge that even the Jedi who ruled before Palpatine had forgotten. I was awakened in this, the era of the Jedi's greatest need, to aid in the creation of the new Jedi Order. There was a phantom touch on Kyp's shoulder, one that sent a frisson of fear down his spine. Luke Skywalker was to be my first student, but the Empire foresaw what would come, and corrupted him before I could teach him what he needed to know. Kyp trembled, in sorrow and in anger. The Empire's reach was long. He's seen what it did to even the best and truest of anti-Empire pacifists. They came to Kessel and, if they did not die, they would become just as bad as the guards, collaborators, and abusers, desperate. All the Empire touched had to be destroyed, the roots of evil burned, the ground salted to ensure that no fresh evil could grow. Yes, Exar Kun murmured, and I am taking you to the heart of that evil. We travel to Kurita. Kurita. Kurita, where the Empire trained cadets and crew to man its ships. Kurita, where the Empire turned out stormtroopers by the thousand, to murder dissent. Kurita, where the Empire stole innocent children and transformed them into both. A sudden swell of hope grew in Kyp's chest. That's right, Exar Kun encouraged. You may not be able to kill the Empire outright, but we can hurt it. Hurt it so badly that it can never be a threat again. Hurt it so that it cannot harm your family, not ever again. Please, Kyp whispered. Please, we have to stop them? I told you, a true Jedi does what he wishes. We do not have to stop them. If you want to stop them, you will have to do it yourself. The phantom hand on his shoulder squeezed, offering reassurance. But you can do it. I can see into your heart, and I see a hardened soul. You have the ability and the will. Kyp started to ask another question, but his attention was drawn to the door that led from the freighter's cockpit back into the interior hull. The door slid open, and in stepped a young man, blond and blue-eyed, and holding twin cylindrical objects, one in each hand. Ah, Brachus, Exar Kun whispered. Kyp's gaze met Brachus, and knew immediately that unlike the others, this man could also hear Exar Kun's voice. Master, Brachus said deferentially, watching Kyp with clear suspicion. Are we on the way to Kurita? Yes, my apprentice. We are going to Kurita. There we will have the victory you seek, Exar Kun confirmed. Kyp felt himself relax. An ally? Give me your hands, Exar Kun whispered. Kyp frowned, wondering just how he should do that, or even what exactly the ghost meant. But as Brachus held out his hands, turning them, so they were palms up, with one half of an extended lightsaber hilt in each hand, Kyp realized the instruction was not for him. This was my Jedi weapon, Exar Kun whispered. Brachus flicked his thumb, and with a snap hissed the plasma blade extended, a shimmering, crackling wine dark blue. Exar Kun turned it over, allowing Kyp to see the weapon, to feel the sense of power that simply being near the weapon produced. With it I fought many battles. It will need some repair to function properly as two weapons, but the blade vanished, and Brachus deposited the lightsaber hilt in Kyp's hand. The jolt of power shocked Kyp into silence. Holding the weapon was nothing like holding Luke or Cam's lightsabers. Even as he gripped it, clinging to it like he was afraid it might go bouncing out of his hand and be lost, Kyp felt as if the weapon drew him in. For a moment he was submerged in his presence, and he could feel Exar Kun so vividly in the Force that it was as if the long-dead master stood beside him. Brachus' gaze flashed with resentment as Kyp took the blade. I will teach you what you need to know, Exar Kun promised. Now, let us go to Kurita and take the first step towards fulfilling all that we each aspire to. There is a Star Destroyer we must seize. With it in hand, our chains will be forever broken. R2-D2 watched warily as Mara moved Master Luke's seat up and accustomed herself to the X-Wing's controls. He knew that she had only infrequently flown the T-65, but he also knew that she had extensive experience flying a Z-95, and the controls were the same. The small differences didn't bother her as she ran a quick system check. All systems green, she reported. Do we have the hyperspace calculations for our pursuit? R2 whistled in response. Hyperspace calculations complete. Destination Kurita locked in. Good, Mara muttered. She wiped her eyes, then placed her hands on the control. The X-Wing lifted off the ground, repulsor lifts thrumming. Cam and Tian looked up, and R2 sent Tian, and slips both short goodbyes, and then turned his attention to Mara. He was worried about her. He didn't like leaving Master Luke on Yavin, not in his condition, but Master Luke had an uncanny ability, unmatched by any other organic that R2 had known, and he had known plenty of other candidates to get himself both into and out of trouble. Of course, R2 himself was often the one to get his master out of trouble, but the kind of trouble the Force wrought was not R2's specialty. Besides, Luke had asked him to protect Mara. R2 was pretty sure that order had been specifically intended for their adventure on Jun, but Luke had still asked, and no one had specifically told R2 that he should stop looking after Mara. She didn't speak as the X-Wing rose through the clouds of Yavin 4, entering orbit. There was nothing unnecessary in Mara's flying. Like the woman herself, it was thoroughly practical, restricted to usages of fuel that were required, and nothing more. His scanners told that her physical subroutines were operating under the conditions of stress. Her breaths came just a bit too short, her heartbeat just a bit too quick, and she wiped her hand across her face again. He tootled at her in a manner he'd learned humans found reassuring. She glanced back at him briefly but didn't say anything. The distance to Yavin's hyperlimit dropped. They had more distance to travel than they would leaving most planets. The gas giant's larger gravity meant a larger hyperspace exclusion zone, which gave R2 the chance to watch as Yavin 4 shrank behind them. The green and white marble that was Yavin 4, spotted with blue, receded as he and Mara raced away from it. Something about Mara's expression changed, R2 noted. The physiological symptoms of grief that his scanners had noticed faded. Her breathing steadied and, to R2's astonishment, she smiled. It was a sad smile, but a smile nonetheless. The expression settled something deep in R2's circuits. He had seen other Jedi torn by stress and grief and had seen the horror that could unfold in their wake. But that was not what he saw on Mara's face. The distance to the hyperlimit reached 0, and R2 watched as Mara pushed the hyperspace lever down without hesitation. Asterisk. This is how it feels to be Mara Jade, right now. Your life was a lie. Raised from childhood by evil insidiously disguised, you became its tool. You murdered in the service of evil, for the sake of evil. And every minute, you felt that you were not only doing good, but doing necessary good. There are days you hate yourself. Long nights you stay awake, thinking about the lives you took, wondering how much good those snuffed-out lives would have done. Which ones would have led worlds against Palpatine's evil? Which ones would have been champions, leaders of technology and industry, advocates for civil rights and stalwart foes of corruption? Which ones would have been your friends had Palpatine never taken you from your parents and twisted you into the Emperor's hand? Those nights are rarer now than they used to be. You serve a greater purpose than yourself again. You are doing actual good in the galaxy now. Talon Caird has a heart, a conscience. He was the first to prove to you that you could both have power and seek to do good. You could be greater than even that. You could be a Jedi. You could dedicate yourself to the galactic good, to the force that binds all life in the galaxy together. But how can you be a Jedi if you do not truly trust yourself? How can you be a Jedi when, in your heart, you still fear that your freedom is a lie? That your new life, the good you do, is a lie? How can you accept in your hands responsibility for the good of all when you still sometimes lay awake wondering how could I have been so blind? You have a lover who sometimes convinces you that you could. When Luke's arms twine around you, his breath warm on the back of your neck, his mind just as warm in his touch against yours, with his unfettered, implacable confidence in you, you start to believe that you could. Maybe. You hope secretly to be persuaded someday that his love and hope will be enough to not only make you happy, because in those moments you are ecstatically, indescribably happy, the kind of happiness you never thought you could ever have and still think you do not deserve, but so to persuade you that despite your proven failure of judgment, your naivete that put even Luke's nearly delusional optimism to shame, that you can be a Jedi someday. But he isn't here. This X-Wing is his. You can feel his presence surrounding you, his scent in this cockpit, his droid watching you nervously as you make the run for hyperspace. They are all lies. He is on the planet you just departed, unresponsive, perhaps even dead. The signs of his presence in this cockpit are lies, because you can't feel his mind against yours. You search, and you search, and you search, and he's not there. And you have to fight back a wave of tears and despair because without him, without his arms and mind, his hope and dreams, you can feel your happiness cracking, fracturing through you, breaking your soul once more, in two. Because you love him. It is not the first time you have admitted it, in the quiet privacy of your own mind. But it is the first time the admission lingers, the first time you stop and look at it. He is proof more concrete than your allegiance to Talon Caird, that you can both have power and seek to do good. You love Luke Skywalker because he is good. You love his ridiculous optimism, you love the way he smiles, you love his confidence, you love his self-doubt, you love his unmatched ability to rise to any occasion. You can feel your heart shattering as you leave him behind. You are unsure if you'll ever smile again. A path without Luke Skywalker spirals out before you, and it is a long and lonely one. It would be so easy to turn back, to race back to the man you love, to hold his body and beg him to return to you. To reach out in the Force and try to call him back from the purgatory he has been sucked into. To give in to resentment at a galaxy which has already taken so much from you, taking your parents, your innocence, your trust, your service. To give in to hate that the galaxy could be so cruel as to give some of those back, to give you the utter joy of the love you share, the kind of love that you never realized you wanted, and then reduce your world back to ashes. And yet, you don't turn back. You put your hand on the hyperspace lever, feeling where his hand usually grips the worn controls, and push it down decisively. The universe bursts into a whirl of light and you leave Luke Skywalker behind. Because you love him. Because this is what he would hope you would do. Because, deep in your heart, you still cannot stand the idea of not doing the necessary good. Because there is no way you will dishonor his legacy. If he is to die, you will not allow the meaning of his death to be your failure. In that moment, you realize something else too. This was your final test. The realization does not make you happy. But perhaps it is enough. It and the fact that though his mind is silent, you can still feel him with you. And so you cling to something Luke taught you. You hope.